silently trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts when turns again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball Yuan Shou Yi. Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! Qi Guan Changlong! My fist is unrivaled!
Shoot!
I'm magic, and this is my soul sword.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. World Stampede!
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Rivals. We're about to kick it off with the Marvel Rivals Championship Asia Region Edition, where numerous teams have fought tooth and nail to make it this far, but the top 6 teams will be reduced to only 8. My name's Elvin, joined by Ruben, a sarcasm. Ruben, how are we feeling today?
I am really excited to be watching some really wonderful Marvel Rivals matches today because, I mean, last weekend we closed it off on some bangers. We had some really, really high octane, really close, high level matches, and it's only going to be getting better from here. So I cannot wait to see what the rest of the weekend has in store for us because, I mean, the games are only going to be getting better. They're only going to be getting more competitive as more and more teams get whittled down, and we just have the truly top contenders remaining for the grand finals that'll be happening on the 5th. So I personally cannot wait to see just what all these teams have in store for us, what new interesting compositions we'll be seeing, because the Asia region is no stranger to coming up with unique, very different compositions from what the other regions choose to run. They usually have their own little meta that's running, and I'll be excited to see what they're going to be busting out. I mean, we've been seeing a surprising amount of Squirrel Girl out of all things, which the other regions would not even, consider running. And Elvin, why don't you tell us about these wonderful skins that are on our screen right now?
Oh man, awaken the dragon within. Prepare the channel, the power of dragons, as 2 legendary warriors arrive in Marvel Rivals. We have Moon Knight, Lunar General, the Invincible General of Kunlun, clad in the sword scales and ready to guard the Temple of the Crescent Moon. And we also have Squirrel Girl, Cheerful Dragoness, the forest deity commanding a legion of unstoppable dragon tail squirrels. So this is actually going to be available pretty much after this broadcast. So highly recommend to pick those out.
Yeah, I mean, I will personally be immediately pulling out my wallet to buy that Squirrel Girl skin because, I mean, it just looks so cool. And Moon Knight, don't get me started on Moon Knight. Oh my goodness, that guy is so cool. I love his voice lines in this game. I love everything about him in this game, except for whenever I'm playing against one. He throws an Ankh at my feet, starts shooting it, and then I get KO'd, and I'm really sad. But here is the schedule for the weekend. Today, we will be having that round 10 as we whittle down into round 11 and 13 tomorrow, and round 14, which will be the finals on January 5th. But it's only the 3rd. We have a lot of Marvel Rivals to get through until we get to that point. So, I mean, there's a lot to be excited about. Again, much higher level games than there were before. Here is the prize pool. I mean, the winner of this tournament will be getting the grand prize of $6,000. So that will be $1,000 per player. Nothing to scoff at, especially this early into Marvel Rivals' life cycle as an esport. So this is really, really excited, Alvin.
Definitely. I mean, you can't forget about the runner-up, $3,000. That's quite a lot as well. 3rd place, $1,500. 4th with $800. 5th through 8, $400. And everyone that's participating right now already at the very least have $200.
Yeah, I mean, that's some good money, especially whenever, we've just started with Marvel Rivals Esports, and it's just nice that they're getting paid. They're getting the bag. So good for these teams, and I hope for all of these teams to go as far as they can to get as much of those winnings as possible, because, I mean, this is really, really exciting. We're witnessing the birth of an esport here. So it's gonna be really beautiful to watch it. Boom.
So I'm super excited. I mean, this first game should be a banger. I know you mentioned that the meta for Asia region is just all over the place thus far, but I kind of predict that since we're down to the top 16, I think we're going to see a very, very similar composition throughout almost every match. If not, then that's on me. But I do think we're going to see a lot of Black Panthers. I would be surprised to see Squirrel Girl at this level. I don't really see much value unless if we have like a specific player that's just super comfortable with them. but because we see a lot of like, again, like a Spider-Man's, Black Panthers, Hulk compositions, a lot of compositions that kind of just want to dive your backline. It's going to be a little bit harder for Squirrel Girl to stay alive, where they could only just jump up in the air, right?
Yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah, I mean, never put it past the Asia region to bust out something that you are not going to be expecting. But yeah, we will probably be seeing a little bit less of Squirrel Girl today. But regardless, we'll be having some good matches regardless. And maybe we'll get a little Squirrel Girl as a treat.
Definitely. I do expect to see like a Mantis ban, something basic like that. I do believe the first match should be up very shortly. So we're going to be going in with the pick and bans, of course. I got to predict. I don't think there's going to be many Hela or Hawk bans. I do think that everyone should be knowing, like all the teams should know each other. I'm assuming they have been scrimming with each other, so they should know exactly what they play. So I doubt we're going to see like a lot of the common rank bans. So we're going to see more targeted bans, right? We saw that a lot last week, where a lot of people were just target banning. We saw group bans and stuff like that. We saw Adam Warlock bans, Rocket Raccoon bans, right? Where normally you wouldn't really see that in your normal Grandmaster lobbies, right? But this is tournament gameplay where basically everyone has their own idea of what they're good at. So if you just study your enemy team, you should have a good idea of who to ban and who to save, which is, I think, is what we're going to see some strange bans today.
Yeah, especially because in scrims, it would be so hard to reliably run Hela or Hawkeye as a fundamental portion of a team comp, because they are so likely to get banned, especially in these earlier phases of the tournament, that it might not really be worth practicing as a team, knowing that you're not going to be able to run that comp a lot of the time. So personally, I do think we'll still be seeing those Hela and those Hawkeye bans, because especially at this high level, where every single person playing Hela or playing Hawkeye is going to be so good at that hero that they're going to be running the lobby. I think a lot of teams will hopefully be wanting to avoid that, because unless you are the Hela player that is winning and carrying your team, everybody else in that lobby will be suffering and crying as they are unable to do anything about you tapping them from across the map. Same with Hawkeye.
Exactly. I mean, if they do go through, which I would be very surprised, I expect the enemy teams, if they don't decide to go that comp, I do expect them to just go full dive, right? So maybe we'll see a sneaky Iron Fist, because I feel like that, okay, maybe that won't happen, but
let's calm down there. Iron Fist, whoa.
But wait, hear me out. If you go Iron Fist, which would most likely never happen, but if you do, and if you were to pair that with like a Venom, with a Black Panther, with a Hulk, it is just more viability to just dwindle down and just seclude that Hawk in the enemy team, right? I mean, you can literally deflect every projectile coming in with the Iron Fist. So potentially you could go crazy, but probably not. I mean, it just the same way we probably won't see too many Jeff the Land Sharks. Unfortunately, my dream of seeing Iron Fist today might not happen.
We can be hopeful. I mean, again, it is the Asia region. These guys will run so many wacky compositions that we are just simply not capable of comprehending. I mean, like, there was so much Rocket Raccoon last weekend, which, pretty unusual considering that the other regions somewhat consider Rocket Raccoon more of a bottom tier support. So it's just really interesting that they were running it so frequently as well.
I mean, it makes sense. I think Rocket Raccoon is one of the best characters to literally just escape, right? You could run through the walls. You have 2 dashes. So you have a lot of survivability. And I think that's what the Asian region really prioritized, because you're always getting dope. So having a support that can just heal for themselves and not have to worry about the whole team just looking at you just to save your life. You kind of just save your own life. I think that provides a lot of value for these teams.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, not to mention the team up with Punisher and with Bucky is absolutely absurd. I mean, the value you get out of getting infinite ammo and increased fire rate on both of those characters is just nuts, really. Just shredding any tanker, any squishy in sight.
Exactly. I do believe the match is ready. We're going to go straight into Team Invincible versus Team KXJH, and KXJH returning to the broadcast. very excited to see how they will be performing. And to no surprise, an Adam Warlock ban again. Like we mentioned earlier, you usually don't see too many Adam bans or picks, but I do think they are just trying to stop the enemy team from going the Mantis, the Adam with the Star-Lord, and having the ability to revive yourselves basically twice throughout the whole match is very, very strong. So taking that out of the map straight off the bat does make a little bit of sense. Although KXJH will be banning the Psylocke. Again, that dance of the butterfly goes absolutely nuts in the backline, right? We saw time and time again teams pulling out the Psylocke and completely carrying. So to no surprise, she will be getting banned. Mantis is being saved though, which is interesting because I was just mentioning how Adam, Mantis, and Star-Lord can revive themselves with the team up. And I think Invincible, they definitely knew that KXJH was going to pull that out, which is why they banned the Adam Warlock, and which is why KX ended up saving the Mantis. Although we are going to see that Hawk ban. No surprise, we were talking about that earlier. And let's see what Invincible pulls out here at the end. And that is going to be a Loki ban.
Very interesting from Invincible here. I mean, the Adam Warlock ban, I completely understand, because having to play against an Adam Warlock that's teamed up with a Mantis and a Star-Lord, where all three of them, when you pick them off, can just revive themselves. I mean, that's no fun. So, I mean, I totally understand banning the Adam Warlock, but banning the Loki is really surprising. I was not expecting them to pull that out, as well as it didn't seem like Invincible protected a character, which I'm very much surprised by, because maybe they forgot, maybe it was a communication error, maybe they don't care about protecting anybody. But starting off with a Loki and Adam Warlock ban, very understandable. And the Mantis Protect is something I do like to see. I am very, very excited to watch NTTA on that Mantis. It's going to be really exciting.
Definitely very exciting. I'm kind of curious to see that Team KX doesn't have that Iron Man. It would make a lot of sense to pull it out, especially because you don't have that Adam Warlock, so you don't have that team up anyways. So you might as well pull out the Iron Man. But maybe they just don't have a DPS that is comfortable with that character. I mean, to no surprise, we're gonna see a Hela mirror map. It might just come down to who the better Hela is. Ooh, but we have both teams actually going for a portal play. I will assume they're both going to go for a high ground control. And let's see who's going to be winning this fight, where both teams are going straight at it right now. Teemo going in, trying their best to provide that frontline pressure. They got to be careful with those squids, though, because if they don't shoot down those squids, they will take a lot of damage. It's not looking good for Team Invincible, though. They're taking a lot of damage right now, but they are going to be able to get the double pick. It's going to be happy with the Hela being able to get 2, and Kaida being able to get 1 as well.
I mean, it is really wonderful to see Happy back in his esports stomping grounds, because for those of you who don't know, Happy is a former professional esports player as well. So this is nothing new for him as he comes into Marvel Rivals ready to reclaim his throne as the GOAT. So starting off that fight with 2 picks immediately, I think that's a good pace for the rest of the match for Team Invincible here.
100%. They already got 20% into the first point, but Team KXJH, they definitely want to go down and they want to win this fight. You have to be very careful, though. They do have the height control, but the hope is going to be going down to Bruce Banner, as Kaida is going to be able to get Irmo. That's going to be the frontline presence down already.
Yeah, I mean, Team Invincible just seems like they're doing an extremely strong hold here. They're looking good on the ult economy, and Team KXJH isn't really able to do much about it, picking off Neko successfully, which is really impressive. I mean, they are now committing to this fight, even though they started off down 2. They got a pick, they see the opportunity open up, and they are trying to take it with everything that they have as they pop every single one of their, as both teams pop every single one of their ults.
Both teams popping everything, and it looks like KXJH might get the better end of this as Teemo is able to get 2, but Happy trying to fight back. It might not matter, though, because NTTA is going absolutely crazy with the Mantis. They are still pressuring. They're trying to do a good job of staggering, so I really do like that they're playing really up. They need to get a pick right away, though, because Team Invincible will be grouping up right away. AB7 somehow escaping that. Good support by their team. Now, this is going to be looking a little scary. Team Invincible, they don't have that portal to rejoin the fight. They also don't have any ultimates. They do have Neko with one, but that's pretty much it. It's going to be kind of hard for them to get that Eye of Agamotto, but maybe not because they are going to be able to hit 2. And Happy's going to get 2 with that as well.
I mean, what a beautiful setup for Neko. What a beautiful setup for Happy from Neko there with the gigantic Eye of Agamotto. And they didn't even really need to use anything else because Happy is just there to pick them off and just headshot everybody. I mean, what is that? 4 KOs in that fight for Happy, set up on the high ground by himself. I mean, that was truly magnificent work from him. And also, truly magnificent work from Neko as well. Because, I mean, that Eye of Agamotto was just game-changing for Team Invincible here as they are encroaching upon maybe the final fight if they're able to cinch this team fight here.
Yes, this is going to be KXJH final try. If they don't win this fight, they will most likely lose the first round. But again, this is going to be a best of 5. So even if they lose this map, they still have a lot of games to come back in. That it's going to be AV7 with their ultimate usage and a lot of trades happening. Happy still getting some trades as well. As Teemo, they kind of have to wait for this Luna. Oh, not much that they can do about it. Oh, but it perfectly timed. Perfectly timed. Teemo doing an amazing job of taking down the Luna. All of a sudden, KXJH should be able to win this fight.
I mean, the Hulk pick is just getting so much value for Team KXJH here with the team up with Doctor Strange. As you can see, Teemo is able to successfully pick someone off with that ability team up. It is just really beautiful teamwork from Team KXJH in order to get that point back. As Team Invincible seems to be committing to this fight right here, right now, engaging with a Mantis ult as they have no support ults now. Going into this next fight that's coming up, it seems like KXJH has seemingly rather decisively won this one, but Team Invincible does not really have much going into this next fight, so I am a little bit worried for them as they're kind of still staggering into this fight, as now we're encroaching upon the definite final fight of the map, and hopefully Invincible doesn't stagger any more than they already are.
Yeah, they have to be very careful. For a second, I kind of wanted to say that it was probably better off if they just kind of get KO'd on purpose just to regroup, but they didn't do that. And guess what? That's going to allow Happy to just go down the stairs and be able to get 2, almost 3, doing a lot of damage to Teemo as well. And here comes Star-Lord having that aimbot. Are they going to be able to get 1? No, because maybe Kate is the one with the aimbot being able to take down Bubble King.
I mean, Kaidia has been doing an amazing job on the Namor thus far this round. His octopus positioning has been really, really good the entire time. He's certainly proving to be extremely annoying for Team KXJH, which is exactly what Team Invincible wants. I mean, he is doing a fantastic job, and shooting the Star-Lord out of the air during his ult after taking a moment to recover in his bubble. I mean, that was just a beautiful, beautiful play from Kaidia right there. As Team Invincible takes the first point of the first map, going into the second round, Team Invincible is looking pretty good here as they have 3 ultimates going into this fight, almost 4. And Team KXJH not really having much of their name considering they popped half of their ultimates in that last fight there to no success. So they're really going to have to pull it together right here in order to bring this point back so that they can tie up the map and go into the last one.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, if you look at the support ultimates, 14% on the Mantis, 1% on the Luna. That is not looking good. A lot of these fights usually revolve around those, ultimates on the Luna and Mantis. So the fact that Invincible does have 1 player with that ultimate, they might potentially win this first fight. But if they do decide to use that, they're not going to have it for the second fight. So maybe KXJH, maybe they don't want to fully engage. Maybe they want to save the Irmo Hulk ultimate here and just kind of think about the next fight just in case if they lose this one. But they are going to this side of Portal, so they are going to have a map control already. But they got to be very careful because Team Invincible is all grouped up. Those squids doing a lot of damage as they have to prioritize that already.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that neither Luna nor Mantis are banned will make this for a very, very mirror matchy series, considering that, well, I mean, why would you not pick both of the best supports in the game? And Invincible is strongly engaging onto this first point here. using a lot of their ultimates, knowing that they have the ult advantage, knowing that they can decisively take this point, despite giving up a little bit of percentage to KXJH. Initially, I don't think it'll matter too much as they very decisively win that fight, and they have a few things going for them for the next fight here, as Team KXJH returns with now a lot of ultimates. Now they use that first fight in order to farm their ults off of Team Invincible here, while getting away with some percentage too, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, to no surprise, Happy took advantage of the fact that the supports had no ultimate, so he popped that ult, and he would manage to get one, and they pretty much won the fight with the Luna ult after that, which is no surprise, but Bobo King's gonna be able to get Happy there. That is one player that you definitely want to take off the map. So KXJ should have the advantage here, but maybe Kada, with the Squid being able to take NTTA, and Neko as well being able to get another one. We have a 4v4 as Bobo King is gonna be able to get another trade. It looks like KXJH might be able to win this one as they have the Luna ult finally. They have to be able to handle that Magneto. They got to be able to handle that Strange as well, as they're doing a lot of damage. They're doing a good job of just surviving. And keep in mind that they don't even have any support players right now. They're both eliminated, and Happy's going to take advantage of that, getting some really good picks. It's going to be 2 already.
Yeah, I mean, not only does Happy get 2 picks off the rip, but he also forces Bobo King to use his Hella ultimate immediately. I mean, I'm not sure if you saw that, but Happy literally just respawned, walked back up to the point, and immediately KO'd Ray Momo, and he did not have any time to react as he just landed 2 clean shots on his head. I mean, that was a really, really beautiful play there, with just those 2 KOs, forcing out the Hella ult, eventually resulting in a very decisive team fight win and point recapture for Team Invincible here, as they are 75% and maybe... Oh, and that is a really, really bad stagger for Bobo King as well. I mean, this fight is looking nigh unlosable for Invincible as they go into this fight with all of their ultimates, every single one, and there's not really much that Team KXH has in store to counter it with. I mean, this is looking a little rough for them.
Yeah, this is probably going to be Team Invincible's map to win. They should be up 1-0 unless if KXJH can pull some sort of miracle. And Bobo King, it's looking like that might be the miracle that the team needs, being able to pick one off. But it's already overtime, not looking good. They get picked off. Ray Momo is going to do a Hail Mary play with the Luna ult, but all they can really do is just buy enough time for his team to come back, and it's just not going to be enough. That's going to be Team Invincible with the quick 2-0.
I mean, not only was that a quick 2, I mean, Team KXJH did put up a good fight, don't get me wrong, but Team Invincible just has such a stacked roster. I mean, with both Neko and Happy being former esports professionals, coming into Marvel Rivals, this is what they're used to. They are already the highest level of gamer that you can get. So, I mean, coming into this tournament, they are looking like quite the favorites thus far. They are performing really well, and I mean, to have a map that is that decisive this deep into the tournament is quite the accomplishment. I suspect that we will be seeing Team Invincible go pretty far, but I also really do want to see a good fight put up from Team KXJH, because while they did get somewhat dominated on that map, they did do a really good job putting up a good fight. So perhaps this will not be the last we see of them. And now we're going to be going to a short little 5-minute break before we go into the next map, as Team Invincible is up 1 point over Team KXH. See you in just a little bit.
reviving all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. World Stampede!
And welcome back, everybody. We have returned from our short little 5-minute break in the midst of a glorious match between Team Invincible and Team KXJH, with Team Invincible taking the first map 2-0, resulting in the series being 1-0 in their favor. I mean, Team Invincible is looking really, really good so far. I mean, they are looking like quite the strong team. And we've casted Team KXJH before, and they are also not a force to be reckoned with. So, I mean, to be putting up this performance right now against such a strong opponent is really something to admire. I mean, Elvin, you saw that last match. You saw that last map. What did you think of what you saw?
I mean, I saw both DPS on Team Invincible going absolutely crazy, barely missing any shots. Every time they were in a fight, they were picking off 1 or 2. We saw the Neymar getting a lot of value with the squids, right? Forcing Team KXJH to take a second or two to just manage to have to destroy those squids, which allows Happy to go into the backline and get a pick or 2. And again, we're going to be watching Invincible just ban the Adam Warlock. They are stopping KXJH from going Star-Lord, Mantis, Adam. That composition is way too strong, and which we saw last map where KXJH, they still stuck with the Star-Lord, but it just wasn't working out. And KXJH this time around, they do not want to deal with Happy's Hela. I mean, to no surprise, Happy was going, he was doing a lot with that character. So banning the Hela is no surprise, but keeping the Hulk though, that's going to be very interesting. Are they finally going to be able to pull out the Iron Man combo? Might be a possibility, as Invincible is going to be saving that Luna.
Yeah, I mean, after that first map, I would also be very quick to ban Hela, because watching Happy just absolutely tear it up on Hela. I mean, I understand how you can go into that matchup with confidence thinking, hey, you know what? We can get away with not banning Hela, because we can just run our own Hela and we'll be fine. But I mean, AV7 is wonderful and all, but Happy is just a really, really ridiculous Hela player. So I mean, it is unsurprising that they decided, you know what? We're just gonna ban that character. We don't want to have to deal with the Hela mirror again. And what is actually pretty surprising to see is Team KXJH last map, they decided to ban the Psylocke, and this time they are going to be running the Psylocke for themselves. And Team Invincible, they saw the Hulk Protect from Team KXJH, and they decided, you know, we really, really, really don't want to deal with that Iron Man. So they just banned him outright, which is honestly something that I really respect. And also another thing that I want to point out is Team Invincible seems to be banning a lot of the more popular supports that are not Luna and Mantis, because it seems like what I'm going to be assuming is that maybe their most practiced team comp is with that Luna and Mantis core. So them banning the Adam Warlock and them banning the Loki last time, and it just seems like they are very uncertain about their odds of going against Team KXJH when these more niche characters are unbanned, which is cool to see that they've done their scouting.
Exactly, but you know who also has done their scouting is KXJH by last map banning both the Neymar and Hela. That's going to force Invincible to run a completely different comp, as it looks like they're also going to be running the Psylocke matchup, but they are going to be running the Hawk, which Team KXJH, it doesn't seem they want to prioritize that character. So that's going to be interesting. Kata might have full reign of this map if they manage to hit those headshots, which they have already. They should provide a lot of value for the team, and Happy again with another pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really beautiful shot to open up that fight from Kaidia, as Invincible shows a very strong first point hold thus far for that first fight right there. I mean, listen, there is a good reason why Hawkeye gets banned so frequently, and it's because he is just such a strong character to be able to one-shot basically any squishy from across the map, as he proves my point exactly in that very moment on NTTA just picking off their Mantis just immediately. I mean, Hawkeye is just such a strong character. It is always really rough to go into a strong Hawkeye, especially on this map where the first point is so defense-sided with that high ground. It's just all for Team Invincible, and it's kind of difficult for Team KXJH to reach and contest themselves.
Yeah, Team KXJH, they need to start diving the Hawk because they're getting way too much value. We need AV7 to somehow flank around and be able to hit a full combo on them, which is exactly what they just attempted to do. But that's going to allow Happy to come in with the flank and do exactly what AV7 couldn't, getting a first pick. So all of a sudden, Invincible is up in this fight already by one player, and they have full map control. KXJH barely managing to move the point.
I mean, you are right about the fact that they really have to do something about Kaidia here. But as soon as they did try to dive him, Happy came in from the flank and peeled for him incredibly well, immediately KOing AB7, asserting a bit of a Psylocke difference there. I mean, what are you supposed to do when you have two such strong, powerful DPS players on the same team that are working together so efficiently? I mean, how are you supposed to do anything about Kaidia if you always have to worry about Happy being on your tail?
Ooh, but Bubble King trying to get the better end of this fight. They know that both support ults are down, so they're trying to get a lot of value. They managed to pick up Kaidia, exactly who they need to pick off. And Teemo as well, being able to get Neko. All of a sudden, it looks like KXJH managed to break through. They have to be very careful of not pushing up too hard, though. And this should be the first point for Team KXJH. Now, all they need to do is try to do enough damage to get those ultimates ready, because they had to use absolutely everything for that fight.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain about Team Invincible's ability to contest this. I mean, oh wait, they do have the portal set up, so they actually might be able to get a pretty clutch recontest here. But they did lose Happy off the rip, which is pretty rough. But that doesn't seem to matter for Kaidia, who has the Hawkeye ult up and is just absolutely tearing them apart. And it looks like Team Invincible might actually successfully, with the huge portal play from Neko, be able to successfully hold this first point here against all odds. Oh my goodness. That is impressive, and you really do not see something like that very often at all, especially when you lose someone like Happy so early on into the fight.
And Ruben, both of us thought that KXJH had that in the bag. We were talking like the first point was already secured. Then all of a sudden, Neko came in with the clutch play, and that allowed their entire team to get back into the fight. All of a sudden, there's 15 seconds left, and the first point hasn't been secured yet. They have to be careful because Happy does have that dance of the butterfly. Managing to pick one off, didn't even have to use it yet. A lot of ultimates being used as AB7 try to get some action in, but the Luna response was amazing as Kaidia once again being able to pick off Bubble King. Here comes the Agamotto, though, being able to hit a couple people, but nothing was done.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Team KXJH, Invincible came into that fight having both of their support ults. So no matter what, they kind of just have 20 seconds of stacked essential invincibility as, oh, it doesn't seem to matter because now that they've burned through both their support ults, Ermo here is just doing his best, fighting for his life on that objective there, as AV7 just tries to come back on the Black Panther and does not seem to matter. And wow, what an impressive first point hold from Team Invincible. That is a full hold. That is pretty rare to see, especially at this level of play. I mean, Invincible is looking so strong. I mean, their DPS line is just absolutely nuts. I mean, what are you supposed to do about Kaidia if Happy is always there to check you on your flank? I mean, they are just kind of an unstoppable duo, and not to mention Team Invincible's support backline. I mean, they're just doing such a good job rotating their ults, making sure that they have maximum uptime and never stacking them at the same time. They're doing a really, really, really wonderful job, and I'm really excited to see how Invincible approaches this attacking phase. I mean, this is looking really good for them, considering they just have to push it to the end of first point and no further than that. I mean, this is looking like a pretty secure map 2 victory out of a best-of-5 series for Team Invincible here. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but Team KXJH is going to have to pull off some miracle work here in order to pull off this hold.
And it looks like their miracle might be just having a complete mirror matchup. Although they decided to save the hold, they're not pulling it out. I think they think that the double shield with the Hawk might be better here, which, I mean, we saw Team Invincible pull it out and it did look like it was better. So to no surprise, we have a mirror matchup. It's just going to be who are the better players running these characters, and something that we normally don't see. Oh, wait, actually, they went with the Punisher, but something that we normally don't see is a portal play in the very beginning, and the portal play is actually going to work out, as Katie is going to be able to get one, but Bubble King with a quick response on the Happy, and I love to see Happy pulling out the Punisher. They also have the Rocket Raccoon as well, and interestingly enough, they went to the Rocket Raccoon Punisher just for the first fight, and it looks like they quickly switch off to the Mantis, so I wouldn't be surprised if Happy also switches off, which they have indeed. AB7 getting a good pick, which is that I actually have never seen that. They switch the composition just for the very first few seconds to get some sneaky picks, and then they go back to the normal composition. And it looks like it's working out, as we don't really see Black Widows in play here, but they are really getting a lot of value here.
I mean, that is such a cheeky portal play that turned out to be so much more incredibly effective than anyone would have thought. I mean, whenever you have the Punisher with infinite ammo set up there, as well as Kaidia with just being on a Hawkeye, I mean, that is looking really rough for you. And a happy, renowned hit scan player. I mean, listen, we don't see Black Widow too often at all whatsoever, but if there is anyone who is going to make the Black Widow work, it is Happy, because this guy is just one of the best hit scan players to ever grace the hero shooter genre. Truly.
Early, but Ermo is trying to get both DPS out of the fight, managing to take down one. Ray Momo down in the fight. Ermo needs to do a good job here of just trying to stay alive, because this is it. If they lose this, they're going to be down another map, and they do not want to be down another map, but it might just not matter. Although they do have the portal, but there's 3 in the point. I don't know if they're going to have enough time to portal back.
Yeah, and I mean, Happy is just doing absolutely disgusting things on this hero that we have not seen in this tournament thus far. I mean, how many times can you count on your hand? Count how many times you've seen a Black Widow do this to a team at this level of play in this tournament. Personally, I wouldn't be able to lift a single finger, because I haven't seen anyone play Black Widow at all. No one has done it besides Happy, and I mean, maybe they should take a page out of his book, because that was some ridiculous play on that attacking phase there. 23-3. I mean, that is just simply unheard of. And I mean, just wow. I'm so impressed by the Black Widow gameplay. I'm so happy to be able to see it.
I mean, you're right. I think that is the very first time I have ever seen Black Widow in this tournament as well. So to be able to pull it out, I don't know if they honestly think it's to play, or maybe they just don't care. They're like going in with full confidence. They think no matter what they pick, they're going to win. But I mean, the thing that Black Widow does best is going off those off angles. Going straight to the left side and being able to get some sneaky picks was detrimental to their victory. Although arguably they probably could have gone any other character, probably still done the same thing, right? Happy is just showing that no matter what they're playing, they do get a lot of value. And talking about value, we're going to see a lot of that going in with these highlights, followed by a quick 5-minute break.
지르면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그대들의 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐 나도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 나도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 오면
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To train. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, rivals. I hope you have your snacks ready because we're going to match 3 between Team Invincible and Team KXJH. Invincible is currently up 2-0 as they have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, showing us that Black Widow really is a force to be reckoned with when you have that Hawk team up and a Mantis damage boost to allow you to one-shot headshot on the squishies. Ruben, what do you think of this?
I mean, if we thought that first map was decisive for Invincible, the second one was even more of a sight to behold. Because I've never, throughout this entire Asia region tournament, seen a team actually run Black Widow. Because most people think that Black Widow is an extremely bottom-tier hero because she's not capable of one-shotting anyone. But with the Hawkeye team up and with the Mantis on their team, Team Invincible decided to run Happy on the Widow on attack and got such an insane amount of value on that pick. I mean, he was tearing it up, picking people off left and right, and whenever he got dove by the enemy Psylocke, it didn't even matter because he just hit the close range headshot because, again, Happy is a very seasoned hero shooter esports player. If there is anyone who is the GOAT of hit scan hero gameplay, it is Happy, and he really proved it that map, and I cannot wait to see more of his Widow potentially throughout the rest of the tournament, maybe if he busts out again.
I would be extremely happy to see them pull out the Black Widow as well. I mean, it makes sense. It might not happen if Team KXJH manages to ban the Mantis or the Hawk because they will lose a little bit of value, but who knows? Happy has proven that no matter what character they're playing, they can just provide a lot of value for their team. But I want to talk about the portal play in the very beginning on the second round that Team Invincible pulled off. I have never seen a team use a portal to start off the fight. They didn't even take the portal. They just used it because they switched off to the Rocket Raccoon and the Punisher, and they used the team-up ability with the infinite ammo to get a sneaky pick with the Hawk as well. And they actually managed to do that, which was I've just never seen it. I was completely in awe. So hopefully we get to see some very high-tier strats like that again. And Invincible, for the third time in a row, banning the Adam Warlock. I mean, again, it has to be a strict ban. Somebody in KXH probably is very good with the Atom, and unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to play that in this tournament, at least not in this matchup.
That is BM from Invincible. They saw that they saw that Team KXJH banned the Hella last map because of Happy's utter domination on the first map. But this time they had to go with the Psylocke ban because of Happy's Psylocke in the previous map. So then Team Invincible decides, you know what? We're going to protect the Hella. If you're not going to let Happy play Psylocke, we're going to put him on the Hella and show you what we showed you on the very first map. So, I mean, this is looking a little rough for Team KXJH because, I mean, Happy on the Hella is just not a sight that you want to see on the enemy team as KXJH bans Luna, which is interesting because so far we have only seen Team Invincible run the Mantis Luna like core support composition besides the little brief moment of Rocket Raccoon at the beginning of that at the beginning of that second map on the second round, like you mentioned, for that portal play. So it seems like they're going to be running Mantis and Cloak and Dagger instead, which is going to be cool. And yeah, I doubt we were going to see the Scarlet Witch from Kaida come out, unless they decided to run the Magneto team up so that he could get the sword. But I mean, Kaida, we want to see this guy's, you know, not Hawkeye, because maybe Hawkeye. I forgot that he didn't get banned. But yeah, Kaida is just going to be able to play whatever he wants and do amazingly on it. Because we've seen this guy play Hawkeye, we've seen this guy play Namor. I mean, no matter what hero you put this guy on, he's going to be putting on a show.
Definitely putting up a show, and maybe they're just trying to mess with us casters, but Happy on the grill, I mean, I know they're a great player. You keep mentioning they're a hit scan player, but the grill just doesn't really make sense with their composition, especially when the Hella Hawkeye is up. But it does look like they are going to be switching off to that Hella. So we're going to have a mirror matchup. We're going to have the same exact composition on both sides.
I mean, it is pretty rare that you see an exact mirror matchup, but whenever you do, it's always really fun to see because it truly is a matter of which team is able to run their comp the best. So, I mean, with Team Invincible on the defense here, I'm really excited to see what kind of hold they're able to pull off because, I mean, last map they put on a first point hold, and I mean, that was really impressive. So maybe we're going to see one again, but I believe in Team KXJH to be able to put up a good fight because if Team KXJH loses this map, that is the end of the series for them. They will be out because this is a best of 5. Invincible is currently up 2-0. So I mean, this is looking a little rough for them, but I believe in them to put on a good show for us here.
I do have to say, I love Neko's portal placement, completely shutting down Teemo's portal as well. So now both portals should be down. They were able to drop it down and almost getting a pick, which allowed them to just get a little bit of, not really map control, but it's dwindling down the time, right? Which is what you want to see. But right now, we got a complete showdown as Kaida with a really good position. Not hitting the headshot, only hitting the body shot. Not going to be able to get the first pick there. It's still anyone's game. And we have seen this time and time again in this map. A lot of teams decide to push on the left side, trying to take the left building control. Which honestly, ever since I've been seeing this, by casting this, I pulled it out myself in ranked, and I actually have been successful. So I'm definitely taking a lot of notes here, but Team Invincible is doing a good job of just holding it down. KXJH is kind of just stuck here in this chokehold, not really much being done. And this is good news for Invincible, even if they're not getting picks. I mean, there's only 2 minutes left on this point.
Yeah, I mean, it was really unfortunate last fight. Series of periods managed to get 2 picks off, and they weren't able to do anything with it. They didn't gain much space off of those picks, which is really tragic because whenever your Hawkeye player gets 2 picks, you have to be able to capitalize on it. You have to take space, and it didn't seem like Team KXJH was able to, especially whenever you get Happy as your first pick. I mean, that is such huge value, and they just weren't able to capitalize off of it at all, which is really, really tragic. And I mean, Happy got picked off again. This is going to be Team KXJH's opportunity to push up and make a capture on this objective here. If they don't take advantage of the Happy pick, I mean, I'm not sure if they'll ever be able to capture this point, because I mean, that's about as good as you can get. No more Hella on the enemy team. Like, you gotta go in.
They definitely have to go in, but they have to be careful because there's a lot of ultimates. Almost everyone in the map has their ult ready. And it looks like Kata straight out of position as Teemo's going to be able to get that pick. That is exactly what you want to see if you're rooting for KXJH. And Mantis ult has been popped, though. That's going to allow a lot of sustain for Team Invincible, as they're also going to be able to get a pick as well. NTTA has to be very careful. They're only at 76%. They need to maintain their life here, but they're getting pushed back. Although they got the pick on Happy, like we mentioned, it's just they don't seem to be able to get the other trades that they definitely need to get. And Happy's already back in the fight.
Yeah, what's really rough is that Kaidia has such good positioning on the Hawkeye. He is set up on the top left high ground by himself. Bobo King didn't really have a choice but to go for a really high risk, high reward play by using his bird to get up on the high ground with him. And unfortunately, he got traded out, which is not a great scenario to be in as the attackers. And this time, thankfully, he was able to pick off Kaidia, but not until after he picked off their own team's Hawkeye, as Bobo King goes for a really big Hella ult here, but gets absolutely denied by Neko.
Yeah, denying the Hella ult is going to hurt Bobo King, and this is still anyone's fight. They need to be careful because this is it. It's overtime. If KXJH loses this fight, this might potentially be it, their tournament run. They're not going to get another shot after this. And if they're doing an amazing job, as Teemo's going to get a pick by Happy with 3 already. Happy clutching up for Team Invincible, and it's not done. Looking for the 4th pick. Are they going to be able to get it? They're not going to be able to get it in time because they have already won the first round.
Yeah, I mean, Team KXJH is not too happy about getting full held 2 times in a row there. They did manage to get 94% capture progress, which is pretty good. But I'm sorry to say, I kind of doubt that that will be enough in order to win this map. They really have to pull out all the stops here in order to hold this first point here, or else they're out of the tournament. It'll be the end of the series for them. Invincible will be up 3-0. I mean, they've been putting up a remarkable performance thus far. And I mean, not Team Kaidia, but I mean, honestly, with Kaidia's performance on the Hawkeye, it might as well be. He was just largely uncontested on that high ground, able to rain down arrows upon the enemy team. Just no one was really able to do anything about him. And if someone was able to do something about Kaidia, Team Invincible was really good about making sure to pick that person off as well. So at the very worst, if Kaidia is getting knocked down, it'll be a trade for Invincible and not just them being down a man, which is really good for them.
Exactly. I think Kaidia is just doing a good job of playing those off angles, understanding that KXJH was going to push through that building, and they just didn't really have the position to seclude them or handle them, which in Invincible's favor, they managed to win that first round. That's the second time KXJH, which is inches away from securing the first point, but somehow, some way, Invincible manages to win the fight. We're not going to see a portal play coming in for Team Invincible, and it looks like Teemo actually used theirs, and they are gonna, oh my lord, they're actually going to use it, although Neko didn't use theirs, but they're gonna get a first pick already. No, actually they were the ones that got first pick. So this is gonna be interesting because it's a 5v5. Bobo King is still trying to get enough value from this portal, doing a good job, but Neko's doing also an amazing job, which is maintaining their life, maintaining that sustain. But Bobo King taking a lot of damage. Good positioning. They might be able to pick off Kaidia, as it looks like Invincible has a different strategy for pushing this first point. Happy once again pulling up the Black Widow, being able to get the first pick, and that's going to allow Neko to use their portal as well. All of a sudden, we have full aggression from Invincible, but you know, somebody that didn't take the portal was Happy, and that's going to allow them to get 1 pick, maybe 2 on the Mantis as well.
I really love how Team Invincible rolls out with the Black Widow as not a meme strat. They are totally serious about it whenever they're running that Hawkeye Black Widow team up, and they have proven it to be successful once again as they go 1-0 on that map, resulting in Invincible taking the series home over Team KXJH in a very decisive 3-0. I mean, that was truly just complete utter domination from Team Invincible. They did a really good job. I love the Hawkeye and the Black Widow team up. I love how their support line is always playing so aggressively. I love how their tanks are always there to keep everyone on the enemy team in check no matter what and peeling for their DPS all the time. I mean, that was a really spectacular match. Team Invincible really showing that they are a very, very dominant force to be reckoned with. And so with that, we will be showing you some highlights and going into a 10-minute break until the next match. So thank you all for watching that beautiful match with us. See you soon.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. grasping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your power.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
All right, and welcome back from a short little 10-minute break. We are hot off the trail from a really, really wonderful match between Invincible and Team KXJH. They came in huge, with Invincible taking a 3-0 victory over KXJH. I mean, they had some really stellar and unique plays that we've never really seen before in this tournament. Elvin, if you'd like to tell us about them.
So there's a couple of things that we saw. First of all, I want to talk about Neko's portal placement. On that last map on defense, they decided to use it in the beginning, right? Most strange players do this where they try to counter the enemy's portal play. Nothing to see there, right? But on offense, they actually decided to save it. Now, they waited till they got a little bit of control, being happy, ended up getting a pick. And then after getting that pick, they decided to use the portal and they got high control out of that, and essentially leading to them winning the fight. But another thing that we need to know is Happy pulling out the Black Widow, which makes a lot of sense when you have the team up ability with Hawk and you have Mantis being able to damage boost you so you can get those sneaky one-shot headshots.
Yeah, I mean, that team up with the Hawkeye and the Hela is not something we've seen in the tournament yet. So, I mean, it is really impressive to see it busted out at this level of play for the first time. And it seems like from Team BB, we are going to be seeing a 6-man Jeff composition, which is not something I've seen in this tournament, in Marvel Rivals in general, or anywhere at all. And I cannot wait to see what they're going to be able to do with 6 Jeffs on the same team. Oh my goodness. I am hoping for some marvelous things as we do see a Psylocke ban from Team Luxury Watch, a Hulk ban from Team BB, and a Hela Protect, which is really interesting because you have to have a lot of confidence in your Hela player in order to protect the Hela rather than immediately banning them. You have to be so certain that your Hela player is going to diff the enemy team that you protect the Hela. I mean, that is a very brave opening play from Luxury Watch here. I love to see the confidence. Absolutely beautiful.
I mean, the last time we saw a team protect a Hela, we saw Happy countering them and going absolutely nuts. So hopefully this time around, if Luxury is saving the Hela, hopefully they can dip, like you mentioned, Ruben. Now, BB1 is going to decide to ban Hawk. I mean, no surprise. We saw what Hawk could do in the last series. And a Magneto ban from Luxury. I mean, this is the first time I've ever seen Magneto being banned. I mean, it makes sense. You have the shield to protect yourself for almost 2-3 seconds. And then you have it bubble not only to protect yourself, but also being able to protect your backline if you need to. It's just something that we're normally not accustomed to. But it does look like Luxury is going to go for a different composition. Now, this is something that we normally haven't seen yet. Or actually, for this tournament, we haven't seen it yet. But we have seen it in previous plays where we're going to have a Groot and a amazing team up. My favorite team up, because Punisher is my favorite character. We have the Rocket Raccoon and, unfortunately, but for some amazing, again, gameplay, we do have the Bucky or the Winter Soldier. Now, the last time I saw a Winter Soldier on this map, I believe, I forget their name.
It was Shroods.
Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me, Ruben. It was Shroods. Last time we saw a Winter Soldier on this map, we saw Shroods go again and again and again, being able to pick off everyone in the enemy team one by one. So hopefully YOLO Magic can give us casters and us some amazing plays as well.
And Team BB1, I was going to be very confused about them running the Rocket Raccoon with no team-up hero, no Winter Soldier, no Punisher. But it does seem like they are opting out to run the very standard Luna Snow and Mantis combo. As Luxury Watch, they seem to be running... I am so excited about the infinite ammo Winter Soldier. As Team BB1 Strange takes an ambitious off angle with that portal, immediately getting a pick off onto YOLO Magic, but they do seem getting rezzed immediately. Already getting that Rocket Raccoon value, which is really nice, but Team BB1's Hela just immediately asserting dominance over the enemy team's Hela. I mean, that is absolutely beautiful stuff, as it seems like BB1 is set up for a good first point. If not capture, at least a good decisive fight so far as they continue getting the Saggers onto Luxury Watch. I mean, this is looking really good for them.
I mean, that portal play, I think the Strange was, I think they were the only one that took the portal, which caught Luxury by surprise. I mean, it caught me by surprise. Usually when you see a portal play, you see the whole team taking it. Maybe you don't see the Hella taking it because they're going to go for that off angle, but forcing Luxury to kind of just all turn around and be like, whoa, this is a portal play? What's going on here? Then all of a sudden, they turn around and then you have the Hella just picking you off from behind, which was it's funny because when those plays come out, it's kind of like an unintentional flank where technically you're not flanking, you're just pushing off main. But because everyone turns around from the portal, now all of a sudden you're flanking, and BB1, they're going to be able to win that off of straight fashion. They were able to win both fights, pulling off the Venom as well, which is something that we haven't really seen much of yet.
Yeah, we have not been seeing a lot of Venom play. And also, we haven't been seeing a lot of first points where nobody uses any ultimates at all whatsoever. It was really smart from Team BB1 to not use anything to be prepared for the next point, to have all of their ultimates readied up. But also, Luxury Watch never had an opportunity to use their ultimates because they just kept getting staggered towards the end of the first point. So, I mean, they weren't really able to do anything about it as BB1 just pushes forward and runs them over. Still, no ultimates in play besides November 24th's Namor ult, Horn of Proteus. I mean, that was just a really clean, efficient fight. Really good stuff from BB1 again.
And they're not giving up control. They're still pushing up, which is what you want to see from your front line. Now they got to be very careful here because here comes Luxury's first Mantis ult. What are they going to be able to do this? Hella is going to try to counter this with their ultimate as well. They got to be very careful though because they have a lot of sustain, but it's not going to matter when the Groot is going to have a lot of damage as well. Looks like Neo is going to be able to get that trade though right away. Now, it's kind of insane because there's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock still, going into the second point, and they're already inches away from securing it. And Neil is not stopping. They're going in, and they're able to get one on the DPS, being able to trade off YOLO there. And they're not scared of anything. They still have that shield and the amazing sustain coming in from their team as well. It's allowing Neil to get yet another pick.
Yeah, I mean, while we don't see a lot of Venom in this tournament play, Neil is making really good work of him, not only making a ton of space all the time, but also getting just constant KOs as well. And Luxury Watch is finally getting their stuff together and performing a hold, which is really good for them as they go into this next fight with not a ton of ultimates. They do have an again, which we may be seeing come into play. Hopefully we get to see a good solid 7 of them, maybe, hopefully. I mean, it's always a treat to watch the Winter Soldier be in play. I mean, and I'm sure that YOLO Magic is going to put on quite the show for us here as well.
Yeah, Luxury Watch did an amazing job, especially soon being able to get a lot of value off the Eye of Agamotto, essentially allowing Luxury Watch to finally win their first fight. Now, 4 minutes have dwindled down to only 2, so they're halfway to securing or halfway to defending this second point, which is exactly what they need because BB1 is providing a lot of pressure. And just like that, they're back into this fight as we have a straight 6v6. I believe no one has been picked off yet. But they do got to be careful because it looks like BB1, they're just all over the place. You have their Strange going for the high ground value in the top left, and that kind of forces Soon to match that. But now Gru has to be very careful. But some support ults have been used, and they might actually be able to win this if they're able to play aggro. This Strange, I've been seeing some amazing plays, literally just in the backline the whole time, being able to get some sneaky picks. But although we're seeing a lot of action from the front line, we have to give a lot of shout out to the supports because the front line can't do anything unless if they're being healed. But November doesn't need to be healed when he's going to be able to get a pick up in off angle and another off of Agamotto, being able to get one as well on hot lava. This is looking really good for BB1.
I mean, November 24th is just completely flipping the script on how the staple anti-dive duelist character is supposed to be played by diving the back line and having a really valuable off angle. And that is enough for Team BB1 to be able to capture the second point here, which is really beautiful. Honestly, a lot of really wonderful plays from BB1. I absolutely loved seeing both of the Stranges testing the off angle together as they were the primary flankers of their team for that fight. I mean, that is just absolutely lovely to see. It is so fun to see a tank matchup where both of the tanks are not just standing in the front line together, and they actually have to take various different angles together to contest the duelists and everyone else, like enemy range.
And it looks like Luxury Watch, they have switched off from the Winter Soldier, deciding to go Punisher now. Maybe that's the change that they need in order to make a comeback here. And an amazing pick from Luna. That's exactly what you want to see from your strategists. Not only being able to sustain your team, but also doing a lot of damage to the point where they're getting picks. Now, this is going to provide a little bit of control, but they got to be careful because here comes Final Judgment for YOLO Magic. Finally getting some value off their pick, being able to get one on November 24th. And this is going to allow Budo to play really aggro as well, popping that ultimate as well. Alaba getting a piece of that. And all of a sudden, Luxury Watch has been successful in winning this fight. And there's only 1 minute left. They actually might be successful in holding them off.
Yeah, I mean, BB1 was really smart to lose that fight and not use anything in the process because they realized, hey, listen, we're not winning this fight. We want to cut our losses and make sure we're prepared for the next one. But Team Luxury Watch, in return, they only used Punisher and Mantis ult, which also leaves them very well set up for this defense coming up right here. And there are only 40 seconds left on the clock, so BB1, they don't have a ton of time to be able to make this attack work as they open up a portal behind them, dropping in from the top ropes and just diving as a team collectively. This is absolutely beautiful as all start popping out left and right.
Left and right, and the Neymar ult couldn't get any value because the Luna was able to be there with the ult to save their entire team. But look, Luxury Watch is included. They're all stuck in the little room. And look who's in a 1v1. It's a Hela versus a Mantis, and we know who's going to win that. That's going to be the Hela. It's November 24th. Somehow, some way, he's going to be able to get some picks. And BB1 is looking very strong right now, as it is overtime, but they should be able to take this home. As unfortunately for Hot Lava, they did manage to get one pick, but it's not enough. They could potentially still come back. I mean, their respawn room is right there, but they have to be very careful. Neo switching off to the Venom to potentially provide enough time for Luxury and their squad to just come back. And they actually might be able to do this, as they're going to be able to get one pick as well.
I mean, this actually is a totally winnable fight for Luxury Watch because, yeah, their spawn is right there. They do have ults coming up, but it doesn't seem to matter as BB1 cuts them short by just getting all of the picks that they need. It looks like it's going to be a successful overtime push for them, unless YOLO Magic comes in from the side and picks off half their team by himself. Oh, it's just not enough as BB1 finally pushes it to the very end. But not before we got to watch some heroics from YOLO Magic. Oh my goodness. It is not easy as Star-Lord to just do that by yourself. I mean, what was that, 3 KOs for him in such a last effort desperation play? That is just absolutely spectacular. I mean, listen, BB1 did push it to the very end. They did do a really good job doing so. But Luxury Watch does have all the time in the world in order to do the same. They only capped in overtime. So if Luxury Watch captures the point with any amount of time, they're looking set up for a really, really good round 3 and 4 on this map right here to start off the series.
I mean, after we saw them going crazy with the Star-Lord, I would assume that they might potentially pull it out for this second half. But they are just going to commit to the Punisher instead with no Rocket Raccoon on top of that, unless if they switch off last second. I'm not sure if I find a lot of value in a Punisher without the Rocket Raccoon. At the very least, they do have the damage boost from the Mantis. But as a Punisher player myself, I just feel like sometimes you just don't do enough damage unless if you're able to just sneak in the front line and pull out that shotgun for that high damage burst, which is very hard to do. But okay, I might be getting a little too excited, but is YOLO Magic really going to pull out the Wolverine here?
Listen, I thought YOLO Magic was going to be pulling out the Rocket Raccoon-less Punisher, and I feel like that would have made sense in order to help deal with Neil a little bit more. But instead, we are going to be seeing some Wolverine gameplay in the tournament, which always makes me so happy. Because for those of you who don't know, who might be looking at the Wolverine pick and thinking, Wolverine, that hero's not very good. Why would anyone play that guy? Wolverine is actually one of the best duelists in the game when it comes to taking care of the enemy tanks. So I'm really excited to see what YOLO Magic is able to do on the Wolverine right here, as Luxury Watch opens up the fight with some really important early picks, forcing BB1 back. But apparently I'm a liar and a fraud, because BB1 returns with multiple picks of their own, making this a really close fight. And I'm not sure if Luxury Watch is going to be able to capture this very cleanly, considering both teams are just getting back and forth picks. I mean, they might be able to get some capture percentage, but BB1 will be coming back with a vengeance very soon. Potential big recontest here.
Potential recontest. It might not look that way, as Luxury Watch manages to claw themselves in with the first point, and they have 5 minutes left as well. They did exactly what BB1 was able to do to them, returning the same place essentially. And I think it's interesting to note that BB1 actually wasted their portal. It looks like they were assuming that Luxury was going to make a portal play, so they got no value off of that, and that's going to provide Luxury to hopefully make a portal play for themselves in the second point that could potentially win them this fight. Now they got to be very careful, because this choke right here is very scary. They need to be careful in not getting picked off. We do have the Grudo here, so hopefully we can see some amazing plays, being able to seclude the Strange with those walls. That's what you want to see, but the Luna ult was popped in response.
Yeah, I mean, BB1 is performing quite the strong hold here as ults start getting popped left and right. And that is a really, really large sedate from Budol right there onto Neil, because, I mean, Neil has just been tearing it up in the front line and the back line the entire game, which is why Luxury Watch even considered going Punisher in the first place. And it seems like BB1 and Luxury Watch, really close fight there, but Luxury Watch seems to cinch it at the very end as they start pushing it towards the end of the second point here. I mean, this is looking like a really good map from both teams. Luxury Watch looking pretty set up to maybe potentially capture the third point with some time, as we said earlier.
That is true, but BB1 does have the Mantis ultimate here that's going to provide a lot of sustain and a lot of time that they're going to be able to save if they manage to use it. And they are going to be using it, so this is going to be go time for BB1 to play very aggressively. That's exactly what we're going to be seeing. The Hello O is going to be countered as well. Strange doing an amazing job of using their shield, so the Hela didn't get any value off of that. That is very unfortunate for them. And oh my lord, Punisher, YOLO Magic actually switching back to the Punisher, getting a pick as well. That's what you want to see, but it's still anyone's fight. And here comes the portal play that we were talking about that Luxury ended up saving. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't look like they were able to do much with it. That's going to be BB1 with a successful hold and managing to waste the Strange portal at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, really beautiful attempt at a portal play right there, but I mean, they are just far too powerful as we go into the next fight. 2.5 minutes left on the time bank, which is quite a lot of time for Team Luxury Watch. They're not in a very dire situation at the moment, but they do come in with around 4 or 5 ultimates in comparison to BB1's 3 or so. And so, I mean, going into this fight, it really is anyone's game. Both teams are looking really good, especially with YOLO Magic swapping onto the Punisher to help deal with Neil a little bit more, who is just constantly bothering Luxury Watch's backline, just tearing it up constantly. As ults start getting popped left and right, BB1 committing every team committing everything that they have into this. And BB1 is just getting all of the picks they need. They're doing such an amazing job with such a strong hold here, as every single ult basically came out into play right there. And Luxury Watch noting that, hey, we lost that fight while using every single one of our ultimates. We're going to have to swap something up. And Zune swaps over to the Thor. So we're going to be seeing a little bit of a Hela-Thor team-up action. If Hela gets a pick, the Thor will be revived if he is knocked out.
Exactly. Having that team-up ability might be enough for Luxury to secure this point. Now, there is a nice choke being held by BB1, as the Strange is going to be able to get 2. Neil being able to get 1. And look at that, the Strange being able to get 3 picks off the fight already. Now, there's only 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and they have full control of the map already. Now, this is a very important choke that most teams have been holding. I've been seeing a lot of Asian server teams holding this top left corner here, holding this choke. And if they're able to do this for about 30 seconds, they should be able to take this home. They're about to get their strange Aya of Agamotto back as well. They just got it, but they got to be very careful because they just lost control. But it's not going to matter when the payload is pushed up a little bit. So this might provide a sneaky play. They're high up in the air. They're looking for the supports. Are they going to be able to use it? Aya of Agamotto has been used, and I believe they have been able to get 3 there. And November is going to capitalize on that, being able to get some picks, and all of a sudden BB1 once again being able to have a successful hold.
BB1 very decisively wins that fight, but also Luxury Watch did a good job not staggering because they know they are going into this last fight with 30 seconds on the time bank. They gotta get their ultimates. They gotta get ready to go into this next fight and be able to win because, I mean, if they don't win right here, that is the first map for BB1 in this best of 5, and they really, really don't want that. And Luxury Watch is going to be coming into this fight with a Mantis, both support ults and a Hela ult. So they're looking pretty well set up here. And again, I mean, they do have to do a full capture, but if they get any time at all, they are already in a better position than BB1 as teams just start picking off people left and right. Budol with a really aggressive Mantis play, which I always love to see.
YOLO Magic with the final judgment, being able to take it with a portal, actually being able to get 2. Maybe that wasn't a portal. It looked like a portal. Maybe it wasn't, but it doesn't matter because they were able to get so many picks off of it. And I got to give a big shout out to Soon there. They realized that the Hela, they were playing an off angle. And if Thor can do anything right, is to be able to win a 1v1, providing a lot of damage, and being able to get that pick was detrimental for their team. But it's not over yet because BB1 is back. They do have that Venom to come back into the fight, but Neo's gonna get picked off. And I love this turret placement here from YOLO Magic. They're getting a lot of value, and look at their ultimate percentage. It's going up. They just used their final judgment, and they're really almost halfway there. That's gonna be amazing if they win this fight. They're gonna have it for the next round as well. And YOLO Magic pulling out the shotgun, pushing up, but not gonna get too much value. Yes, they are. They're gonna be able to get 1. This should be Luxury's watch map to win, or round to win here.
Yeah, BB1 getting a little bit desperate and popping out whatever ults they can in order to try to bring this fight back, but unfortunately it's just a little bit too late, and Luxury Watch is too set up for success right here. And stressfully for BB1, Luxury Watch is going to the 3rd point here, and again, if they get any time at all, they're going to be set up really well for the next 2 rounds here. And Budol, I mean, just coming in as Luxury Watch's hero that fight, really just playing as aggressively as he can on the Mantis, getting picks left and right, and YOLO Magic with the beautiful, beautiful turret setup. And, I mean, not to mention, Luxury Watch is strange with a really huge portal in order to set up YOLO Magic in the first place. Not only was YOLO Magic able to use the Punisher ult to great effect, but he was also able to jump up onto the high ground to set up the turret where no one on BB1 was able to contest him for such a long time. And Hot Lava starting off this fight spicy with a pick on the enemy Hela. I mean, this is just beautiful.
Yeah, but November's also going to get a piece of that. They're playing extremely aggressive. They're not scared of the world when they can just go immune on their bubble. But final judgment once again has been used. And BB1, I mean, they have 1 support ult, and it looks like they're going to decide to save it because they're still going to be able to get some picks. Neo getting really low, but Luna's doing an amazing job, which is keeping them alive. And here might come the ults coming in from the Mantis, and just like that, once again, Luna getting another pick. But the Eye of Agamotto is going to be absolutely insane from Luxury. They're going to be able to pick off the Luna, and that was the most important person to pick off because the Luna had their ult. Now they're not going to be able to use it for this fight, and that's going to allow Luxury Watch to push up, and that might be it. They don't have a portal to seclude the enemy team, though, so they might potentially have to win another fight, as we're going to see a Hela ult, and here comes the Luna ult that they desperately needed to use in the last fight. Now they desperately using it for this last one, just trying to provide enough time for the team. Again, YOLO Magic with these portals being able to get another pick, but they gotta be careful because the Hela is gonna get some picks, but it's not gonna matter. It's gonna be Luxury Watch being able to secure that. All of a sudden, we're going to the last round here. We're going to overtime.
I mean, BB1 did a really, really magnificent job holding that, and they were getting a lot of picks in that last fight, but much to everyone's dismay, they weren't able to touch, unfortunately. Not quite a C9 because, I mean, Everybody who was able to touch was on the point, and then they got KO'd. And everybody else was just on such vital off angles, getting such vital picks that they really had no other choice but to play the way that they did. And we're going to be going into round 3 and 4 with both teams with 1 minute each on their attacking time bank. So this is going to be pretty close here, with both teams just not really having a ton of time to make a lot of things work. But they're going to be going into both of these rounds with fists absolutely swinging. Because, I mean, there's a lot on the line here. We're pretty late into the tournament. I mean, getting eliminated here would really, really suck. So, I mean, they just got to really lock in here, as Luxury Watch is running the Punisher and Raccoon duo on the defense, as BB1 is running the classic Hela and Namor for the very effective anti-dive.
Exactly. We do still have that Punisher Raccoon combo, which is what I love to see. I'm not 100% sure if they had the Rocket Raccoon at the very last fight. I think they still had the Mantis Luna. So the fact that they switch off the Mantis is going to be quite interesting. I mean, it makes sense with a Punisher. You're going to get a lot of value. But not having that ultimate ability from the Mantis is going to be very detrimental for these team fights, especially when there's only 60 seconds left on the clock. This Hot Lava is going to have a very interesting position here, trying to get some value, but not being able to pick off anybody. They got to be very careful here, because there has been a portal used already. But it's an interesting portal once again. Nobody really took it. The portal was just kind of just to distract Luxury Watch, but they're not going to take the bait this time around.
Ooh, and November 24th just pushing up, making a ton of space with his range. I mean, they're doing magnificent work, functioning together like a well-oiled machine, as BB1 gets at least the first take here. And oh my goodness, BB1 Strange is just contesting the high ground like no one else. That Punisher sat up on top of the arch thinking to himself, well, I'm up here and nobody on the enemy team can realistically get up to me. I just have a free shooting day here. But much to his dismay, BB1 Strange is not having any of that at all, as he floats up there, blocks him off, and gets the successful KO, which is honestly fight-winning it by itself, as BB1 captures the first point and starts pushing it into second. I mean, this is a really good position to be in for them. Even if they lose the fight right here, capturing the first point is already a difficult enough task that they've already successfully accomplished.
Exactly, and they have 3 ultimates already. Neymar all being used, and that's going to allow a nice pick as well. YOLO Magic not looking straightforward, almost getting picked off as well. So BB1 is going to use that to their advantage, being able to get another pick. They still have a lot of ultimates used. Both support ults haven't been used yet. So BB1 is looking very strong into this push. They might potentially be able to get this second pick, but YOLO Magic with the final judgment, with the Luna combination as well. But it's not going to be enough. November and the Hela just providing way too much damage, being able to pick off the final judgment through the Luna ult. And that's going to allow them to contain map control. As November, they're not afraid of anything. They're not afraid of anything. They're still pushing up. They got to be careful, though, because Soon is right there with the Thor. That's going to allow them to push back a little. But that is and should be the second point. Unless if Brutal's going to come in and use their ultimate. Here we go. They had 1.39 meters left, but they weren't able to secure it because Luxury Watch is going in. And yours going to be able to get one as well. This is still anyone's fight.
Yeah, I mean, Luxury Watch is doing everything they possibly can in order to hold this. They are doing a magnificent job. It seems like Luxury Watch will be losing this fight right here, and that is a successful second point hold from them. But I mean, if you're Luxury Watch right now, you are sweating bullets. To have 1 minute for your own time bank, knowing that not only do you have to capture the first point, but you have to win 2 to 3 fights on the second in order to push it as far as BB1 did, this is a really uncomfortable position to be here. You have no room to lose a fight anywhere on this next push. And I mean, even if they do lose this map, this is a best of 5, so there will be more after this. But I mean, you really do want to get off on the right foot here and get the win. So, I mean, Luxury Watch is not in the greatest position right now, and they're going to have to really lock in to be able to make it to that all the way to second push. I mean, it's a big task, but I think they can do it.
I mean, if they do it, it's because Poodle finally switched off the Rocket Raccoon. Again, that Mantis Soul just provides way too much value, too much sustain, which pretty much almost makes you win team fights. I mean, that's exactly the reason why Luxury Watch was able to win at the very end. They had the Mantis Soul while BB1 didn't, and that allowed them to play really aggro and ended up defending. But they got to be very careful now, because now it's a Punisher with no Rocket Raccoon. It's going to be kind of hard for them to get a lot of value. Essentially, they're just going to be hitting the front line until they get their final judgment, and they're going to pray that the final judgment is going to be enough. But are we really going to see BB1 play this aggressive with the Hela? Okay, I'm really happy, because I was about to say, like, there's no way we're playing this aggressive. It looks like that portal was placed already as well. I do think that was BB1's portal, just kind of, I think they portaled off the enemy spawn. So that's going to provide just a little bit of time for them. So this is basically going to be one fight, but Luxury Watch is going to use a portal in response, and they're going to go for the high ground here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really nice high ground position to be taking with the Strange Portal. And I mean, the cooldown is on a 3-minute cooldown, but you don't really have that much time, so you really got to be busting it out as soon as possible, as they take a really advantageous position, really forcing BB1 off of their high ground, off of all of their off angles that they're looking to set up on Team Luxury Watch. So, already with a really huge amount of value on the Punisher already, with a pick off on BB1's Hela, as they continue to push up onto their high ground, forcing Luxury Watch into not the greatest position, as they're stuck in this little room. And that looks like a really good first fight win from Luxury Watch here. I'm not sure if BB1 is going to be able to get the recontest, but I mean, Luxury Watch is set up really, really well for a strong second point push.
100%. Luxury did a good job after portaling. It looked like they were just being a hold off on a choke, but playing very, very they just wasted time. They didn't play too aggressive. At the right time, they decided to push up and not allow Yellow Magic to pull out that shotgun, being able to get the first pick, which pretty much led to them getting map control, being able to put BB1 into the arcade, and they were just secluded there, and they were able to get those picks. Talking about picks, so Hot Lava is looking for one as well. They got to be careful. It looks like BB1 has pushed off to the Star-Lord here, looking for that aimbot ability to potentially get some picks. That Neymar is going to seclude the team. It was looking really scary, but Hot Lava is still going to be able to get a pick. And Sono with the Thor playing super aggressive with a Luna ult behind them as well, so they're not scared of anything right now. But look at the overtime. If they get off the point for at least half a second, it's going to be over for them. So they need at least one person to be on the point at all times.
Yundi with just an absolutely not only beautiful Luna ult in order to save the entire team from getting exploded, but also with a really beautiful freeze on Neil that single-handedly won that fight for them. He was frozen before he could activate his ability to gain all that overhealth that he needs in order to survive. And now Luxury Watch basically just needs to win one more fight, and then they'll be bringing this map home. But if they get off the point for even 1 second, it's going to be given up to BB1. And Hot Lava with such a valuable pick on the Star-Lord already. This is looking really good for Team Luxury Watch.
Both Eye of Agamotto's have been used. It's going to be a matter of the team being able to get enough value. And it might be BB1 that gets enough value as they use everything to secure this. And it's only going to be the Strange left, and they are going to be able to pick them up. All of a sudden, we have BB1 being able to hold and take the map 1 victory.
I mean, Luxury Watch's Doctor Strange was just left fighting for his life on that point right there. I mean, the problem that happened there with Luxury Watch is that they all used their ultimates so early in the fight, because, I mean, they really don't have too much of a choice. If they go down, if they get knocked out with their ultimates, they are absolutely losing. So the fact that they were forced to use their ultimates really early, then it's just, it's just a really unfortunate situation to be put in. And so with that, BB won 1-0 in the series against Luxury Watch. We are going to be getting ready a highlight reel for you, and we're going into a short 5-minute break right here. So see you in just a minute.
내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래서 내 운명에 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, Stampede!
Ruben, I am amazed. We witnessed BB1 Strange get a whooping 62 elams, working overtime to secure the first paycheck, or I should say, the first map against Luxury Watch. Now, surely, we might see a Strange ban here, right?
I mean, maybe. It was really fun watching both of the Strangers from that match constantly contesting each other on various off angles, because what you usually see from Strange players is that they're like the front line of their team. They're, you know, making sure that to protect everybody from all the damage coming in from the front, but both of them were just contesting high ground, taking off angles, doing a really good job keeping everyone in check, and it's no wonder that BB1 Strange did so well. I mean, that is a well-deserved MVP right there, and maybe we'll see a Strange ban. I mean, the problem is, at this level of play, if you see someone performing really well on a character, it might not be worth well, okay, I was going to say, it might not be worth banning that character because that person is probably really competent on other heroes as well. But Luxury Watch just, you know, deciding, you know what? They did a little bit too well on that Strange. I think we can confidently go into this next map without that character, and we may have better odds of winning because, I mean, that first map was really, really close for both teams, and I'm really excited to see BB1 with the Psylocke Protect. So we're going to be seeing, hopefully, a little Psylocke composition coming out from them, or we may be seeing a lineup of 6 Jeffs from them, which would also be really cool and would probably instantly win them the grand finals of the tournament.
I mean, if BB1 does pull out 6 Jeffers, I mean, they deserve it. Just give them the money, please. Just don't even give anyone else the runner-up money. No, just give them all the money, please. Like, we all want to see that. To no surprise, so we are going to be seeing a Hulk being saved. But the Iron Man ban, Luxury saving Hulk, but themselves banning Iron Man. I mean, maybe they don't have an Iron Man player and they just want to take it away from BB1. Usually you don't really see that though. If you're saving the Hulk, you're usually going to go with the Iron Man on top of that. So them banning that themselves is very surprising to me. But something that is not surprising is a Hawk ban. I think this is the first time in today's broadcast that we have finally seen a Hela and a Hawk being banned at the same time.
Yeah, I am really surprised from Team Luxury Watch because, yeah, exactly like you said, if you're going to be running the Hulk, if you're going to be protecting Hulk, you're also probably wanting to run the Iron Man to combo so that he gets the Gamma Ray. But it seems like they are purely protecting Hulk just so that they can have Zune on the Hulk despite having Doctor Strange and Iron Man banned. So they're just really feeling good about Zune's Hulk here, even without any team-ups, which, while Hulk is an amazing character, don't get me wrong, it is really surprising to see them run him and protect him while also simultaneously banning both of his team-ups.
I mean, I think it makes sense because look at what team-ups they're actually running. They're going to go for the Atom, Mantis, and the Star-Lord. So they're going to be able to sustain and revive themselves all at the same time. So I think straight off the bat, they knew they were going to run this composition. And because they were going to run that, they were like, okay, so we're not going to have the Strange. We're not going to have the other characters, the Iron Man. We might as well just ban it. So BB1 doesn't run it against us. But it's not going to matter because November 24th is going to be able to get the first pick. YOLO should be able to revive themselves unless if they decide to not, and they are. So although they got the first pick, it's not going to provide too much value when Luxury Watch has a composition where they are going to be reviving themselves all the time. But November 24th is going to be able to get the better end of YOLO Magic yet again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can revive yourself all you want, but if YOLO Magic is in charge, you're just going to get KO'd once again, with completely negating the value of the heal. So, I mean, we're already seeing BB1's Adam Warlock getting a ton of value, not just by healing his team, but by going on the offense here and just absolutely tearing it up. I mean, never, ever sleep on Adam and his damage output capacity because that guy is almost like a mini Hela, but on support. I mean, he is pretty nuts.
100%. Adam provides a lot of damage, and you know who else provides damage is the Mantis, and you know who provides a lot of heals is the Luna. It's BB1 with 3 strategists in play, something that we don't see very often in these tournaments, at least not in this region, which is very surprising to see. And it's working for them because they're already 60% into the point, as we have a Neymar with an ult as well, just waiting to strike, but providing a lot of value. They're all sitting on height as well. Neil is going to be using that meteor, and it's going to be able to get Budo as well. Budo literally just popped their ultimate and got absolutely zero value off of it. So that's going to allow November to go in for some sneaky picks as well. And all of a sudden, BB1 keeping up the same momentum that they had from the previous map.
Yeah, Budol getting squashed like a bug right there because, I mean, Neil is just not having that Mantis ult on his watch. He is not going to allow you to get away with anything. And honestly, that was a really, really good counter ult in response to Budol's Mantis ult. As November 24th is just keeping Luxury Watch at bay the entire time. Whenever we do see the triple support composition come out, we usually do see the Psylocke in junction with them. So it's just really cool to see to what great effect they're able to pull it off and really quickly capture the first point as Team Luxury Watch is not even able to touch or get anything done that round. I mean, that was maybe one of the most decisive points I've ever seen on this map before, because I mean, BB1 just doing a spectacular job putting the 3 strategist composition to real work
Look
here.
what they're doing as well. They're pulling out the Rocket Raccoon. They're very unlikely going to actually use it for this round, but they're using it just to get that 25 extra armor and the jump if they want to get that as well. That's something that I haven't really seen. A lot of people do like to do this, but not a lot of teams actually do this. I would expect, I would hope that literally every single team at this level does pull out that strategy. Going into the first fight with 25 extra bonus health might actually be the difference between you surviving or you unfortunately getting KO'd. And they are going to go for the triple strategist again. I mean, if it's not broke, why fix it, right? So they're going to be doing that as well. But Luxury, they're going to be able to get to the point with the Hulk first. They're going to get a little bit of value, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter when Siona's going to get a first pick on YOLO Magic again. YOLO Magic is just a victim right now, unfortunately for them. But soon it's going to try to provide some great plays here by themselves with the ultimate. Going to get 3 people low, but it's not really going to provide much yet.
I mean, Zune is just having a field day, Hulk smashing everybody on BB1, allowed to do as he pleases, and we are really starting to see why Luxury Watch wanted him on this hero so badly, because he is just doing such massive work. And November 24th, basically single-handedly wiping out half of four of Luxury Watch by himself. I mean, I always absolutely love seeing Psylocke gameplay at this high tournament level because she is just so fun and able to sweep so effectively. And that was all. November got a little bit greedy going for 5 at the end there, but YOLO Magic does manage to clean him up as Luxury Watch does seem to be going into this fight up a man. So they may be having a good opportunity to recapture the point.
I mean, that's the
here.
confidence booster that YOLO Magic needed after getting picked off both fights first. Finally being able to win a 1v1 versus November 24th, arguably one of the better players on BB1's roster. But again, they have a lot to work with here. I mean, BB1 is doing an amazing job of just sustaining themselves as the Neymar are going to be able to potentially get a pick with the squid. Yes, they are. Budo being taken down already.
Yeah, Yundi is just always doing a spectacular job at peeling for his backline, taking care of his other supports, just doing a really amazing job keeping everyone alive and also just landing those really crucial freezes. But right now, it does not seem to be enough, as BB1 seems to be up 60% on the point with no end in sight as they go into this next fight with basically 3 ultimates into play, including a Luna ult that's really close to being online as Luxury Watch just scrambles to get their first ult on board.
Yeah, they are going to have a couple of ultimates for this fight. They do kind of have to wait a couple of seconds here, but they need to handle November. November is just getting way too much value, getting these off picks. And then Neymar as well. I mean, they're literally there by themselves in a 1v4. There's no one else in their team. Everyone in their team is on the point. And the Neymar is up there by themselves. That's going to allow November once again to get another pick. A lot of ultimates have been used for Team Luxury, but they already are down a man. So they have a lot to work with here. And Luna Freeze is going to come into play, but it's not going to be able to provide anything that's actually going to be able to provide November with another sneaky pick on Hot Lava. And it's looking like BB1 might be able to secure this.
Yeah, November is just completely uncontested at the moment. Boodle finally does something about him, but it might just be too late because, I mean, Luxury Watch did manage to get a little bit of capture progress there with 18% on the board, but it just wasn't enough because they lost the point shortly afterwards to BB1. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to recontest either as they scramble to recontest unsuccessfully. I mean, Team BB1 with a second map on their hands. If they win one more map, they do win the best of 5. So they are looking really strong so far.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Luxury. I mean, they tried to prioritize the Strange ban in order to stop BB1 Strange from going absolutely nuts, but it's not going to matter when you have another player like November that's going to provide a lot of value with the Psylocke. So now Luxury is in a very tough situation where they're like, okay, it looks like we have to ban the Strange, but now all of a sudden we have to ban the Psylocke too. But if we do that, then they're going to have so many other characters like Hela and Hawk. Now they really don't know what to do, but at least they have a little bit of time to get their stuff together because we are going to be going into a highlight and a short break right after. So we will be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time
tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
And we are back from the short little 5-minute break, hot off the back of a 2-0 lead that BB1 has over Luxury Watch in what seemed to start as a really close match, but BB1 just took a very, very decisive second map here. So I'm really excited to see how this third map goes, because this is a best of 5, so whichever team reaches 3 first wins. So BB1 is looking rather promising right here. They absolutely tore it up on the Psylocke last map. And I mean, she was rarely, if ever, contested. And whenever they would pick off November on the Psylocke, it would often be too late, as the fight had already been lost for Luxury Watch. I mean, Elvin, you were watching the same game that I was. What did you see happen that game that was rather unique?
I think you basically said it all. The Psylocke just was uncontested, but you have to remember that the Psylocke is able to do those type of plays because they have a whole team that's backing them up, providing that pressure, providing that sustain that allows them to kind of just control the entire map. And just like that, BB1 is going to be banning Hela. No surprise, it's a very common ban, but they're also going to be securing the Psylocke. I mean, again, the Psylocke went absolutely crazy last map, so saving it is definitely detrimental. But Luxury Watch, they're still deciding to ban this Strange. They have a Strange player of their own. I don't think they have a Psylocke player. I think it would have made more sense to ban the Psylocke and then just contest this Strange instead. But they're going to have very similar bans. They're going to be saving the Hawk. So we are going to be potentially seeing some Hawk mirror matchups. They are also going to be banning the Neymar, because we saw BB1's Neymar go absolutely nuts with that character as well. But BB1 didn't want to deal with Soon's Hulk anymore. So they are going to be able to ban that as well.
I'm also really surprised to see Luxury Watch go for the repeat Doctor Strange ban, which is what they did going into last map. And then that's when they got tore up by November 24th. So, I mean, to repeat the same thing that you did in the last map where it went so poorly for you, I am rather surprised by that, but maybe they're cooking something up that we are unaware of. And I mean, I'm excited to maybe see Hot Laba's Psylocke. It seems like he swapped over to Moon Knight. I'm not sure if he's going to stick with that, but I mean, running Moon Knight and Hawkeye will hopefully keep November in check, maybe, as we see BB1, rather than running the same triple support setup that they ran last map with November 24th on the Psylocke, they do seem to be opting for a more standard setup of the Mantis and the Luna with Neil on the Venom again. I mean, it is so cool to see Neil make Venom work so well at this level of play, because he is not necessarily a rare hero like Squirrel Girl or Jeff or anything like that, but it's certainly more uncommon than a lot of the other Vanguard options in this game.
I mean, Groot does provide a lot of value, especially when you can combine your ultimate with the Moon Knight, because Moon Knight's although it does a lot of damage, it's a little hard to get enough value because it's very easy to just walk out of it. I mean, if you do get hit by at least half a second of that, you will more than likely get KO'd. But with a lot of these characters, they have a lot of mobility to just run away and not get picked off. But talking about being picked off, it's YOLO magic on the Hawk. trying to get a first pick, but they have to be careful because it's November 24th in the backline trying to get them. But they did a good job of just maintaining their foot there as they were able to just seclude November. They were able to pick off November. That's who you need to get for this fight. That's going to allow Soon to be able to play aggro. And look at how Lava, they're not afraid of anything. They know they have a full team supporting them. And all of a sudden, we're seeing a completely different team. Luxury Watch finally being able to win the first fight and secure the first point.
I mean, Luxury Watch with a really first point fight win. And it is somewhat brave of BB1 to have Hawkeye unbanned while also not running him yourself, because YOLO Magic is just getting a ton of picks and putting on so much pressure on the enemy team that it's kind of hard to do anything about him, especially on that first point with such an open objective and such long sight lines. As November 24th engages with the Psylocke ult and gets a lot of really good value by getting the Luna Snow ult out immediately, as YOLO Magic just picks November off again and is just going to town on BB1 here, as they don't really stagger much. They're all getting KO'd at the same time, so they are going to be able to regroup and recontest for the next fight here. But this is looking pretty tough for BB1. It does seem like we're going to be having a closer match on our hands than we initially anticipated, especially after watching that last map that happened there where BB1 just absolutely dominated.
I love these from top teams being able to just say, hey, you know what? I know we're down 2-0, but it's not over yet. We can still bring this back. Maybe if we have the Hawk, we can make some amazing plays. And that's exactly what we're seeing. YOLO Magic up in the board again. Voodoo using the ultimate, being able to get maybe one pick on November 24th. They have finally found a way to be able to keep November 24th in check. They're not able to do anything this map. They're just basically getting KO'd the whole time. Hot Lava getting another piece of this as well, getting another pick. This might be round 2 going in the way of Luxury Watch.
Yeah, I mean, BB1 did do a good job of regrouping there, but it didn't really matter because YOLO Magic was just able to get such an early pick off onto just everybody, basically, just doing so much work on the Hawkeye. And it really goes to show why so many people ban Hawkeye so quickly, because it's just so tough to play against. But it seems like BB1 has finally put their foot down against Luxury Watch's attack here, and is doing a really good job of finally making a good hold here. And good for them, because now there's only a little bit less than 3 minutes on the clock for Luxury Watch here, as we go into the next fight, and they're able to get a good proper setup here with the Moon Knight finally.
I have to say, BB1 did an amazing job. They only had to use the Magneto ultimate to secure that and defend the point, which is insane because it was literally only November 24th on the point by themselves. They managed to get a pick, then win Invincible, which allowed enough time for the Magneto to come into play, use the ultimate to kind of distract everyone, and November 24th coming out of the invisibility and continue to do a lot of damage, which essentially resulted in BB1 being able to regroup and winning the fight. But it doesn't matter because we're going into the next fight already, and Luxury Watch, they're going to be using their Luna ult, hopefully playing very aggro and getting some picks. Here comes the Moon Knight ult, not being able to get enough value there. As I was mentioning, if you don't have that Groot ult in content, like to combine it with, it's gonna be hard to get that value. But talking about value, we're gonna have the Groot being able to seclude. Look at that. They were almost able to get the Magneto there. Not gonna be successful with that, but it's not gonna matter too much because they are gonna be successful with getting the second point.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 minutes on the time bank, things are starting to look a little bit better for BB1 in comparison to just how Luxury Watch was steamrolling at the very beginning. But 3 minutes is not a time bank to scoff at, because, I mean, Luxury Watch is doing a really good job. They have 3 ultimates on board. They're going to this next fight with a lot of confidence. Not a lot of space, though, as BB1, their Magneto just gets a really huge pick onto YOLO Magic. And this should mean, honestly, with that pick alone, I think that might be enough for them to win this team fight, as they start cleaning house here with November. Finally, with YOLO Magic off the board, November is just able to do whatever he wants to the backline, and he just tears them apart, as we have come to expect from November 24th Psylocke, especially after watching that last map. I mean, that guy is a menace.
I mean, exactly. As long as BB1 is able to pick off YOLO Magic on that Hawk, they should be able to defend this. But if they don't keep them in check, they're going to do exactly what November did last map, and they should be able to get enough picks. And talking about picks, we're going to have Neo and the Moon Knight being able to get 2 off the bat already. BB1 with a strong hold here, but the group with response, Budo in response as well. We have ourselves a 4v4. It's anyone's fight. Luna is not there anymore, and Magneto is trying their best to seclude the Luna, but a Luna being used by BB1 as well. This might be enough time to just contest. Only 1 minute and 38 seconds left on the clock, and a Mantis ult being used by Luxury Watch here. This is going to provide a lot of value. They should be able to get a lot of space off of this as well. Unfortunately for Magneto, they don't have the momentum. They don't have the mobility to just get off the fight. And just like that, they are going to be getting picked off.
I mean, Luxury Watch with a really huge Groot ult right there. I mean, it's so fun seeing Groot being played because his ultimate can just do so much. It just absolutely group everybody up, do a ton of damage, get a lot of focus fire into everybody in the ult. And, oh my goodness, BB1's Luna Snow barely managed to get out and not stagger himself, which is honestly really impressive, which enables BB1 to actually be able to maybe win this fight and hold for a little bit longer, as Luxury Watch has to back up or regroup and go into this next fight with not a huge time bank, as they already commit the Luna Snow ultimate while they are still in the process of regrouping, which is honestly kind of surprising. I think they're realizing that they don't really have enough time for a full regroup, and they have to commit whatever they have right now in order to have a chance at winning this.
I mean, that was all Moon Knight there, providing so much value with that AoE damage, essentially forcing Luxury Watch to use that Luna ult. They kind of just got scared. It was Moon Knight literally just doing too much, and that's going to force them to use a very important ult that might result in them not securing the 3rd point. BB1 doing an amazing job of using their abilities, and Dance of the Butterfly is in play. They're going to be able to get 1. Can they get 2? No, but that's going to be able to seclude Luxury Watch. They're going to be able to provide so much control to the point where BB1 is going to have a successful hold in round 2, or I should say point 2.
Yeah, Luxury Watch had a really, really nice start of their push there, and they were honestly looking somewhat unstoppable. But BB1 finally put their foot down and said, no, we're not letting you capture all the way. We're not letting you get to the very end. And now they're in a pretty good position here. Now all BB1 has to do is capture the first objective, push past the second, and almost push to the very end, but not quite all the way there. In order to bring the series to an end with a 3-0 victory. We've been seeing a surprising amount of 3-0s today. I mean, if we got another one here from BB1, I would be honestly pretty shocked, because the first map seemed like it was so close. But it just kind of seems like Luxury Watch is somewhat falling apart, especially after just like all the bans not really going in their favor. Doesn't seem like they're getting a ton of value out of them, because I mean, November 24th on the Psylocke is just doing so much here. And what's really surprising to see from Luxury Watch is, rather than opting for the Hawkeye on the defense, they're opting for YOLO Magic on the Magic, which seems a little too on the nose, but I mean, let's see what he does on his namesake here.
Yeah, we don't really see a lot of Magics in tournament here, especially for this region. So I think this is my first time that I get to see a Magic. Hopefully they can get a lot of value with it. It is going to be hard though when there's a Psylocke and a Hawk on the other side that can potentially just shut you down with one combo. But we're still going to be able to see the Groot gameplay here, which is, I think, very well, because when you have a Magneto in the enemy team, you're able to use those walls to seclude them from getting healed and potentially being able to get a pick. But let's see if they're going to be able to do that. As Luxury Watch, they might potentially be able to get a pick here, as the Hawk is kind of by themselves in the building. But the Hawk, they really don't care. They have their team right behind them, looking for a first pick, actually. Being able to pick off the Groot. Are they going to be able to get the Magneto on top of that as well? Magneto doing a good job of using that shield to maintain their life, and soon might potentially get the better end of that, and they are going to be able to do that, as Siona is also trying to provide some pressure for the team, hitting a nice headshot. Not going to be enough though, and once again the Magneto getting a lot of value here, being able to pick up hot lava.
Both teams with a really clean .1. I really doubt there's anything Luxury Watch can do about this push here, as I think they may have to just forfeit the first point here as BB1 pushes into second and just gets a ton of staggers, a very decisive capture. Honestly, really good work from both teams on the first point as BB1 successfully captures here, and November pushes up knowing there are so many staggers for him to take advantage of here as he pushes up and knows, hey, listen, they're down their group. There's a lot of room for him to do so much work right here and just keep staggering them so that they can get a very decisive second point push as well. And it seems like that's exactly what's happening with Neil pushing up into their, not quite their spawn, but really just stressing out Luxury Watch as they struggle to get a proper regroup in as they keep getting staggered.
November 24 did an amazing job being able to take down the group, which essentially led to BB1 being able to get all of this control. As soon as the group was eliminated off the map, everyone in BB1 pushed up. They literally don't even have anyone in the card. They haven't had anyone on the point this whole time. They're just looking for this map control. They're just looking for these fights. And Luxury, they have used a lot here. A lot of ultimates being used already. Using the Magical. Maybe YOLO Magic can get something with this Dark Child. But Neil is still, they're not afraid of anything. They also have their ult to sustain themselves as well. As the Luna being able to get YOLO Magic, the Dark Child not providing any value for the team.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a really nice fight so far from Luxury Watch as they clean a house right here. Finally, they are able to pull off a successful hold despite them, you know, honestly staggering quite a lot. I mean, BB1, oh, this is looking a little rough for BB1. I mean, they're going to have to go for another regroup here as they successfully capture the objective once again. But I'm not sure if it's going to be for much. They're really going to have to take a back foot here and regroup because they don't have quite everyone here. But BB1's Hawk is looking to get a bunch of picks right here, and November is engaging with that Psylocke ult, getting 2 picks already. I mean, at this level of play, it's really rare to see a Psylocke ult get a ton of picks. Usually, honestly, what happens most of the time is the Psylocke will ult a single person or ult multiple people in hopes of maybe getting 1 person in the process, but getting 2 is really, really impressive. And BB1, ooh, they're looking really good here with 4 minutes on the time bank.
4 minutes in the time bank. They don't have any support ults as of yet, though. They're currently building them up. Luna might be very close as they're racking it up. 91% already. That was like 20% in less than 10 seconds. That's quite impressive, actually, as they're going to be pushing up. I mean, you said it. 4 minutes left. I mean, it's looking very short for BB1, especially when that Meteor is going to get a little bit of value. They got to be able to get this pick, though. Oh, and the bubble to kind of just keep themselves alive was very strong there. But soon, finally, being the one to take down November. That's what you need to see. Hot Lava as well, finally getting some value on that Psylocke, playing very aggressive. They need to get these picks because they need to seclude them here. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if Hot Lava decides to use their Dance of the Butterfly here. That's going to be a lot of value if they do decide to use it, but instead, they're going to save it. I mean, it makes sense. They want to get ready for this next fight.
Yeah, Luxury Watch is fighting for their lives right here. They know they have to hold this 3rd point in order to stand a chance to be able to push this series a little bit further because, I mean, they are down 0-2. If they lose this map, they are out of the entire tournament. So they have to bust out all of the stops in order to hold BB1 here as they re-engage into this fight with quite a lot with a Hawkeye ult immediately, but they're doing a much better job of keeping November 24th in check. And honestly, I don't think there's a way to win this match unless you do keep November 24th in check because he is doing so much on the Psylocke constantly. And Luxury Watch seems to get another successful fight win here, as Boodle is just honestly having a really good off angle here and putting on a lot of pressure on their backline and on their duelists here. I mean, this is really great work as Zune it very, very confidently holds all of this space for his team in order to make sure they have a good defense. And whoa, my God! Luxury Watch with a huge Groot ult. I mean, they're doing an amazing job rotating their ultimates here as BB1 down to 2 minutes is going to start scrambling for a solution to Luxury Watch's defense here.
I have to say, Boodle, before that amazing Groot ult, by the way, because that Groot ult is that Groot ult did it all. But before that, Boodle was actually able to sleep November 24th Psylocke, which kind of allowed Soons to get the elimination yet again. So they were able to shut down November 24th 2 times in a row, which basically led to them defending the point 2 times in a row. And they forced out the dance of the butterfly as well. So November 24th not getting a lot of value here. Oh, and soon with the meteor being able to pick up too, being able to get to the grill, and just like that, it's gonna be Luxury Watch winning this team fight again. There's only 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the clock as well. This is looking really good for Luxury.
Listen, Luxury Watch is listening to the casters right now. They heard us say just how dominant BB1 has been for the entire series, and they are really, really stepping it up and locking in here. They want to make this a close series. They want to make this a close match, as they are doing a really amazing job with this hold right here, as another huge Groot ult comes into play. And BB1 doesn't use anything, though, which is really big for them because they are setting themselves up for success in the near future, as there is only probably going to be 1 fight left for BB1. So they really got to, you know, regather themselves here, regroup, and be ready for whatever Luxury Watch has on this last fight here for this defense.
Yeah, BB1 is going to completely change the composition as well. They're going to go with the team up with Adam, Star-Lord, and the Mantis. But, you know, somebody that can't revive themselves is going to be Neil on that Magneto. So although they went with a team up that could potentially bring them back into the fight, Neil doesn't have that. So they're going to be getting picked off. Now they're forced to wait for Neil to come back into the fight. That's very good news for Luxury, as Hot Lava is basically doing the same thing that November has been doing the whole matchup. This is exactly what you want to see if you're rooting for Team Luxury. But this is going to be the last fight here. 8 seconds left. November 24th with the dance of the butterfly. An amazing ult in response to kind of keep the team alive. Alaba being able to seclude Neil. That's not the target that you want to target. If you're the Psylocke, you definitely want to go for the squishies instead. Chasing the Star-Lord here, trying to keep them in check as well.
And Luxury Watch is looking pretty good, as BB1 has to use everything in order to win this fight. They are looking really good, and they are looking favored to win this fight. But, I mean, they have to go into the next fight with basically nothing, as basically everything is getting used right here. Honestly, it could go either way, as Yoongi picks off November 24th. Really good target priority right there. As, BB1's Adam is just doing an incredible job with a really, really big mass revive on everybody as they successfully win this fight. But they are going to go into this next fight with basically nothing for either team. So it's going to be all neutral game. It's going to be a really close fight. It's too close to call it this time.
I cannot believe I just saw an Adam jump up to the sky, so by not only themselves, but the entire team. So they were essentially a tank there. They were taking no damage, using the ultimate to revive as well. That's essentially led to BB1 finally winning a team fight here for this point 3. And you know who else is trying to win this team fight? It's November 24. Finally being able to get both strategists off the map. Now we have Luxury Watch with no sustain whatsoever. This is looking mighty strong for BB1, as they're also going to be using their Mantis ult as well. This should be it. And it is going to be it. All of a sudden, BB1, although it looked like they were going to lose this map, they were able to bring it back and win now in a 3-0 fashion.
Luxury Watch held so well for so long, only for BB1 to lock it in and finally win on the overtime push. All too common. All beautiful work from BB1. What an amazing series we had on our hands. Listen, BB1 did an amazing job that entire series. They were showing a very dominant performance, but Luxury Watch was no slouch. They put up as great of a fight as they could. And 0-3, honestly, the record is deceiving because that was a surprisingly close series. And now, with that match being over, we will be going into a little 10-minute break before we go into our next match. So see you in just a little bit.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 제발 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러. Oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나. 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of the both worlds is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 오면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라. 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자신을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The fate of the birds The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자신을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 날 때까지 세계 운명
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, Rivals. My name is Elvin, joined by Ruben Sarcasm, and you're watching the Marvel Rivals Championship Asia Server Edition, where the top 16 teams are fighting to make it to the top 8. If you just tuned in to the broadcast, you just missed the clutch play by November 24th to KO both the Luxury Watches strategists to win map 3 in yet another 3-0. Ruben, how are you feeling after last match?
I mean, that is our second 3-0 of the day, which is honestly really surprising to see because we've really narrowed down the teams to just 16 teams. So we're expecting the absolute highest level of play, the closest matches humanly possible. And we're seeing some really strong performances from individual teams that are resulting in these 3-0s that are really fun to watch. And okay, while last match was a 3-0, unlike the first 3-0 of the day between Invincible and KXJH, this 3-0 was a lot closer, with the first map and the third map being a lot more down to the wire, both of them ending in overtime. So honestly, really good stuff from all the teams today, and really good stuff from BB1 for getting that 3-0 victory as they move on into the tournament. And as we start off our next match between Kanga Esports and Turny, it seems like we have two Australian teams here, which I'm really excited for, because the Oceanic player base for this game seems to be really booming, and I'm really excited to see an esport flourish in this somewhat underrepresented region in esports.
Definitely, and we're going to start it off with a Psylocke ban. I don't know if Kanga Esports just watched November 24th last match, and we're like, yup, nope. If they have another November, maybe December, or actually say if they have a January, we should ban them. So Psylocke is going to be banned. No surprise. Our Hella being saved from Kanga Esports. I do expect them to pull off a very nasty Hella. And in the other side of things, as Turny, they are going to be banning the Mantis, saving the Loki, which normally Loki doesn't really get banned very often. So the fact that they had to save it kind of tells me that they've been scrimming with each other, or it tells us that maybe Kanga Esports has been doing the research. So saving the Loki and banning the Hulk, while Kanga Esports with a strange ban, banning the Magic.
Banning the Magic and protecting the Loki. What do these teams know about each other that we don't? Also, Spider-Man Only 2 seems to very evidently not be on our beloved neighborhood hero, going Groot instead, as Turny runs a relatively common, strange, and Groot frontline with the Hela and the Star-Lord on the offense here, which I'm honestly really excited to see what both teams are able to bust out here, as Kanga Esports is running an extremely unconventional backline with the Rocket Raccoon and the Jeff, which both of those in combination, let alone the Jeff, first of all, just any Jeff gameplay at all is surprising. But the fact that they're combining the Jeff with the Rocket Raccoon is really surprising. I'm really excited to see what they're cooking up here, because, I mean, they've obviously had to have practiced this team comp in order to be running it in the tournament. So what are they cooking? Oh, they're just going Jeff for the speed boost, and they're swapping over to Luna. That makes a lot more sense, honestly.
It does make a lot more sense, as a portal is going to come into play for Texi. This is, I repeat, for Nev. So this is going to provide a lot of map control already. It's essentially, they're playing the map already. Essentially, like, they have already won the point. But Potato or P-Tato being able to get the first pick on Faye, that's a very amazing pick. Is that a low-key flanking? Being able to get one, but they're also going to get picked off. It's looking very strong for Turny right now, or I should say Kanga Esports right now, as they have the infinite ammo as well to provide a lot of value for P-Tato.
I think they're going to be running a flanking Loki all games. I'm not sure if you saw that, but Personification put both of his clones in their backline and himself. Unfortunately, he got picked off really early because he tried using the two Loki clones as a meat shield for himself. But it just didn't really do anything against Potato, because, I mean, look at him go. I mean, while Personification is very slippery, not slippery enough for Potato, as he gets picked off once again. I mean, if we're going to be seeing this flanking Loki all game, I now understand why they decided to go for the Protect, but hopefully sooner rather than later, we're going to actually get to see some value out of the flanking Loki, because so far, it's not looking too hot, with Potato doing a very good job keeping him in check.
I mean, Personification, they at the last fight there, they kind of were literally there by themselves. They kind of had to wait for their team to group up. And I mean, I have no problem with the Loki playing full DPS, but if you're going to do that, you might as well run triple support in your team comp. So the fact that they're consistently in the back line, that means they're not providing too much sustain for the team, which is not looking good for Turny. So they definitely need to figure something out here. Sorry, they stopped providing a lot of things for Kanga Esports, but Kanga being able to get the first pick here, as Loki is the name of the group, being able to get one as Spider-Man. This is very funny. We have Spider-Man playing Groot, and we have a Loki playing a Groot as well. What's going on with these group players with with different hero names playing both fruits, but Luna ults being used for both sides. Potato trying to get a hook, a swing and a miss. But Spider-Man being able to seclude the grow, being able to get a pick. That might be the pick that could win us Turny's first fight, as Faye is going to be using that Star-Lord ultimate, being able to get that aimbot and being able to get 3 picks just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Personification with a really good Luna copy there in order to get their second Luna ult that fight, which is a total of 22 seconds of just absurd healing and damage boosting. So really good value there, but I'm going to have to see how Turny continues to hold this point here, because, listen, if they lose one fight, Kanga is just going to, take this first point of this first map, and that wouldn't be optimal for them, as they do pick off Potato, who has been the person keeping Personification in check the entire game so far.
They are going to get revived, though, but Faye's doing a good job single-handedly by themselves, trying to provide some sneaky picks. As Nev, they might potentially get a pick as well. There's going to be 1, there's going to be 2. And just like that, Turny is going to be able to win this fight, which is exactly what they need, because you said it here first, Ruben. If they lose one fight, they're potentially going to be losing this game. So they have to play this to perfection. And that's exactly what Nev 420 is providing for the team.
Yeah, Nev doing a really good job not giving Kanga Esports any space, because, again, if they take any space and they capture that point, it is over for them on this map. So they really have to, do absolutely everything in their power to just keep them from capturing this objective. On the top ropes, we're seeing Faye 1v1 AJZ to no success, because, I mean, you have to be a very brave soul to try to 1v1 a Hela at any range, because you are always at risk of getting 2-tapped, and that is exactly what AJZ just performed right there, as Potato just picks off Nev, which makes a really big opportunity for Kanga Esports to win this fight, as he KOs Deceitive out of the Luna ult. Oh, beautiful work, as Kanga Esports successfully captures this first point of the first map here.
Wow, that was complete domination in that last fight. I have to say, it sounded like there was an Eye of Agamotto that was stopped coming in the side of Kanga Esports. I don't know who it was, but one of them, I'm assuming it was Player K, probably either froze Nev, but Nev wasn't able to get their ultimate off. That probably resulted in the reason why Kanga Esports was able to win that first fight.
Get ready.
Yeah, I mean, Kanga Esports was doing a really good job that entire round, and I honestly do really like the strategy of going Jeff before the doors open to drop a little speed boost for each of the members, almost as if they were playing a racing game, just picking up little pickups on the way, little buffs on their way to the objective, which I honestly think is a really funny way to help your team get to the point faster, which good for Kanga Esports. As they roll out here on probably not the Jeff.
Got it?
Yeah, they swap over back to the Luna, which honestly makes a lot of sense. But even then, Luna and Rocket Raccoon still not a super duper common backline to be running, especially to such success like Kanga Esports was experiencing in the last round, as they get on the point far sooner than Turny.
They do get to the point first, but both teams are already contesting the point. The group walls are on point by Spider-Man, and they're going to be able to get a pick off on Texi, just the same way as AJ's is going to be in a 1v1 versus 50s. All of a sudden, Kanga Esports is looking very strong here, but they got to be very careful, because the Eye of Agamotto might come into play from Nev. Are they going to be able to use it? No, they don't have to, because they essentially have already won the map control. But the point has already been secured from Turny. They have to be very, very aggressive here. I think Faye right here, they have their ultimate ability. They kind of just have to allow Kanga Esports to push up so Faye can get that value. Oh, but talking about value, it's going to be the Eye of Agamotto being used, and Faye is going to use their ultimate as well in conjunction. Just like that, Spider-Man 2 is going to be able to get 2 picks off the map, and Turny is going to be able to win yet another fight.
Yeah, I mean, Turny with a really, really strong hold thus far, which is honestly really nice to see, especially after that last round there. Faye getting some really good stagger picks onto AJ's, as Kanga Esports actually opens up a portal from their spawn to hop back onto the objective, and they very sneakily just capture it for free, which is honestly kind of unfortunate for Turny, because this fight I anticipate is going to be going for quite a while. So the amount of percentage that Kanga Esports is going to get off of this, even if they don't end up winning the fight, will be nowhere near negligible.
Potato once again, trying to go for it again, trying to get 3 picks. They have it again, but the hello, he might be able to get it again. That's gonna be 4 picks. Kanga Esports with the clutch portal, allowing their entire team to capture the point. I mean, you usually don't see that. Turny just not being close enough to the point, and that's going to allow Kanga Esports to completely flip the map around. Now they have 40% already to Turny's 46.
Yeah, even though they lost the fight, they still did get more percentage than Kanga Esports currently has. So that is honestly a really big play from them, a really wonderful portal. And Potato just coming in really clutch at the very end of that fight there with just going again and again and again with nothing to stop him as he gets the infinite ammo beacon once again, not giving Turny any space to breathe as he's just free to fire down. And Nev with the really, really big Eye of Agamotto. I mean, they are holding this point really well. So even with that Eye of Agamotto, I don't think it'll be enough for Turny to be able to capture here unless this Deceive's Luna ult comes in really clutch here.
Yeah, for a second there, I was about to say Nev's Eye of Agamotto might have not gotten enough value because even though they got a few picks, they still were looking like they were going to lose the fight. But the clutch Luna ult saved enough time for Turny to come back. And all of a sudden, they're the ones in control of the map now. Now, Loki, it looked like he was about to seclude his team there for a second. I'm really happy he didn't drop that wall. But here comes the Rocket Raccoon's damage boost. That might be enough to provide Loki with the damage that they need. Texty as well. They might potentially be able to get a pick off Luna. Not being able to have anyone there to just save their lives. Probably not having to freeze as well. And 50 in an off angle. Just going band for band. Being able to get so many picks. And it looks like Clear K fell off the map there for a second. Potentially, probably doing it on purpose to just once again 6-tag.
Yeah, and I mean, we are going into what is probably going to be the last fight of this point right here. Turny looking like they're doing a really good job holding thus far as they pick off AJ's before he's even able to get to the fight. And with that pick, they all understand we cannot let them regroup. We gotta absolutely wipe all of them out right here, right now, as the map is tied 1-1. For Turny and Kanga Esports, looking like a really solid close match thus far. Hopefully this means we get our first beyond 3-0 of the day.
We might potentially see that. I mean, we kind of saw a little sneak peek of why Persification had to save that Loki. They were doing so much damage at the end there, being able to get 2 picks. I mean, the map was already decided, to be fair, but the fact that they were able to be so accurate with the character, I mean, this has to be a comfort pick. If Turny does win this map, I would imagine Kanga Esports would probably just take that pick off of them and ban it. I mean, at least that's what I would do. But this can go either way, like you mentioned, Ruben. We might finally have a real close match on our hands here.
Yeah, and especially with, I mean, if you have enough of a comfort pick on your team where you're protecting the Loki in an event where I feel like most teams wouldn't even think about giving Loki like a second thought in order to ban him in the first place, I think it's really going to be silly if Kanga Esports does not go for the ban on him, because he is actually doing some significant work on this first map here.
Now Fade going in with the sneaky angle again. They have to be very careful. Think that he does have the mobility to maintain that survivability, but AJ's getting some nice headshots, being able to get the first fight there. Nev trying their best to stay alive, using the Eye of Agamotto, getting a little bit of value, providing Turny the ability to potentially win this fight. But look at Potato, has that infinite ammo, doing so much damage as Groot Spider-Man being able to get 4 with that ultimate. Not being able to get a pick on that Hela though, because that was a well-timed Hela ult there to not only provide a lot of space, but also just stay alive. That's going to allow Potato to get a hook and actually get a pick as well. This is looking very strong for Kanga Esports as they have won the first point, and they only basically had to use 2 ultimates for that. Now they have 4 ultimates for this next fight as well.
Honestly, I'm really surprised that in that fight, Deceitive chose to commit their Luna ult despite them being down 2 players. I mean, the fight did end up being really close, but I feel like at that point, most teams would acknowledge that fight as lost and try not to use anything and just let themselves get KO'd on point in order to stall for as long as possible rather than continuing to commit. But it seems like Turny is going to do their classic sneaky capture of the objective right underneath Kanga Esports' nose. And while they may not win the fight, at least they got, you know, a solid 10% or so on the board. As Potato just goes again all over Turny. I mean, it is such a treat to watch him play Winter Soldier. He is doing so much work on this character.
Providing so much value again and again and again. Being able to get so many picks. That's exactly what you want to see from your Winter Soldier. Although they only have the Groot ult from Loki. So they do have to be careful because Turny, they're going to get that support ult from the Luna. As you mentioned, the Seed, they probably should have saved it. But at least they have it back for this third fight here. But Aegis with an off angle. If they can get this pick, that's going to be huge. They're going to get 2. That's going to be a DPS and the strategist down. They're also going to be able to get Faye. They're doing it all by themselves. 3 picks off the bat already. Looking for more as Chronix is trying his best to just provide the survivability for themselves, running into the wall, trying to run away, trying to keep his team alive at the same time. But they got to be careful here because Turny is coming in very strong.
Yeah, AJ's doing absolutely everything in his power to try to win that team fight for his team with 2 opening KOs, but it just didn't seem to be enough as Turny not only sneakily captured the objective in the first place, but they captured it again, and they're looking really good to potentially win this map here as they just keep getting all of the valuable picks that they need, making quick work of Kanga Esports here as they don't really stand a chance to win this fight, and they just have to go for a regroup.
They do have to go for a regroup because Turny was just able to pick them off one by one. Now, Kanga Esports, they still have 1, maybe 2 fights left in them, but they need to regroup and they need to start strategizing how they can shut down Faye, because Faye, every time we see them, they're going for those off angles and they're always just getting picks all the time. They need to be able to shut them down. And it's going to be kind of hard for them because they have a lot of mobility here. And it looks like they're going to try to contest this high ground here. But they got to be ready because look, Faye, once again, for the super height, trying to provide value for the team. There goes the infinite ammo, though. That might be the change that they needed as AJ is going to get yet again 2 picks straight off the bat. For the last time we saw AJ get 2 picks, they still ended up losing the fight. Are they going to be able to secure it this time? Potato with the again. Are they going to be able to get it again? Yes, they are. Just like that, Potato is going to be able to shut down 2, and Kanga Esports wins the fight yet again.
Every single one of Potato's agains has gotten so many KOs every single time. And AJ's really just seems to be the star of the show here, constantly getting opening KOs time after time again. And there's not really too much you can do about him because, I mean, he's on a hella. What are you going to do? Try to 1v1 him? He's just going to end up 2-tapping you. He's always taking these really brave off angles and getting a ton of value out of them. Super high value, high risk, high reward playstyle as they take advantage of Turny's portal that they use to try to contest the high ground, throwing a Groot ult into there. And just really making quick work. And that is Kanga Esports with the 2-1 map victory over Turny. Really close game, really good work from both teams there. I mean, that was such a close map.
I mean, Kanga Esports, they understood that Turny was going to go for a miracle portal play. They had the group build a wall to the high ground, and they were all literally waiting. I'm very surprised that Turny still committed to that. They probably should have ported somewhere else because they kind of just walked into their trap. Kanga Esports was completely ready for that portal. They had the Groot ult. They had the damage boost from the Rocket Raccoon. They had the Luna ult as well. They literally had every single ultimate to contest that. But we are probably going to watch those back in the highlights as we're going to be going into a 5-minute break right after.
reviving all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
And welcome back from our little break. We are in the midst of a game between Kanga Esports and Turny, with Kanga Esports taking the first map, resulting in them being up 1-0 in a best of 5. And it looks like we have maybe the closest match we've had all day on our hands, which really excites me because I mean, as a spectator, you want to see close games. You want to see both teams duke it out, being evenly matched, and really playing for everything on the line here. Is if you lose a match, you're going to get eliminated from the tournament. So this is really, really, really important for both teams to want to win. And this has been quite the game we've been watching thus far, Elvin. What have your thoughts been on so far on this match
I can't
here?
stop thinking about the prediction that Kanga Esports had on the portal placement. They quite literally knew exactly where the portal was going to be. They all grouped up on the high ground, and they had every single ultimate to stop that play from coming out. Turny, they weren't expecting that. Or maybe the Strange kind of did, because they basically saw everything. So the fact that they still decided to make that play kind of costed them that last map. They weren't even able to touch for the overtime there.
Yeah, it was a really good read from Kanga Esports, setting up on that high ground, not even taking the route that the map gives you to get onto that high ground. They just decided to build a Groot ramp up to there because they knew that Turny wanted to portal onto that high ground in order to take the point from them. But they did not allow them to have that advantageous positioning, so they just managed to really clutch up, have a really good read, some really immaculate game sense there. And really, really good work from Kanga Esports thus far. But again, that was a very close 2-1 map right there. So I am looking forward to seeing just how this map will go as we start off with Turny banning the hella off the rip, because I mean AJ's was absolutely just tearing it up on that character the entire time, as Kanga Esports proceeds to ban the Psylocke, which honestly both fairly common bans, fairly reasonable. I think everyone can understand why those two characters would get singled out. And we just proceed into the picks and bans phase henceforth as Kanga Esports protects the Mantis, is interestingly enough.
I mean, if you're AJ's, you know you're feeling good when you're performing at a high tier level to the point where you get target ban. Turny banning the hella, saving the Loki yet again. Though the Loki did provide a lot of value. I know that's a comfort pick. I'm still very surprised. I feel like they could save other characters, or better yet, just not even worry about doing anything about the Loki. I mean, the chances that Kanga Esports is going to ban the Loki when they just beat it are much lower. They are going to decide to ban the Star-Lord as well. That's going to stop them from going that classic team up between Adam Warlock, Mantis, right? Especially because Kanga Esports did save that Mantis play. And once again, Kanga Esports is going to be banning the Magic. I don't know who it is in Turny, but apparently there's somebody in that team that is a complete menace on the Magic. Hopefully we get to see it for the next few maps, but the way Kanga Esports is playing it's looking like they're sticking to their guns, as we're finally going to be able to see an Iron Man, but with the Hulk team up as well. So we have the classic Iron Man, Hulk, and Strange team up coming in from Kanga Esports.
Honestly, I'm really surprised to see Turny go for the Loki Protect 2 rounds in a row, because they didn't win last map, and I understand that you want Crucifixion on their comfort pick on that Loki, but I don't think if you're in that position where you're down a map, I don't think Kanga Esports will care about banning the Loki at that point. I mean, they do keep target banning the Magic, which I don't know. Yeah, again, I don't know which player on Turny is the Magic player, but I think they might be a little too concerned that Kanga Esports cares about the Loki enough to ban him, because, I mean, protecting Loki 2 rounds in a row when it seems like Kanga Esports isn't really worried about him in the first place is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, definitely very surprising, as we're going to see Faye with the Punisher as well, and no Rocket Raccoon for the ammo. So it's going to be a little bit harder once again for Faye to get so much value here. I mean, I really did like their Star-Lord, so I'm kind of curious how they're not pulling that off. But, you know, somebody that can shut down Iron Man is going to be Punisher. I don't know if that was a prediction, or maybe they just kind of got lucky. But Faye should be able to shut down the Iron Man, and that's exactly what they're going to do, being able to get the first pick.
Yeah, Faye with a really clean KO on the Iron Man right there. I mean, that is exactly why you want to run the Punisher in fear of the Iron Man on the enemy team, because, I mean, Iron Man is just such a force to be reckoned with, especially with the Hulk team up. You gotta knock him out of the sky. I mean, there's no way you can allow him to free roam. So even though Turny doesn't have the Rocket Raccoon on their side, they are making value of the Punisher pick as they keep shooting down the Iron Man over and over again. I mean, it doesn't seem to be working out too hot for Kanga Esports thus far.
Turny being able to get a lot of value out of these ultimates, but Kanga being able to use Texie's Eye of Agamotto as well. It didn't look like there was anybody there to back them up, but it is going to provide a lot of time. And Turny, Nev, they're looking for an ult, and AJ is looking for an ult as well, being able to get a KO on the Luna. That's exactly who you want to pick off. It's going to be a lot less sustained for Turny, but Spider-Man only is going to be able to get some picks here, and it's looking like a very strong push for Turny being able to secure the first point.
A really good first push from them here. And while AJ's did get a few KOs on the Iron Man right there, the rest of the map thus far, he's just kind of been getting picked at the start of every fight by Faye and by everyone else on Turny, really. I mean, last fight, it was even Nev who picked him off, which, you know, you don't normally see a Doctor Strange contesting the Iron Man so effectively, but Nev 420 is just that guy. So it doesn't seem to really matter for him. And 50 automatically with a pick onto AJ's at the very start of the fight as AJ swapped over to the Hawkeye. I mean, again, you leave Hawkeye unbanned, this is going to inevitably happen. There will just be a really dominant Hawkeye player in the game that is just going to be running the lobby by themselves.
Quite literally running the lobby as AJ's not having a good time because 50 is all over the place, being able to get so many headshots. Unfortunately, did get shut down by Loki, though. It's not going to matter much, though, because they have a lot of control here. It's going to be very hard for Kanga Esports to get back to the point. Should be another point for Turny, and that was straight domination. I mean, they didn't even lose the fight. We have 5 minutes going into this round. AJ's finally being able to get a pick, switching over to the Hawk, like you mentioned, Ruben. Hopefully, this is the change that they need.
Yeah, I mean, Turny is doing a really, really strong push thus far. But Kanga Esports does seem to finally be showing some signs of life and fighting back, and maybe they're going to be able to actually stop them here. But that's only a maybe because they did only get one pick thus far, and it still is kind of anybody's game as Turny gets their respawn back and they recontest the fight with 6 players finally. As Kanga Esports is forced to take a back foot, really massive pull on the Groot right there. They don't manage to pick him off yet, but I mean, that is just that is what Bucky is good for. He is so good at putting the Vanguards out of position and moving them into the middle of their team so you can just shred them to ribbons as 50 gets a really huge pick onto Potato here.
And it's not stopping yet. Still looking for more. Has their ultimate ready whenever they feel like they can get value off of it. A final judgment being used by Faye. Not getting enough picks here. Maybe providing a little bit of value, but the Eye of Agamotto being able to get the entirety of Kanga Esports team. That was absolutely massive coming in from Net 420. And because they were able to get so many picks, they're already at 20% into the next ultimate. They have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Turny is looking very strong to win this first round.
Yeah, Turny just seems to be absolutely unstoppable right now with the Hawkeye ult coming up. And no one on Kanga Esports is able to leave their spawn. I mean, they not only have a Punisher turret set up looking at them, but they also have 50 just staring them down with a Hawkeye ultimate. Just absolutely sniping everybody out of the spawn door. And that is a ridiculous 3-minute 11-second time bank for Turny. It's going to be really hard to beat that as Kanga. I mean, you're going to not only have to push till the very end, but hopefully get a time bank that even holds a candle to 3 minutes and 11 seconds.
It's going to be very, very hard for Kanga Esports to pull just that. I mean, Turny right now, they're looking very strong. Even if Kanga Esports manages to get to the third point, Turny is going to be smiling. They're going to be licking their lips as long as they can force an overtime. And Kanga Esports, are they really going to pull out the Spider-Man? I mean, I think it was the hella ban coming in from Turny, putting AJ's in a position where they're not getting the same value that they were before. Last map, we saw AJ's getting pick after pick after pick, kind of leading his team to victory. And now that the Hela is not there anymore, we've seen him go to the Hawk, we've seen him go to the Iron Man, and now the Spider-Man, which is very interesting. We barely get to see the Spider-Man being into play in these high-level tournaments, although the Asia region seems to like them a lot. But not having that Venom for that one-shot capability for that team-up, it's going to definitely hurt the Spider-Man gameplay here, but maybe AJ knows how to play this. I mean, we'll see if this is the change that they need.
Yeah, and Kanga Esports is on attack, so there is less risk associated with running the Spider-Man at the very start if it doesn't work out. Because, I mean, if they lose a fight, then they just go again. But if they were on defense, then they're allowing the attacking team to claim a bunch of space they don't want. And AJ starts off immediately diving 50. And while the pick didn't get secured, he also didn't get KO'd in the process. So honestly, that is really huge for them, as Turny is starting to get picked off, but then 50 just wipes up AJ's. I mean, it is so hard to do anything into Hawkeye, even as a dive character. Even though you would think, hey, I'm a dive character, I can take care of a sniper super easily, but not if that sniper is 50, who is just tearing it up on Hawkeye right now. AJ's got knocked out by Hawkeye, does the rollout back into the fight, and gets a one-shot by Hawkeye once again. There is no room for him to breathe on Spider-Man.
Which is kind of funny because you would pick Spider-Man into Hawk thinking that you can shut them down with the mobility. But it's the other way around because 50 is barely missing any shots. I'm expecting to see a Hawkeye ban for the next map if Turny does win in this map, which is looking very likely. AJ's finally being able to get some control, being able to pick off Faye. Now, this is Kanga's Esports fight to win as they're able to get yet another pick. Potato doing a good job there. I'm picking off the Luna, and look at Loki playing super aggressive on the enemy Loki as well, being able to secure that 1v1, not stopping there, because even if they get eliminated here, they already did their job. They provided so much space and so much time for Kanga Esports to secure the first point.
And honestly, with Loki on the Hulk getting traded out, that's honestly pretty worth, because they did manage to get the pick on 50 anyways. And this isn't really going to slow down Kanga Esports very much, because Turny, I mean, they still got to wait for their ace to come back. But they do have, both teams basically, have 6 ults in their pocket, just waiting to be used in this fight. Let's see if they decide to just use every single one of them, as it looks like, Potato's ready to go again and again, as he picks off so many people with his ultimate, but then gets countered by 50, and this is still possibly winnable for Turny. I mean, this fight can really truly go either way, as there's a gigantic Eye of Agamotto coming out from both teams here.
So many amazing ultimates being used from both sides. I can't even tell you who's winning this. It's looking like Turny might be able to secure this finally, but that was so many ultimates used from both sides. Almost every single player on the map had an ultimate. Now all of a sudden there's only 3 players in the map that has it. Turny being able to use that Luna ult to shut down Potato kind of, they had a lot of confidence. They thought they can get a pick through the Luna ult, but they didn't. They ended up going into a 1v5, 1v4, and they got picked off, which was huge for Turny because it was looking very scary. Potato actually shut down Faye's final judgment, which I thought right then and there that they were going to win, but oh my god, an amazing shot from 50, being able to shut down AJ.
Listen, it doesn't even matter that 50 got picked off there. 50 just hit an absolutely nutty shot on AJ's. Oh my goodness. That flick was absurd. And listen, even though Kanga Esports seems to be capturing this objective successfully, no one will be able to take away that shot from 50, because oh my goodness, that was insane.
Definitely insane. And once again, being able to pick off AJ's just not getting any value off this Spider-Man. I mean, I'm assuming they're the one to switch off because they have their ultimate, but they have to be careful because, I mean, they're gonna have to contest the Luna ult and the Loki ult at the same time. So AJ's, they need to use their ultimate now, or else they're not gonna get any value, and they are gonna be able to use it. And finally, AJ is being able to get 3 picks. Now we're starting to understand why they picked the Spider-Man. 3 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock. They might actually be able to take this point a couple of seconds faster than Turny. Actually, no, never mind. Turny definitely has one more fight, unless if they seclude him with the strange portal. This might be it.
I mean, they can't even leave their spawn because Texi just had a massive portal set up in front of their doors. They're not going to be able to touch. Oh my god, they are, just barely, as Texi goes for a huge Eye of Agamotto, getting off the most important target, 50. And now without a Hawkeye, how are they going to answer this fight here? I mean, Faye has a really good Punisher turret setup, but it doesn't seem to matter as Potato gets the pick off onto Faye and is looking to go again. I mean, no one can stop him. He's going to go again as much as he pleases, and there is nothing anyone on Team Turny is able to do about it as they swap onto the last second Jeff to recontest. Probably to not much success. Wow. That is really a really impressive hold from Turny. I take it back. Deceitive with the clutch touch on Jeff. I mean, listen, maybe Jeff is the sleeper meta. Maybe that's what we're seeing here from Turny.
Yeah, they were able to use Jeff to touch the point, and that allowed Faye to use that final judgment, being able to shut down Potato and somebody else on Kanga Esports side of the team. That literally led to them defending. Now, all of a sudden, that's 2 minutes left. Turny, they probably are going to be able to lose this round, but as long as they can waste enough time, they should be looking good for the next round. As Loki playing super aggressive, they're looking to do some damage because they're going to have that Hulk ultimate very, very soon. Chronic doing an amazing job of getting that pick. Loki, once again, on the... Oh, being able to pick off the Wolverine. That's exactly who you want to pick because 50 switched off the Hawk to the Wolverine to potentially make some clutch plays. But the Hulk is going to be able to shut them down, which is very funny because usually you would think the Wolverine is going to shut down the Hulk. But it doesn't matter when you have a Hulk in your face just punching you down. But we have a 3-3 here. 1 minute and 39 seconds, though. Not the same amount of time that we see from the other side. So it could potentially be... You know, it could be anyone's game, but Turny is looking very strong.
This absolutely can be anyone's game. And honestly, 1 minute 39 on the time bank is not too shabby at all whatsoever. Because honestly, the worst thing that could have probably happened to them, besides them not capping, obviously, is if they capped in overtime, which would give Turny another additional minute to add on to their 3 minute and 11-second time bank. So capping with 139 is pretty good, all things considered. Turny, they keep their 3 minutes and 11 seconds. They don't get the full 4 minute time bank like they would if we were starting off this map fresh. So this really could be anyone's game because Kanga Esports really put on a good show for us on that attack. And with that Spider-Man, I mean, after we got out of that first point where 50 was just absolutely dunking on AJ's really started to shine and started getting so many picks on the Spider-Man, so many picks with his Spider-Man. I mean, he's really doing an amazing job on the Spider-Man and proving to the Asia region, hey guys, why aren't we running this character more often? He's actually really good.
Definitely really good. I mean, Spider-Man is one of those high mobility characters that if you manage to just learn his kit, you could quite literally carry an entire team. But somebody that's trying to carry the entire team is Faye, being able to get a pick on Sexy. That's exactly what you want to see. There's only 1 minute and 20 seconds left. So Faye's doing an amazing job here, doing a lot of damage. Should be able to get their ultimate back very fast as well, as Nav is going to get another pick on Potato, another person that's very detrimental to Kanga Esports composition.
Yeah, I mean, not having your Doctor Strange for the first fight is going to be pretty rough, but thankfully, they are in a position where they do have enough time on the time bank. They still have a minute to go, and they can just sort of take this fight with however much time they have. They're not in too much of a rush quite yet as AJ's goes in for the dive on 50. Unfortunately, unsuccessfully as 50 just picks him out of the sky once again.
Yeah, but it's a 1-1 trade. Kanga Esports is pushing very strong. The hole getting shut down to Bruce already. The Luna ult coming into play to save both teams. Both Luna ults have been popped. Potato's ultimate has also been popped, but he wasn't able to get any value this time. Has to be very careful. Deciding to dash away back to safety for his team. Brutal getting a lot of value there, but not being able to get followed up by the team. But here comes the Eye of Agamotto, being able to get a few people, but the Luna ult is still there. Coming in from Persification. Loki ultimate, and that was well placed. AJ's is trying to shut down this final judgment. Are they going to be able to do it? Yes, they are. That's exactly what you want to see on your Spider-Man. Still has 94% into the ultimate as well, and they have already won this fight. Just like that, Kanga Esports is doing a very, very amazing job. And it's very, very good that they haven't taken down Nev yet, because if there's any chance for Turny to come back and contest this, it would be with the portal. But because Nev got shut down at the very end, there's not going to be any portal plays coming in from this first play. That's going to be Kanga Esports being able to secure the first point.
AJ's doing a spectacular job on the Spider-Man once again, really showing that he is a really, really competent and flexible player, because if you don't remember from the first map, he was tearing it up on Hela. And also now he's also got a stellar Spider-Man. I mean, this is just absolutely fantastic to watch as he's looking to engage with his ultimate in this first fight right here.
Yeah, trying to look for some and Potato being able to use their ultimate again, being able to get 2, being able to get 3 actually, and then being able to get 4. Loki being able to get a piece of that. This is looking very strong for Kanga Esports. Very reminiscent of what happened in the very first round. Being able to get to Groot as well. They need to do a good job of not taking down a Groot a little too early. They're not really going to care too much though, because they know they have to secure this point. Although Kanga Esports only had around a minute to push this payload, they already got the second point. They're looking very strong. Even though Turny has 3 minutes, they still have a mighty hefty job to contest Kanga. As Loki, they still are pushing forward. They're not scared of anything. They're going for the Punisher here. They're going for Faye. And the Eye of Agamotto, and being able to get 3 there again. So much value. Texas being able to get 3.
I mean, Texi with the absolutely gigantic Eye of Agamotto right there. And they pretty efficiently won that fight too, only using an Eye of Agamotto and only using a Luna ult. And they still have Mantis ult for the next fight as well. And Texi, even though it's not going to be for long enough to be able to push the cart to the very end without Turny being able to touch, he does set up the portals in their spawn so that they are delayed, and they do have to rush to touch here. With not a lot of time left, not a lot of distance left either. And I mean, Potato is just looking to, successfully stop him out of the Spider-Man ult. Oh, that is absolutely unfortunate.
Very unfortunate, but for AJ's, this is good news because he already got 1 pick, looking for more. Oh, Faye being able to use that shotgun in full effect, and 50 finally being able to shut down AJ's. That's exactly what they needed. Maybe Turny might be able to shut this down as we're going to have a beautiful Eye of Agamotto. Neb doing an amazing job there, but trades going all around. This is still anyone's fight. Turny looking like they're finally going to be able to secure this, but 5 points, 99.75 meters. This is looking very, very rough.
I mean, Turny, if you're them right now, you've got to be feeling pretty not great, because you have 3 minutes and 11 seconds on the time bank, and then you just saw what Kanga Esports pulled off with just 1:39. If you're Kanga Esports right now, you're elated. That is just about as well as you could possibly hope for. That's just about as well as you could possibly hope for that round to go for you. Pushing it almost all the way through the entire map with just a minute is ridiculous. And Turny, they're kind of sweating bullets right now because, yes, they have 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Yes, they steamrolled on the first round, but it might not be enough. If they just fumble a little bit on this attack, they're not going to be able to capture all the way, and they're going to lose a second map to Kanga Esports.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see. I mean, Turny, they were in full confidence. They were like, oh my God, we got to the 3rd point, 3 minutes left. There's no way we're going to lose. All we have to do is win 1 fight at the last round, but they weren't able to get that to the very end. So Kanga Esports are now the ones that are smiling. And Turny, they have to use this as motivation. They cannot let that push bring them down. They got to use this as a way to come back. And I mean, 3 minutes, they're still in a good position to do anything, especially when 50 should be getting some nice, easy picks, as 1 headshot has already been rolled out, but it was on the front line. So unfortunately, didn't turn out to be a pick. But somebody that's trying to get a pick is AJ, but he's going to get shut down immediately. And 50 again with a nice headshot.
Yeah, listen, while Turny might not be in the best situation because Kanga Esports made so much progress in so little time, they are going to try to replicate their first round of brilliance right here with some really clean early picks in this fight, and not really allowing Turny to even do anything in response, as they're going to have to contest the very end of this first point here, with neither teams having any ultimates quite yet. Kanga Esports pops the really big Doctor Strange portal in order to contest, and it seems to be working out pretty well for them, as they may win this fight, as Crucifixion is just in the backline once again on the enemy Mantis, doing a lot of work right here.
A lot of work indeed, and it looks like Turny is going to be successful in winning this fight despite the amazing portal. It just wasn't enough. It was looking really good when it picked off 50, but it doesn't matter because you have a whole other team that you have to worry about. Now that's going to be a portal that's not going to come into play, but there's only 1 minute and 40 seconds. They need to be able to win this within the next fight. If they lose this, at the very least, they still have one more try, but they definitely do not want that to happen as they are trying to charge up their ultimates as soon as possible in order to win this. Have to be careful because Chronix does have their ultimate that might be potentially enough for Kanga Esports to finally win a fight here.
Yeah, I mean, Turny is going to this fight feeling pretty good because 50 is just nasty with it. Oh my god, he can't keep doing this to them. Oh my goodness, he is just tearing them apart. You cannot be allowing this guy to play Hawkeye. You have to ban him next game. He is doing absolutely filthy things to the entire enemy team as Turny wins that fight, not only using their Groot ultimate, but also just off the back of 50, just getting KO after KO. He's just so unstoppable. This is the most handsome Hawkeye gameplay I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god.
Absolutely filthy. We're gonna have to check 50's computer after this because he's hitting way too many shots. Being able to get another pick on Aegis switching off to the Hawk, trying to match 50s, but not gonna be successful. But you know who is gonna be successful? It's gonna be Potato once again and again, and they're not stopping yet. All of a sudden, Potato might be the savior of Kanga Esports as they were able to win a fight, and there's only 10 seconds left. They don't have the portal to shut them down, but they need to play very aggressive because this might be it. Kanga might be able to secure this, and they might be able to win 2-0, and it looks like it's gonna be it. It's gonna be Potato with an amazing ult to secure another win for Kanga.
Wow, what a really clean defensive hold from Kanga right there. I mean, Potato, after that performance from 50 on the Hawkeye, for then Potato to pop off with that Winter Soldier ult was absolutely beautiful to watch. And I mean, that map to start off with was not in Kanga Esports' favor because they let Turny just cap with 3 minutes and 11 seconds. So the fact that they were able to bring it back so successfully is so impressive. They did such an amazing job keeping their composure and really pushing as far as they could on that attacking round of theirs.
Yeah, they did an amazing job. I thought it was over for them. 1 minute and 39 seconds to 3 minutes and 11 seconds. How are they going to be able to do that? I know how. It's going to be with their amazing composition, being able to get pick after pick after pick. Aegis with the Spider-Man doing so much with the ultimate. Potato as well with the ultimate as well. Being able to secure those nasty little picks at the end and quite literally winning them the round. And it was looking a little scary because it didn't even have the portal to seclude the same way that Texi was able to seclude the enemy team. But as we're saying that, we're probably going to see that back again as we're ready for the highlights. And we're going to go on another 5-minute break right after. We'll be right back.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 절충을 쳐봐 어둠 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 믿어 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러낸 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 절충을 쳐봐 어둠 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어진 운명 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The fate of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 절충을 쳐봐 어둠 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 믿어 날 때까지 세계 운명
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
We just saw a marvelous sequence of events, but it was Pete Tato that got the better end of that with a fantastic cracking impact to secure another map victory for Kanga Esports. Ruben, I think I'm going to predict the pick and bans here. I do think it's going to be Kanga that will ban 50s, either Hawk or Hella, and it's going to be Turny that will most likely ban that Winter Soldier. What do you think?
I'm honestly going to be really surprised to see if Turny protects the Loki again, because they are down 2 maps in a best of 5, and they've protected the Loki both times, and I feel like it might be time for something else, because there are so many problems on Kanga Esports for Turny that they've got to adapt. They need to switch something up, because I mean, I mean, in fairness, Turny's 50 was doing absolutely Herculean feats on the Hawkeye last round, which was absolutely nuts to watch. But it wasn't enough for them to secure the map because they had a 3-minute, 11-second time bank. And unfortunately, they let Kanga Esports, with 1 minute and 39 seconds, push it almost all the way to the very end, which is something we very rarely see, especially with such a small time bank on their hands.
Exactly. I mean, if Kanga Esports keep this up, we might potentially see another 3-0, which is definitely not something that us as casters or you as spectators want to see, right? Especially in the top 16s. We would expect most teams to go head to head, clash to clash, all the way to the last map. But that's not what we're seeing right now. All of these teams have won 3-0. Kanga Esports is only one map away to doing just that as well. I mean, I would imagine they might potentially put AJ's back on the Spider-Man as well, and that might potentially be the reason why they win this map, which would be very interesting. And hopefully this time they might actually pick a Venom in conjunction with that. Although they did show that they don't need the Venom power up for that. So we'll see. Let's see if I am correct in these pick and bans. Turny, are you going to ban the Winter Soldier? No, they're going to ban the Hela. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but I did want to see that Winter Soldier being banned.
I mean, it's just so hard to target ban AJ because he can play everything. He's done amazing things on Spider-Man, on Hela. I mean, it doesn't really matter what he goes. He's able to do God's work no matter what. And so from Kanga Esports, we're seeing a Mantis protect. Surely Turny, they protect the Loki again. Okay, they really want to be able to play Loki. But the problem is, I don't think Kanga Esports even cares that they're protecting Loki. I think if they didn't protect Loki, they would just go on about their merry day and not really acknowledge him very much. So I'm really surprised that they're so insistent on this Loki ban. Maybe Perusification is just a Loki one trick and he wouldn't be able to play anything else, but I honestly kind of doubt that. I feel like he probably has some other good specialists up his sleeve. And now Kanga Esports with the Hawkeye ban, because, I mean, if you saw last map, even though Turny lost last map, 50 was doing ungodly things on that hero. So it totally makes sense for Kanga Esports to ban the Hawkeye so that he can't play it again. And now it looks like we're seeing a bit of an interesting comp from Turny as they bust out the Rocket Raccoon and Punisher team up, which is really awesome to see. And also the Magic, interestingly enough.
Yeah, that Magic, that's the second time we see it in this tournament. If they actually pull this off, which would be interesting to see. But, oh man, my prediction was very wrong. I mean, the Hela and the Hawk were banned, but it wasn't with the teams that I thought were going to be banning them. Potato, once again, on the Winter Soldier. I mean, it's no surprise. I was really, really hoping that Turny was going to just respect it. Because, I mean, those ultimates, it's just getting way too much value. And it's quite literally the reason why they lost that last round, that last map. But it looks like they have other plans, as AJ's is going to be going on the Punisher now. And it looks like they might be doing the Rocket Raccoon combo. Unless if they're just trying to get the bonus health. And then they might switch off to something else. Because I know Mantis, I'm pretty sure Mantis was up in the table. Unless if I'm wrong on that. But I do think, Ruben, correct me if I'm wrong, but was the Mantis saved?
I'm pretty sure their Mantis was protected and neither team is running the Mantis.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. So I'm super confused about that. Saving the Mantis but not picking it is very interesting to see. But maybe for the first push, they want to stick with different characters. And maybe once they secure this first point, if they secure this first point, maybe they'll go back on the Mantis. I mean, it makes sense. They want to get enough value with the rocket max ammo here. I mean, Potato's been putting in work, so buffing him even more makes a lot of sense. As we're going to be seeing the first fight, no portal plays coming in as well. They just got to walk this through. And Turny doing a good job of kind of just going all the way to the left side. And they actually have flipped their map around. You would think Kanga Esports is the one on offense, but no, they are the ones on defense. But Potato's going to be able to get the first pick there on Faye. Not getting enough value on that Magic. That is not what you want to see.
I mean, Faye has a tough match ahead of them. I mean, playing Magic on this map into this comp is just going to be really rough because they're already like pretty anti-dive to begin with, especially with the Bucky pull and the Bucky big slow that he has, I mean, it's going to be really tough to break into that if you're playing Magic as Faye. I mean, best of luck to you, but I'm struggling to see how it's going to work out.
Yeah, I would like to see them switch off of that, but who knows? Maybe that Dark Child will come in full effect as long as they can get their ultimate up. But Magic is one of those characters that they kind of have a hard time to charge that up, right? Because you have to be in their face to do damage to be able to charge it up. And here comes the first portal play of the map. Max Ammo being able to counter it. And here comes Potato with ultimate again. They were able to get one, but the Luna ult is going to come in to save all of Turny's teammates. That was an amazing time, but it doesn't matter because Potato has it again. Are they going to do it again? Are they going to be able to get another pick? Yes, they are. They're going to go again. Are they going to get all of them? That's going to cause the Luna to fall off the map. And this is what I was telling you, Ruben. They had to ban this Winter Soldier. They're just getting way too much value.
Potato, you can't just keep doing that to them. He's again lasted for so long that they Luna ulted to counter the again to begin with. But he waited out as long as possible with his refresh and went for it at the very end of the Luna ult as well. So there was just really nothing you could do about it. He just kept going again for as long as possible, and now we just have AJ's set up on the Punisher, just mowing everyone down as Faye pops the Dark Child, but I'm kind of uncertain as to if they're going to be able to do anything with it. And yeah, they get picked off with the Eye of Agamotto, and now Turny has 1 minute left on the clock, and they've only gotten half of the progress required for the first point.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for Turny. I don't know if they're actually going to switch to the Jeff here. I mean, I can't see how Jeff would change this around, right? Not
Jeff
having that Luna ult anymore.
Girl.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Turny might be falling apart here. They just don't know what to play anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I refuse to believe that Turny is giving up, but one might look at their team composition and think that's exactly what's happening. Because, I mean, running Jeff and Squirrel Girl at the same time whenever, as a last-second desperation pick is really surprising, but thankfully, Faye does get to pick off onto Loki, and they finally have an opportunity here. They finally have a moment where Turny can possibly win this first point here, and the Squirrel Girl is actually getting massive cleave damage into the enemy team here. I'm actually really impressed with how effective it is being so far. And Faye goes in, gets another pick on Potato, but Potato does get rezzed by the revive beacon. And it's actually looking really good for Turny right here. Maybe the Jeff and maybe the Squirrel Girl were the picks that they needed. But then we have Potato doing what Potato does. I mean, this is looking really rough for Turny because you just cannot be letting Potato play his signature Winter Soldier like that. You cannot let him be going again and again and again on you so many times. It's just, this is so rough for Turny. Oof.
Not looking good for them, but it's looking very good for Kanga Esports, potentially being able to win a 3-0, completely changing their whole composition. I was kind of worried about AJ's. I was like, okay, they don't have this. They don't have the Hela anymore. They did switch off to the Hawk, and they were kind of being successful, but they don't have that as well. What is AJ's going to play? Are they going to go for the Spider-Man in this map? I mean, I don't really know about that. But pulling off the Punisher in conjunction with the Rocket Raccoon, in conjunction with the Winter Soldier, is working out perfectly for them. They're have 4 minutes to only get 87%. It's looking very strong.
I mean, listen, this first point is very defense-sided, so it is, if there is any point in this game to be able to pull off a successful first point hold, it is this one. So it's not over for Turny quite yet. As long as they maintain their composure, they don't get tilted, this is still totally winnable for them, as long as they're just not mentally boomed quite yet, which is really, really important for them as a team. As long as they keep it together, they successfully pull off this Namor, Magic, and Punisher defense, they'll be pug champing all over the place.
Definitely. And it looks like Texi is actually going to be using a portal play. They got to be careful because it can easily be countered. It looked like they didn't even move it to the right or nothing. They're just going to go for a normal play. And they're going to go for the left side thing. Oh, I stand corrected. They actually did move it to the right, which is what you want to see your Strange do because it's easily counterable if you use a portal in front of you. Here comes the infinite ammo and so much damage is being done. Potato's already able to pick up 50 and the AJs is also being able to pick up the Loki as well. This is looking very strong for Kanga Esports and they have been able to pick up too. They might potentially win this map off the very first fight.
Yeah, it unfortunately may already be over for Turny as they get so many important picks, and Kanga Turny is just absolutely cleaning house right here. There's not really much Turny's able to do anything about it. I mean, they just keep getting pick after pick. I mean, unless Faye is able to pull some heroics here and pick off the Rocket Raccoon and get a bunch of other picks, I don't think this is even possibly winnable for Turny.
They do have the portal play, and that's exactly what we hear in the background. That might be enough, but unfortunately, they are going to be down one strategist already. Here comes the portal, and the Luna ult coming in from Kanga Esports. Unfortunately for Turny, their Luna was at 90% on that ult, and that might actually be it. They don't have enough people to make this comeback. AJ's doing a good job of using the shotgun, doing a lot of damage. But here we go. Dark Shout, is this exactly what they need to come back? It's looking like it might be. Spider-Man's going to be able to get one, and Faye's going to be able to get two. Finally, we see Faye getting a lot of value off this magic pick.
Faye just went absolutely crazy with the magic right there. Listen, there may have been doubters before of Faye's magic, but not now, because, I mean, they just did so much for their team. They basically single-handedly guarded that objective for them, and now there's only 2 minutes left on the clock. Kanga Esports just needs to get just a little bit more percentage in order to win the map and finish off the series with a strong 3-0. But the problem is that we have Potato here, and Potato, much to Turny's dismay, does have his ultimate, so I'm not sure if there's going to be much they're able to do to stop him, as, again, and the Eye of Agamotto combo is just too much for Turny to handle, as Kanga Esports wraps up the series 3-0. What impressive work from them. I mean, truly, that Winter Soldier gameplay was nothing to scoff at. Potato is just sweeping up house. Just really, really well-deserved MVP right there. Oh my goodness.
See, for a second there, at that Texi was throwing, they used her Eye of Agamotto when the Luna ult was still there. I was like, what are you thinking? You're not going to get enough value. But then I totally forgot. The Potato's Winter Soldier is absolutely nasty. Ulting 3 of them into that Eye of Agamotto, providing so much value. Once again, winning the round for them. And just like that, we're going to be probably seeing that play yet again on the highlights. And we're going to go on a 10-minute break. So get your snacks. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift to you. Ready to unleash it anger. Pumping your fries, raising the fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. Child!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. World Stampede!
Welcome back, everyone. If you just missed it, the last game that we had was a decisive 3-0 victory for Kanga Esports over Turny. And I mean, that was looking like a really close match and a lot of points throughout that game. But unfortunately, Turny was just not able to overcome Potato's insane Winter Soldier gameplay, constantly getting so many again and again and agains. He just was absolutely unstoppable that game. It was wonderful watching him light up the kill feed every single fight. Now, Elvin, what were your highlights from that last match right there?
I mean, my favorite highlight was the fact that in map 1, round 3, they actually predicted the exact portal placement that Turny was going to do to contest the overtime, and essentially using their ultimate to win the map, which was insane. But hopefully we get to see some insane gameplay here as we have Ocpass going up against Marv 2 rivals. Hopefully I pronounced that right. But it looks like we're going to be banning the Hawk and the Hela. Now, we usually don't see this for this specific broadcast. We haven't really seen Hawk and Hela being banned first. So I'm kind of happy that they are. I mean, we understand why they're being banned, right? We saw so many different teams literally leading their teams to victory, just going for headshots after headshots after headshots, and a sidelock being saved by Ocpass. So I do expect to see some amazing Dance of the Butterfly plays and a Hulk being saved. So I kind of expect Ocpass now to either ban either like an Iron Man or to ban like an Iron Man or like a Strange to kind of just prevent that trifecta that's going to go on in Rivals side of things.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would be pretty surprised to see Marvel Rivals, the team, not the game, protect the Hulk and proceed to ban the Iron Man. We did see that once before a few games ago, where a team did protect Hulk and then proceeded to ban Iron Man immediately afterwards. So if I'm Octopass right here and I see the enemy team protected Hulk, banned Hela and banned Luna, I would do that exact thing. I would proceed to ban Iron Man because in my head, am thinking, okay, they want the Gamma team up for the Iron Man. They want to do ridiculous aerial maneuvers with that Iron Man in the sky, just doing absolutely insane damage with that team up. So that is a very smart ban from Team Octopass right there. Very good stuff. And it looks like we're going to be seeing some Psylocke from them, which really excites me. I always love seeing Psylocke being played at this level because, I mean, she's just such a fun character and she's able to have such high impact if unchecked.
Definitely. If they get on, you know who else is going to get so much impact if they go unchecked? Is the Winter Soldier. I mean, after seeing what Potato did last match, I'm expecting some amazing plays here. If not, I might pull a fit. I might actually rage. But here we go. As expected, Marvel Rivals is going to be using that Hulk. They're going to use the Strange as well. Unfortunately for them, they got countered with the Iron Man, but instead they're going to go for the Star-Lord combo, which is interesting because they have two different compositions going on. They have the Hulk with the Strange, get that power up, but they also have the Star-Lord Mantis, Adam Warlock power up as well, which is something that we've been seeing a lot in this broadcast as well, which it looks like in the other side of things, Oppax is going for something similar as well. But instead of going for the Star-Lord, they're going to decide to go for the Winter Soldier. So they're not going to, and the Psylocke, so they're not going to get that team up ability as much as Marvel Rivals will at least. But no portal plays coming into play. They're just going to walk this down as the first fight has already started. As Nanchiru in the map right now, going for that height control. Potentially being able to get a pick on. Nope, not going to be able to. That was very kind of looking a little scary for Team Marvel Rivals there with that positioning. But they don't really care. Look at the Hulk just jumping up, just having fun. Trying their best to get maybe some damage in as Nanchiru in disguise trying to contest the opposing Strange.
I mean, both teams teleported up onto the high ground and both teams are trying to contest each other on it. But there's very few people actually chilling on the low ground because, I mean, listen, you want to hold that high ground for as long as possible, but in the process, Octopass has given up the point, and they don't seem to be going down, and they're not looking to contest it anytime soon, really. Just now dropping, finally, as they... a really big pull onto NLE Choppa from Octopass's Bucky, but unfortunately, he gets peeled for it and get picked off immediately afterwards, and NLE Choppa is doing some serious work right here, just cleaning house, wiping out half the team by himself. A really impressive first fight win from the team Marvel Rivals Pros.
I mean, with that team up ability, Strange is going to do so much extra damage as we just saw there. That Gamma is going to be insane. And that's exactly what you want to see from Marvel Rivals. 50% on the point already. And also being able to shut down the Psylocke. Oh, my Lord. Being able to eliminate Yachty while they were invisible. That's going to be a great play coming in. And that's going to be very bad for Octopass as they essentially... leading up to this point, if they don't potentially do something, this might be the last fight already because of the Eye of Agamotto is going to get so much value. Choppa doing wonder for this team, being able to get pick after pick after pick.
I will say I did get NLE Choppa in one of my ranked games, and we won very decisively, so looks like that's exactly what he's going to be doing for his team, Marvel Rivals Pros, in this game as well. I mean, this guy might be the Strange GOAT right here. He is doing absolute work, not only healing for his team, but also doing insane damage, getting all the KOs necessary to successfully capture this point and hopefully win this point right here. Not if Asd has anything to say about it as he proceeds to pop the Star-Lord ultimate and just goes and does what he does best, just KOing absolutely everybody, looking like a very, very decisive first point win from Marvel Rivals Pros. Wow.
I do want to point out that I think it was the Adam used the Soulbind to essentially just counter Psylocke's Dance of the Butterfly. They didn't have to waste anything else but that Soulbind. And they just had so much to work with after that. Popping Felix's Cloak and Dagger's ultimate as well for extra sustain, and it's just allowing their entire team to just wipe off Ocpass one by one. Marvel Rivals is looking very strong right now, and I don't see how Ocpass they need to change the composition here. I mean, I don't even know what they could do. Potentially, they might have to pull out the Hulk Strange combo as well, just to match the same energy that NLE Choppa is providing for Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be probably Octpass's main objective throughout this series is taking care of NLE Choppa, because this guy is going to be pretty unstoppable on the Strange. He is an extremely talented player, and he has already shown that so much in the first round of the first map already, as Team Marvel Rivals Pros opens up a portal and gets to the point rather quickly, taking the high ground above it as well. How is Octpass going to respond to this already incredibly advantageous positioning from the enemy team?
On this Squirrel Girl, man, I love to see the gameplay. Trying to get so much AoE damage. You gotta be careful because the final judgment is here. Are they gonna be able to shut him down? Yes, they are. ASDF getting so much value off the Squirrel Girl, showing us why this character actually is one of the best in the game if you know how to use it correctly. And Elite Choppa, of course, getting another pick. And look at them just walking down the Atom, taking their time as well with that. And I am very happy that the Atom didn't revive themselves there, because that was going to be a little scary. But again, Marvel Rivals, they're going off with another decisive victory for this first fight. Just like that, they're going to secure the first point. Already have 15%. And look at this positioning from Choppa. I don't think anybody in Ocpass teams knows that NLE Choppa is there. Although he did kind of show himself there at the end. If he would have played a little sneaky, he might have gotten a really nasty Eye of Agamotto. But it's not going to matter because they don't need that Eye of Agamotto. They have a Squirrel Girl going nuts. Being able to get 1, maybe 2 picks here, and be able to get 3, maybe no. It's going to get shut down by the Winter Soldier.
I mean, listen, so far we've been seeing an immense amount of impact from Marvel Rivals' Squirrel Girl, being the first to pop her ult and just getting so many KOs off the rip. I mean, the last fight for Marvel Rivals Pros was won purely off the back of Squirrel Girl getting 2 or 3 KOs off the rip, and then NLE Choppa just coming in to clean up immediately afterwards. I mean, this Squirrel Girl is doing so much for this team already. They really are having an extremely difficult time. What on earth? Did she just gets 4 like that? Get the 5th. Come on, let's see it. Oh my goodness. That is the craziest Squirrel Girl play I've seen in the entire tournament thus far. And she already has her ultimate again, despite using it just in the last fight. And there is one person from Octpass just contesting the objective by themselves. And just another Squirrel Stampede coming out from Asd. I mean, this guy is just absolutely nuts on this hero. No one is able to do anything about him as he stands in main and continues lobbing nuts down the route. I mean, what are they supposed to do about him besides solo Eye of Agamotto him, which won't be enough to KO him anyways.
Oh my god. ASDF doing so much on this Squirrel Girl. Literally playing in the front lines as well. Not afraid of anything. He's getting picks after picks after picks. Getting 2, getting 3, getting 4. Gonna get the 5th again. Yes, we can with the help of YouTube. Squirrel Girl, ASDF, showing us potentially the Squirrel Girl might be one of the best characters in the entire game. I cannot believe what I just saw. We barely get to see this character come into play, and to show so much dominance with it is absolutely filthy. I mean, I'm a big fan of just respecting people's characters and banning them for the second map. But how can you look at your team and say, we have to ban the Squirrel Girl? I mean, that is just like unheard of. But look at that, 20 final elims, 28 eliminations, and only 1 death, only 1 KO. I mean, that's insane gameplay.
I mean, after watching that, I know we've barely seen any Squirrel Girl throughout this tournament, and most people don't think Squirrel Girl is very good. But after watching what Asdef just did to the enemy team on Squirrel Girl, I think this character might need to be nerfed. She might be too OP. This guy is too nuts on her. This should not be allowed in tournament play. Oh my goodness. What was that? 2 pentas back to back? That was just absolutely ridiculous. Oh, I've never seen anything like it before. And I really do hope we get to see more of this Squirrel Girl in future maps, because, I mean, Asd on the Squirrel Girl is just an absolute treat to watch. We barely get to see her in tournament play at all whatsoever. So I'm just really happy that she has her moment to shine. And that moment to shine will come very soon after we show you guys some highlights. And we will come back to you after a little 5-minute break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
If you're a Squirrel Girl fan and you missed out on the last match, do yourself a favor and go back to the VOD, because goodness gracious, ASD might single-handedly bring this character to the meta, which is in perfect timing because we actually got a new Squirrel Girl outfit in the shop as well. Ruben, what are your thoughts?
Oh my god, the new Squirrel Girl outfit is so cool. I can't wait to buy it when I get back home from Italy. Oh my goodness, it's so nice. And the Moon Knight skin as well. I mean, ugh. But let's not take away attention from on the Squirrel Girl. I mean, 2 fights in a row of just penta KOs is absolutely absurd. I've never seen anywhere close to this level of play on that hero, because, I mean, if you're from NA or EU, you are probably one of the majority that thinks that Squirrel Girl is a pretty bottom tier duelist hero. I mean, no one's really playing her. No one's making that great of effect. Not making her very effective. I mean, it's really impressive to see him making her work so well at this level of play. And we start off the game with a Hawkeye and a Luna ban. It would be so funny to see Octopass actually manage to ban the Squirrel Girl, even though I think they are too prideful to do so.
You took the words out of my mouth. I think they're too prideful to ban that Squirrel Girl. I mean, I never in a million years would I ever imagine a team at this high level to even pull it out. Better yet, go and get 2 back-to-back pentas. But I mean, honestly, sometimes you have to swallow that pride. I keep repeating myself when I say this, but I need these teams to be able to just respect the characters that the opposing teams pull out. You need to be able to just adapt and ban these characters. But it's not looking very likely, as we are going to have a Hulk being saved from Marvel Rivals side of things, and Octopass being able to save the Psylocke. Maybe they think the Psylocke is a character that they need to shut down the Squirrel Girl if Marvel Rivals decides to pull it out. Now the Octopass turn to ban. Are they going to be able to ban this Squirrel Girl? I mean, Hela is still in place, so you have to be careful with that as well. And that's exactly who they are going to be banning, the Hela. I mean, it's not a surprise, right? This is the only matchup where we see Hawkeye and Hela being consistently banned in the pick and ban phase. In the other teams, in the other matches, we're consistently seeing a lot of Hawkeyes being played, a lot of Helas being played as well. So to no surprise, you know, this is looking like pretty standard rank bans.
Honestly, it's a really tough position for Octopass to be put in, because they are the ones who have to ban the 2 default characters that get banned every single game, and they're not able to really get creative with it and put much strategy into who they want to ban, which is honestly really tough for them, as Marvel Rivals just chooses, yeah, you know what, we don't really need to ban a second character because we're just that talented. We won't need to worry about it. Well, it's not like a problem that's going to come back later to, you know, kick us in the butt or anything. And I'm honestly, this is going to be rough, because with the Hulk Protect, this is a really rough situation to be put in as Octopass, because you fear the fact the enemy team is going to be potentially running a Hulk, Strange, and Iron Man team up. It doesn't seem like that's what Marvel Rivals pros are going to do, but the fact that it's a possibility is horrifying, because that team up is just so powerful, especially in the absence of Hela and Hawkeye, who are honestly some of the biggest threats that can just shoot you out of the sky. So now, as to the jumping off the map on the defense, perhaps messing up the rollout just a little bit out of the defensive spawn room, starting off the map with 1 self KO, just like we like to see.
Yeah, we're gonna have the Spider-Man Venom combination. I mean, I'm just assuming that Octopass probably just predicting, or sorry, Marvel Rivals is just predicting that Octopass is gonna go the Iron Man combo, but they're not. I mean, the Hulk was saved, and there's no Hulk in play. So I'm just kind of confused at what I'm seeing with these compositions. I thought we were going to see an Iron Man Hulk combo, but it's not even coming out. Both teams decided to play completely different things. Now, the Spider-Man combo should be really, really fun, as ASD is showing us that they can play a lot of off-meta characters. Now, they got to be careful. Like NLE Choppa, they've literally been camping in the back the whole time, and they're going to come out at exactly the perfect time, as they're going to be able to shut down the Atom.
Yeah, I mean, to roll out of spawn on a completely different composition than your picks and bans would allude to is really scary because they're just playing mind games with Octpass at this point, which if you're Octpass, I mean, it's not exactly flattering when the enemy is resorting to playing mind games against you rather than what would seem like the most rational decision, which is to run the best comp you possibly could. Instead, they're kind of free to do whatever they please, and there's nothing that Octpass seems to be able to do about it right now in this moment.
Oh my, Enoli Choppa all over the feed. Being able to get so much value off the Venom. Literally setting up camp in their spawn. I can't believe I'm seeing this. Octpass, they need to be able to handle this. There's a lot of dive characters, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to be pulling out the Neymar. Those squids are going to do an amazing job shutting down the Venom, shutting down the Spider-Man, which is... I love to see this because they're actually respecting their opposition now. They're actually picking things that make a little bit more sense. But they gotta be careful. YouTube being able to pull off that Star-Lord ult. Are they gonna be able to get enough value with it though? It doesn't look like they will be, as Yachty did a good job of just using the environment to just stay away from that. But it doesn't matter for YouTube. They didn't need the ultimate to get a pick. They're gonna just be using the Mirage to get that, and the Spider-Man gonna be able to get two. It's fun. Having a lot of fun here, also getting a piece of that.
Yeah, Dobby just does not seem to be able to be stopped thus far. I mean, he is absolutely doing incredible things on the Star-Lord, and I mean, Octpass only has a minute 30 remaining. And that's not a lot of time, and it's not a time bank that you want to have whenever you're pushing just the first point of the map, because there's still the rest of the map. And much to my surprise, Octpass is rolling out on the Storm, which is another hero that is very much considered to be, you know, not very great, but I personally believe in her to be better than everyone thinks. But I'm really surprised to see Octpass busting it out in this, like, crucial moment.
I mean, I think Storm loses a lot of value when there's this Strange in play, because the Strange shield literally fully counters the Storm ult. But not having that Strange in play might be the reason why they're pulling out the Storm. It might potentially provide enough movement speed and enough damage boost for the entire team, as we just saw an amazing Neymar ult there, being able to shut down Marvel Rivals, and Yachty being able to get a piece of that. It's looking like the Storm is actually working out. They're already at 60% on their ultimate as well, so they should have this for the second fight. They need to try their best to try to get more picks here. They need to seclude Marvel Rivals, and they might be able to do that. The Spider-Man playing a little bit too aggressive, but the movement is going to be there. They're not going to be able to get that pick.
Yeah, the Storm has already been getting incredible utility. For those of you who don't know what she does, she can either choose to damage boost her team or speed boost her team within a certain radius. And she is certainly doing that to great effectiveness as she challenges Dobby out of the air. And Fun is just gonna slam Shuraimu down into the ground with the ult. Oh, that is so tragic for them, as Marvel Rivals pros just seem to be doing a really good job contesting this point. Possibly, maybe they have wrapped up the team fight. Octpass has successfully captured the first point, and they are looking much better than how they started. I mean, this is a massive improvement already. They've done a great job adapting to Marvel Rivals Pros' comp so far.
Yeah, they actually are doing an amazing job, choosing to go for 3 strategies this time around. Maybe they need that sustain to be able to deal with the Spider-Man dives, with the Venom dive, right? Because they have so much value for their team. So I really do like how they're adapting literally in real time. And they're going to be able to get a pick on AESD as well. Unfortunately for them, Spider-Man is literally going to be back in the back line in approximately 3 seconds. But at the very least, this is going to provide a little bit of space for them. And Nonsure is doing a good job as the only frontline presence for this team as well, using their shields in perfection, trying to maintain those bubbles to just keep their strategists alive as well. And again, it's a 6v6 again. Yachty taking a little too much damage, but the sustain is going to be right there. Here comes the Neymar ult again. Are they going to be able to get enough value? No, that's going to be a Mantis Soul in return to keep everyone alive. And Dobby being able to get 2 picks off of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, you said Azure was going to be back in their back line within 3 seconds of Spider-Man, but it seems like he has picked the highly coveted highly anticipated from you, Iron Fist, which we also have yet to see in this tournament thus far. So, I mean, it seems like every single character that he is playing in this match is just an off-meta pick that is designed to output maximum tilt. Because, I mean, you don't want to be getting pented by a Squirrel Girl. You don't want to be getting messed up by an Iron Fist at this level. I mean, it is just... he is just really getting into their heads right here. Just doing so much in the backline, beating everybody up with his fists. Oh my... he is just so unstoppable.
Ruben, you don't understand how big I'm smiling right now. I cannot believe we have actually are able to see an Iron Fist coming out in this level of play. And look at how much value they're getting. That had a Warlock revive is not going to be good enough because the Iron Fist is going to be there and just shutting everyone down with the hopes of Dobby as well. That was just amazing to see.
He is just doing whatever he wants. Their spawn room. Same with Dobby. I mean... it's looking a little rough for Ocpass here. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do much to recontest this, as Asvd and NLE Choppa are just relaxing in Ocpass's spawn room as the rest of the team deals with the remaining stragglers on the card.
Wow, and just like that, we're going to see Marvel Rivals being able to hold it down. 91 meters. That is quite a bit. I mean, it is still possible to see a comeback coming in from Ocpass. They are going to have to continue to adapt to the playstyle that Marvel Rivals is bringing. I mean, I don't know if they're bringing the Iron Fist because they genuinely think it's the play, or maybe they're just having fun. Maybe they just know they have this in the bag. But it looks like they are going to be switching off. If they go for a triple tank, triple strategist, that would be another off a meta composition here for Marvel Rivals. But no, they're going to stick to the guns with the Star-Lord. I mean, the Star-Lord Dobby, he's providing so much value for the team, which makes sense. But a triple Vanguard composition, that's something else we don't get to see often, Ruben.
Yeah, I mean, if they were to run the triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition, it would feel very reminiscent of something that I can't quite remember accurately. I think it might have been a composition called Sheep or Rams or something close to that, some sort of woolly animal. But I mean, it would have been really cool if they were to bust out the triple strategist, triple Vanguard, because it would be really funny to watch history repeat itself once again. And now we have Dobby, solo duelist on his team as the Star-Lord, with the triple team up between Adam, Warlock, Mantis, and Star-Lord. I mean, I'm really excited to see how this goes. It's going to be really annoying for Ocpass to finally get those picks that they've been craving this entire game, just for them to be able to revive themselves.
So the composition that Ocpass has now, it's something that I expected to see the last round, right? They saved the Hulk. The Iron Man was still in play because Marvel Rivals didn't ban it this time around. So now they're finally running the highly anticipated Hulk Strange Iron Man combo. I don't really understand why they didn't pull it out in the first round, but they are going to do it for this second half, and maybe that's the change that they needed, as Dobby is going to be contesting the high ground, almost winning that fight, and is actually going to be able to take down the Iron Man, although they were using the Unibeam, and that Unibeam is nothing to laugh at because that does so much damage. So the fact that Dobby was able to win that in the air is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we are finally seeing that Iron Man Hulk team up. But Star-Lord is just such a good counter to Iron Man because he, like Iron Man, is able to maintain his elevation in the skybox really effectively, but also just has, you know, his little guns to just gun down Iron Man with very little difficulty. And I say that, but then their Iron Man picks off Dobby immediately. But as I say that, he immediately gets res, so it's just so hard to do anything into this team without half of them reviving themselves.
Yeah, and Ocpass, they had their ultimate there, but they weren't able to use it. Unfortunately for them, it's not looking good for this team fight. Although they still have some people left, it's going to look like that Cloak and Dagger is going to do so much damage in contest with Dobby as well. And just like that, it's looking like Marvel Rivals is probably going to be able to take this. And look at NLE Choppa, literally in a 1v4, just doing everything that they possibly can. Oh, no! Fun using the meteor to fully counter the Iron Man ult.
Fun just smacking a meteor in Iron Man's face. I'm not sure if Tony built his suit to be able to handle that much projectile at once, but oh my god, that was so sad to watch. He couldn't do anything as he got swatted down like a fly by Fun. And here, Marvel Rivals Pros pushes the payload up to the point where Octpass has gotten it. And I mean, this is looking a little rough for Octpass. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, their Iron Man is going to try to take quick work of the Star-Lord, but it's not gonna happen as he retreats and pops his ult and is just looking really rough for Octpass here as Dobby cleans everyone up.
Yeah, I'm talking about cleaning everything up, and Elite Chopper is gonna be doing just that. And the Thor hammer, being able to bring down Hulk off the map just to secure the victory. It's gonna be Marvel Rivals again with extreme confidence, being able to win on a 2-1 fashion, 2-0 overall in this map series.
Man, that was a rough map for Team Octpass there. I mean, Dobby was absolutely allowed to do whatever he wanted in the sky as Star-Lord, and I admire the attempt to swap over to Iron Man and make work of everyone else, but unfortunately, that's not really going to be possible when Dobby is on the field as Star-Lord. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, he was getting too much value, literally contesting the air, contesting the ground, being able to flank, being able to get the first picks, being able to get the aimbot with the ultimate. I mean, Star-Lord is showing, he's showing us why Star-Lord is one of the best characters in the game. And we're probably going to get to see that replay back because we have the highlights ready for you. Followed with a 5-minute break.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 언제든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 파도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 파도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 운명
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To train. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
And welcome back from that short little break. We are hot off the heels of a rather decisive one-sided game thus far from Marvel Rivals Pros over Octopass. Yes, that is the name of the team. The name of the team is Marvel Rivals, and we are calling them Marvel Rivals Pros because they are Marvel Rivals Pros, and they are proving that with their very decisive victories. So far, 2-0 over Octopass in this series. I mean, they are putting on a show for us, playing some very weird, not very common heroes like Squirrel Girl and Iron Fist and Spider-Man, and it's really awesome to see such a high-level team put these characters to good work considering the other regions refuse to touch them with a 10-foot pole.
Exactly. Picking those off-meta picks might quite literally be the reason why a lot of people are going to start picking them in your ranked matches. So if you do see a lot of Squirrel Girl and Iron Fist in your ranked matches, you have to blame Marvel Rivals Pros for pulling that out in these high tourneys. Now, they also ran the triple Vanguard as well, which is something that we usually don't see. Picking the Thor, picking the, I think it was what's the name of the character? Magneto as well. They're just providing so much value with the Venom as well. And they were just going into the back line and just completely dominating the whole map. Now, I kind of want to see Octopass adapt and ban some of these characters, but it's kind of hard to see because it looks like Marvel Rivals can kind of just do it all. They can just play whatever they want and still be successful. So Octopass is just going to do what they've been doing this whole time. They're probably going to ban the Hawkeye and the Hela again.
And they're kind of forced into this position because they know that if they let Hawkeye or Hela be played in this match, they're going to be in an even worse situation against them. Because, I mean, Marvel Rivals Pros, considering how well they're playing on the off-meta picks, imagine what they can do with Hawkeye or Hela in their pocket. I mean, it's not going to be a pretty sight. So Octopass is kind of backed into a corner here. They have no choice but to ban Hawkeye and Hela.
Exactly. And Marvel Rivals, I mean, this time around, they're going to be banning the Strange, but keeping the Punisher. I mean, I don't even think they played Punisher this series yet. So the fact that they're saving it, I mean, I can't imagine they're doing it as like, I can't imagine it's like their composition. I don't think they're over there talking like, yeah, I think Punisher is going to be the best pick for them. This is how we're going to 3-0 them. I think they're just saving a character just to save a character. And that just happens to be the Punisher. But talking about the Hela and how we were expecting Ocpass to ban it, it's looking like they're actually going to be keeping it around. Maybe that's the change that they need to bring this back. I mean, Hela is one of the strongest characters in the game. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to pull it out in the side of Ocpass.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see the Hela Protect from Octopass and the Black Panther ban from them as well, considering that Marvel Rivals Pros haven't actually busted out the Black Panther yet. So maybe they're anticipating it, and I think they understand that they're in a rather dire situation at the moment. They are down 0-2 in a best of 5. If they lose one more map, they are out. So, I mean, with the Hela Protect, they're just thinking to themselves, listen, this is the best shot that we have. We need to just Hela diff them, and that will be our chance at glory, which honestly is something that I really respect, and I hope it goes well for them, because it would really suck to protect the Hela and then have it not work out for you guys.
Exactly, and I did want to point out that Ocpass last time they ended up saving the Hulk, I believe. And they only used it for the second round. And this time around, I mean, Hulk is in play, but it doesn't look like they're going to be sticking to that. So they're consistently just switching everything all the time. I mean, they even might potentially pull out a Wolverine, which, I mean, to me, I think Wolverine is one of the best characters in the game if you know how to play them correctly. If you're able to just seclude an enemy Vanguard and get them into your team. But again, I can't. Okay, for a second I thought Fun was going to pull out the Storm, but we might actually be able to see another Squirrel Girl here in Marvel Rivals. Again, with a very strange composition. If they decide to run this, I mean, we got the Squirrel Girl, but this time it's Eneli Choppa that's going to be running it. Eneli Choppa has been the Vanguard player for Marvel Rivals, picking Venom and doing a lot of work with it. But this time around, they're going to go for the Loki. Fun is going to be on the Thor, which Fun has been playing Vanguard, which makes sense. But ASD, they started off the series on Squirrel Girl, and then they went on to play different characters for the second map. And now all of a sudden, they're the Vanguard player now, picking the Captain America. I mean, Captain America is another character that we rarely get to see.
I mean, this is looking like Marvel Rivals Pros are committing a little bit of silliness and performing some role swappage here. Because Eneli Choppa is on Strategist when he's normally the Vanguard. Asvida is on Vanguard when he's normally a Duelist. They're just all really... And Dobby is on Strategist when they're normally a Duelist as well. And it doesn't really seem to matter as Felix just cleans up Yachty, which cannot feel good. Especially so early into the fight. And I mean, he just gets 4. He just... Wow, yeah, I mean... This is not looking too hot for Octopass as Felix starts off the first map of the first point. I mean, at the first fight of the first point with just 5 KOs. I mean, what are you supposed to do about that?
I mean, that's probably why Octopass was banning Hela the first 2 maps. They probably didn't want to deal with Felix, but maybe they decided that Yachty could diff them. But it's not looking like that because Felix is doing a lot of work, and they have already decided to knock down the bridge as well, which is an amazing play because not only is that going to provide a cover for Felix to hit some headshots, but it's going to make it harder for Octopass to get to the point here. And this is something that I haven't really seen many teams do it in these tournaments yet, which is surprising to me. But we're in the top 16 now, so you know these teams are going to be pulling out these nice spicy environmental strats, as we're going to have finally Octopass being able to get the first pick here. But oh my lord, being able to get shut down by Dobby. Again, Dobby has been playing the DPS, and it's looking like he didn't even switch off. He's still playing DPS, but with the Adam Warlock this time.
Yeah, I mean, poor Suraimu from Octopass just ran in there with Mantis Ult thinking they were invulnerable. But unfortunately, every single member of Marvel Rivals Pros looked at him and just made sure they were not able to move forward an inch and get anything out of that Mantis ultimate, as we watch Felix just clean a house and finish up the enemy Luna Snow as they start pushing up into their spawn room.
Now, at this moment, you gotta say, like, if you're Ocpass, you need to figure something out, because you're getting hold on in your own spawn. That's not what you want to see when you're in the top 16. It's not looking good for them. And honestly, Ruben, I don't even know what they could do at this point. It doesn't matter what compositions they keep switching to. It just doesn't really matter. And now we're gonna have an Elite Choppa on the Loki being able to use a hello and getting so much success with it, as Felix is going to use this time to keep pushing forward, getting picks after picks after picks.
I mean, Marvel Rivals Pro seems to be playing the touching the enemy spawn door challenge, as Astra just runs in there as Captain America, knowing that there's nothing Ocpass can do as they're respawning. And I mean, Nonchuru does pop the Magneto ult, but unfortunately doesn't really get anything with it. And they're just kind of brawling in a in a situation where it's just not very advantageous for them. Because even if they do win this fight, they have to walk so far to the point that Marvel Rivals is just going to yet another team fight. And they're not even going to win this team fight quite yet, as it seems like Marvel Rivals is just having a field day doing as they please.
But Ocpass did manage to get 2 picks, and the most amazing pick was on Dobby, but Dobby actually was able to rest himself and then able to rest the entire team. So all of a sudden, although it was looking like Ocpass was going to win that fight, Marvel Rivals is back with every single player in their team getting revived. And Luna ult being placed here by Ocpass. This is what they need to do in order to win this fight. It's overtime. If they lose this, it's going to be very, very hard. They haven't even gotten 1%. So they need to win this, as Yachty is going to be able to get a pick on Elite Choppa, but Dansum is going to be able to get that revive on themselves. So it's not looking good for Ocpass. They still have to eliminate a lot of different enemy players here. And oh, that's some amazing shots coming in from the Moon Knight, but they're getting picked off right away. It's just going back and forth, and I don't even know who's winning. It's looking like Marvel Rivals got the better end of it. All of a sudden, it was looking like they were losing that fight, and then all of a sudden, they all come back.
There were several times that fight where Octopass did manage to get a pick on Adam and Mantis, and then it didn't matter because they just got revived. So while the kill feed was looking very much in favor of Octopass, it didn't end up mattering because they kept reviving themselves. So there was nothing they could do to stop the revives. There was nothing they could do to stop them from getting into a safe position and just coming back to the fight far sooner than they anticipate. And unfortunately, to Octopass's detriment, they just weren't able to clean up those limbs just as quickly as they would like.
Yeah, they definitely weren't able to. And like I said earlier, Marvel Rivals, we got to see the pick and bans there again, and it kind of briefly reminded me that the Punisher was the one that was saved by Marvel Rivals, but they're not even playing it. Again, I think they're just playing with their food here. They know they got this in the bag, so they don't really care who they ban. They don't really care who they save. They already have so many different compositions. As again, another weird pick. We're going to have a Magic from ASD this time around, and then Elite Choppa on the Jeff. Hopefully we do get to see this because they have that team up ability with the group. But maybe Fun is having a little too much fun. Maybe they're messing with the casters. Briefly going to the Black Widow, kind of making me smile, making me feel a little excited, but not going to be pulling that out. Fun really is a Vanguard player, and he's going to be showing that around. But the Jeff, they're actually sticking with this. For a second, I thought the Jeff was going to be just to provide the movement and then switching off to something else. But no, they're going to be committing to it. And that's going to provide a lot of damage mitigation for Fun's group.
Yeah, and I mean, Marvel Rivals is absolutely playing with their food here because almost all of them are just playing roles that they normally don't, and Felix is just having a field day on Hela once again. And I really wish we could be watching the game from NLE Choppa's perspective as he runs around on the Jeff, being a little silly guy that he is, because, I mean, that would just be an absolute treat considering how little Jeff we've been seeing throughout this tournament. And Felix is just popping heads, and it really just does seem like Marvel Rivals is closing this map out with a very decisive 3-0 victory, resulting in them winning the series just really, really cleanly. That was such a clean push from them, even though they are all playing different characters and different roles than they would normally be.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter. They're comfortable with anything, as we can clearly see. And that's going to be Felix, to no surprise, getting the MVP on the Hela. I mean, getting picks after picks after picks. And you see the 16 final hits in a match that was like a 5-minute match at most. So the fact that they were to get 16 final hits in a 5-minute match is absolutely unheard of. And just like that, we're probably going to see those pentas again and again from those Squirrel Girls. I'm actually very excited to see that because we have the highlights ready, followed by a 10-minute break. So don't miss that. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stampede!
What a decisive 3-0 victory from Marvel Rivals Pro, teaching us that being versatile can actually earn you top 8. If you just turn on the broadcast, don't worry, it's not too late to watch some exciting gameplay as we have another series coming your way. Hopefully, Ruben, this means we get to see anything other than a 3-0.
Yeah, we've just been having 3-0s all day, and while it has been really fun to watch these teams getting the 3-0s be such a dominant force in the tournament, I also, as a spectator, want to watch some close matches, and I'm really hoping that's what we can get with this game that's just about to come up. I'm really looking forward to something that won't be a 3-0, hopefully. I mean, it was really nice seeing Marvel Rivals Pros win in such glorious fashion, especially because they bust out so many off-meta picks like Squirrel Girl, like Iron Fist, like Spider-Man. They've just been doing absolutely crazy things we've never seen anyone else in this tournament do, and I really want to see more interesting strategies come out from teams and more close matches, pretty please.
Yeah, close matches is what we all want to see. But, I mean, who knows? What I do know is that we're probably going to expect to see some similar picks and bans more than likely, right? We're starting to see a lot more Hela and Hawkeye bans, which, I mean, makes a lot of sense, right? In the beginning, in the first series, it wasn't looking like that. A lot of the Hawks and Helas were actually being chosen. Map 2 or Series 2 is when we started to see more of those rank bans going in. And then, unfortunately, for Series 3, it just didn't matter what the pick and bans were. They were just all over the place. We had Marvel Rivals Pro keeping the Punisher. They didn't even choose the character. They didn't even ban for the second. I think they didn't even get the second ban going for the third map. They could just play it all, which is very interesting because usually with these top 8, with these top 16 teams, you will probably expect to see something very similar, like very similar compositions. I mean, when it comes to strategies, we're seeing a lot of the same characters, right? With the Luna Mantis, unless if they get banned, but something that we don't normally see. But except for today, actually, normally we don't see this, but today we actually have seen quite several Magic bans, as we're gonna have Good Boy taking that away from Team F and B. And I mean, a Luna ban again. That's no surprise there. Luna provides way too much for the team, and it's Neymar being saved from Good Boy. I'm expecting to see some real good squid placements here. As F and B, they are gonna be saving the Hulk. So if Good Boy doesn't ban a Strange or an Iron Man here, we are expecting to see F and B pull out that trifecta composition, as they are going to be banning the Psylocke.
It's interesting that they would ban Psylocke when they see the enemy team is protecting Namor, because in my opinion, it does seem like Namor is one of the best answers to Psylocke in the game. So it just seems like slightly counterintuitive to ban Psylocke against Namor, but maybe they do fear the fact that the enemy team might be running Namor and Psylocke together. And it also makes perfect sense that Good Boy decided to go ahead and ban the Iron Man right there, because, I mean, if you see that Hulk protect, you know that there is some deviousness coming up in terms of a team up from the enemy team, because the last thing you want to see in the sky is a gamma-powered Iron Man suit ready to rain hell down upon your entire team.
Exactly. And to no surprise, FMB, although the Iron Man is banned, they're still going to decide to go for the Hulk and Strange that we have been talking about. Now, they also have the Atom in composition with the Star-Lord, which you would normally think you'll run a Mantis with that composition. But maybe Kira is just not comfortable with the Mantis, or maybe they just think that Cloak and Dagger just provides a little bit more value. I mean, it makes sense because Cloak and Dagger, similar to Mantis, they can have a lot of DPS coming in. I mean, that ultimate as well, it plays correctly. You're literally invincible for like 3 to 5 seconds, which is absolutely necessary if you want to win a team fight.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the fact that you are able to have that ability on a cooldown is so nuts for Cloak and Dagger. Just being able to make your entire team invisible and invulnerable as long as they don't shoot or do anything similar to that. And now we're starting off the map with FNB rolling out on the Cloak and Dagger and the Adam Warlock as aforementioned. And I really like this Groot positioning where he's just sitting on the high ground, not letting the enemy team walk through the main choke.
And I run into the main choke using these walls to kind of just seclude the team, but they're getting pressured in a very fast manner. So they got to be very careful because that's 4 teammates just pushing off that left side. Now, they have no choice but to back off here. And they're taking a lot of damage. But you know who else is taking a lot of damage is Captain. Now they're in Bruce banner form. That is not good for FNB. They kind of have to sit back and wait for them to come back as Hulk. But that's going to provide a little bit of space for Sentinel to come in with the flank, being able to get one. Fab is going to get a piece of that as well, and Kira is as well. The Cloak and Dagger DPS form, as I said, and it's very important to note that they have already used their ultimate, and that's the reason why they were pulling out the DPS form. They were literally able to get their ultimate in like 1 minute. That is quite literally impressive.
And Sentinel had an absolutely beautiful flank to start that fight off, getting the pick off on the opposing Hela, just doing a really good job off the rip, and I really, really love to see Hela players taking aggressive off angles like that because they're just able to get such high impact for their team with just a really quick 2 shots, just eliminating one of the enemy players. It's just so fun to see them put the hero to such high effect.
And I do love how this Groot is playing high ground every time. S6 is going to be able to get a nasty little pick on Captain. Time and time again, Captain is being shut down, but he has a team that's able to just do a lot even when they are in Bruce banner form, as they're still pushing the site. They're not really scared of the enemy composition yet. They just want to get as much space as possible and play safe in order for Captain to come back. And Shuni, they do have their ult, and it looks like they were going to flank, but they're not going to do that once they hear that Star-Lord, but they are still going to be able to get that one in composition with the Neymar ult, but nobody has gotten KO'd yet.
I really love to see Shuni hop out with the Groot ultimate just for Captain on the enemy team to bubble himself and the only other person in the Groot ultimate, which made for a really good reaction to such what could have been a really high value ultimate for Good Boy here.
Exactly. And it's going to be Neymar being left alone and secluded, using the immunity to just provide a little bit of just safeness for themselves. But Captain is going to be pushing up, being able to take down Null. And just like that, it's looking very strong for FNB. They have 3 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock, and they're already winning team fight after team fight. They might actually be able to get this point as well. I don't think Good Boy is going to be able to contest that. They're actually going to give it up. And now they have almost 5 minutes for this next push. It's not looking good for Good Boy. They might have to switch some things up. And it looks like they did actually, because they're going to match the Cloak and Dagger now.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Chester just really came in big that fight. That was just absolutely beautiful plays on the Hulk right there. Even though they have no Iron Man team up to take advantage of, he's still doing so much on the hero by himself. I don't even think you would need to be paired up with the Strange to be getting the amount of value that he is. Because, I mean, he's just doing such a good job, and he has his ultimate going into this next fight. But Good Boy's Hela gets a really valuable pick here onto the enemy Star-Lord. I mean, this is looking like a pretty back-and-forth fight, but not unless Captain Chester comes to save the day, pushing into the enemy spawn as Hulk, and they can't do anything to stop him as FNB just pushes the cart to the very end almost, with almost 4 minutes on the time bank as well.
I mean, when you have Captain with 1,500 health for almost the entirety of the ult, how can you do anything about that? But now that it's over, that's going to allow V-Fire to hit a very nasty Eye of Agamotto. This potentially might swing things around, as Good Boy is able to get 3 picks off the bat already, and that's going to be a really good positioning for the Hela as well. Being able to get 1, Captain being able to get shut down as well. Now, Good Boy, although they won this fight, they still have to win around 3 to 4 more fights, so they still have a very big hill to climb.
Yeah, I mean, while V-Fire did come in really clutch with a gigantic Eye of Agamotto there, they still do have 3 minutes on their time bank to be able to make something work, and making something work they will, considering they have 4 ultimates coming in here. And Good Boy, they're just slightly short here as they try to hold off FNB.
But some ultimates have been popped. A lot of support ults going in. Leo's coming in with the Star-Lord, getting a lot of value. Being able to shut down Shuni as well. But here comes the Adam revive. Are they going to be able to get two people? They are going to be able to get the Star-Lord and the Cloak and Dagger. That's exactly what you want to see. But the fight has already been lost. Are they going to be able to bring it back? I mean, at this point, they should just reposition here. There's just not much they can do when V-Fire is on the helipad. Oh my! Captain is going to come back and save the day, being able to just keep their teammates alive. But V-Fire, it doesn't matter for them because they're still going to be playing very aggressive. They should be able to get 2 picks there. And Good Boy, once again, being able to win another team fight. And now at this point, they need to play aggressive. They need to get as many picks as possible because you definitely want to stagger FNB with so much time that they have left.
I mean, Nyanya did really start that fight with a really gigantic res on their team, but unfortunately it wasn't enough and they weren't able to get back in time to be able to successfully bring that fight back. And now they're setting up a strange portal behind the enemy team and they're just jumping through it immediately. The pick onto Good Boy's Hela and they are just tearing it up. They were not ready for that portal at all whatsoever as Captain Chester runs into their spawn and cleans up the remaining stragglers. They're just not able to do anything about them.
Yeah, that was an amazing portal coming in from Fab, and that might have been the play that they needed. They have quite literally picked off everyone. It's only 6 that's left, and they're not able to do much, especially when Captain is going to be having 1,500 health again, in conjunction with the Mantis Soul as well. They're not going to lose any amount of health here. They're providing so much value and so much space and so much damage as well, as they're still fighting, and that's going to be Nanyan being able to get another pick. V-Fire, the last man standing for this team, trying to provide value as the Hela is coming in as well, where they're going to get shut down immediately. And V-Fire, unfortunately for them, you're not tanky enough. You don't have a Hulk ultimate like Captain did. There's not much time that you can save for your team. And that's going to be a 3-0 with 43 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, V-Fire doing everything humanly possible to hold FNB for as long as possible, but it just simply... he's just not able to do that much by himself. I mean, there was the game-changing Eye of Agamotto that he got earlier, which was gigantic and got the entire enemy team. And he was getting KOs left and right, but it simply just wasn't enough despite his best efforts.
Exactly, and that's kind of what happens when you have so much time. They won 2 fights and it was looking good, but because they lost the first and second point quite almost literally the whole time, like they didn't even win a team fight, I don't think. We got to see the expense of that. If you're not winning your team fights in the first 2 points, it's going to bite you in the behind for the 3rd point. You can win as many team fights as you want because all it takes is 1 for FNB. And that's exactly what happened. We just saw a portal play. They were able to get the first pick and they just kind of ran away with the victory after that. Now, it's going to be interesting to see where Captain is going to play. Sometimes I like to see Hulks just maintain that front line literally in the opposing team spawn, which is what Captain might be able to do here because he has a lot of presence right now. I don't think Good Boy really has an answer for this Hulk. And just like that, he's going to be hitting a nice ability there. That's going to be a nice ultimate charge already, 5%, leading the charge with everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Chester has been a force to be reckoned with this entire game, doing a really good job keeping both the tanks in check and also pressuring the back line and contesting all of the duelists off angles. He's just doing everything at once in a very impressive manner as we just kind of wait for Good Boy here to just do something on this push, because both teams are kind of just stagnating, kind of looking at each other. Nothing's really happening quite yet. Sentinel's looking for a really big pick here onto the Hawkeye, but nothing's able to get secured quite yet as both teams just take a little moment to reset and make sure they get all their abilities and HP pools back.
And no, what a nice pick on Sentinel, playing extremely aggressive, but the entirety of their team is being pushed back by the front line that FNB is providing. Although no got a pick, it's almost like they didn't get a pick at all. They're just still going in the back. Now they were able to seclude, they were able to regroup now, and now they're finally pushing back. Now, I totally forgot that Hawk wasn't even banned. It looks like Good Boy is finally going to be pulling that out, and maybe that's a change that they need to potentially win this first point. And Lassos has to be very careful, taking a lot of damage there, but being able to use their movement to stay alive. Eye of Agamotto being used, and it's actually amazing. V-Fire once again showing us that he's one of the better strengths in this tournament. Now, if V-Fire can keep this up, Good Boy might potentially make a comeback here.
V-Fire is really busting out all the stops to try to carry his team to victory here. I mean, his strange gameplay is just so impressive. He's just lighting up the kill feed constantly, and it doesn't seem like he can ever get stopped as he keeps pushing up into F&B, and they're forced to respect him. They're forced to give him the space that he demands.
Exactly, and he's still getting space. I mean, look at the amount of damage that they're providing. He doesn't even have a hold for the team up. He's just doing this. This is just what Strange does. Being able to get a pick on Sentinel, but an amazing res coming in from Nanya. That's going to be able to get two teammates up. And the Star-Lord all being shut down immediately, but got rest again. That was such an amazing ult from Adam. And that actually might be the reason why FNB might be able to take this fight back, as Fab is going to be playing really aggressive, being able to pick up one. Laos being able to pick up V-Fire, and that's two Vanguards being down for Good Boy.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a pretty good hold from F&B here. They do have to hold for 4 minutes, but that was a really clean fight, and they didn't use many ults, and they still have half of their ultimates in the bank for the next fight. And Good Boy just has hella ult going into here as Fab just gets a really big Eye of Agamotto. And, I mean, they're just cleaning up right here. The Good Boys forced to go and back up into their spawn a little bit. They need to play this fight a little bit slow because they don't quite have everyone right now in this moment. And Captain Chester just pops the Hulk ultimate, and they have no choice but to walk back and try to do whatever they can from a range to force him out.
But at the same time that Captain used her ult, the Cloak and Dagger from Good Boy's side also used theirs. So that provided a lot of heals for the team. And they were able to shut down Captain right after using their ult already. And I think it's important to note that they didn't shut down Captain right away. They kind of waited a couple seconds because it's kind of smart to kind of wait for the Hulk to be in Bruce Banner form for a couple of seconds. Because if you just eliminate them right away, they'll just come back as Hulk. And Hulk has unlimited dashes, so they'll just get back into the fight extremely fast. So the fact that they didn't prioritize them straight away is definitely an amazing play. And that's what you want to see from this top 16 team. Now, V-Fire, we've seen some amazing Eye of Agamottos every single time. And guess what? They're preparing themselves for another one. This might be the reason why they win the second point. If they're able to get some picks, and Noah's going to be able to get one on Sentinel. And there's a revive coming in once again for Nyanya, being able to get one.
Yeah, just getting one so far. I mean, this will be really big if any other players on FNB do get knocked out, but unfortunately, Sentinel was the only person who got revived by that, and then Sentinel got knocked out immediately afterwards, so Nyanya's ult is only going to be able to revive Sentinel, and Sentinel alone as Good Boy starts cleaning house, just really getting all of the KOs that they need in order to capture the second point here. Going into third with a decent time bank of 3 minutes, looking to push it all the way to the very end here.
I mean, Good Boy's Cloak and Dagger was able to use their ultimate yet again, which provided so much heals yet again. The value that these Cloak and Daggers are bringing with their ultimates is they're able to get it. They're probably the one character that can get it the fastest out of everyone in the map right now. So whoever gets that Cloak and Dagger ult first essentially has been winning the team fight. And it's FMB that's going to use that Cloak and Dagger first. And look, it's looking like they're going to be winning this fight. They were able to shut down the V-Fire already, which is probably the strongest teammate right now for Good Boy. And
yeah,
it looks
V-Fire really carrying Team Good Boy here with the constant huge Eyes of Agamotto and just really good space denial from FNB, not letting them have an inch more than they should, at least to the best of his ability. And Nyanya gets a really, I mean, okay. Honestly, Team FNB's strategists are getting so many more KOs than you would expect for a couple strategists to be getting. Surely, I mean, sometimes you might see one strategist getting a lot of KOs in a specific map, but it's both of them. I mean, both of them are opting to do as much damage as humanly possible whenever they can, and they're getting a ton of value out of it. And Fab standing still, just taking all of the shots to the head, unfortunately not being able to block it in time as Team Good Boy has a really big portal set up.
Yeah, that was a very strange play from this strange player Fab there. Being able to get picked off, that's not what you want to see. As Snow is going to get so much value. And look, they have their ultimate as well, deciding to save it because they know they already won the fight. As V-Fire is going to be taking a 1v1, going to be able to take down Sentinel yet again. Sentinel off the fight, and this is going to provide a lot of space for Good Boy. And they have 1 minute left. I mean, they're potentially going to win this round. I mean, at least we hope so. But they're not going to be able to do it at the same amount of time as FMB. It might potentially reach overtime, which is not good coming in for the overtime here. As we're going to have a Hog ultimate. Are they going to get any value? There's just no one to shoot there, unfortunately for them. And again, another Cloak and Dagger ult being used in V-Fire. I have Agamotto being able to get one, being able to get the Adam as well on top of that. So that's an amazing play, but the response back is going to be great. And that's going to be the Cloak and Dagger, like you mentioned. These strategies getting just picks after picks. And then an Adam Warlock rest. Are they going to be able to get more than one person so far? And so far, they haven't been able to rest anyone because No has been able to pick off 2.
I mean, both teams popping really big eyes of Agamotto at nearly the same time, and Nyanya's getting so many revives with their ultimate, and Laos is just beaming everybody from the skybox. No one is able to do anything about him. There's only 15 seconds left on the clock for Good Boy to be able to make their final advance here, and I'm not sure if they'll even be able to touch. I mean, there's so little time, and they are nowhere close to any ultimates besides Kira's Cloak and Dagger ult, so this is looking really, really rough for them. But in fairness, Good Boy also doesn't have any ults, but they also have an Iron Fist as a last-second swap, perhaps to just come back to the fight as quickly as possible, as Sentinel gets another pick onto V-Fire, and this may be the beginning of the end for F&B, as Good Boy seems to decisively hold right here. I mean, that was a really, really good push from FNB, but it simply was not it was a really good push from Good Boy, but it simply was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, the switch to the Iron Fist and the switch to Captain America, I mean, I think you're right, Ruben. They did it just to get to the point faster. But if you want to pick characters to get to the point faster, you can get so much more value with other characters. I mean, instead of Captain America, maybe pick the Venom. Maybe pick the Hulk. That was not bad. If instead of the Iron Fist, I mean, you could go Spider-Man. You could go Black Panther, right? There's a lot of other characters that can get you to the point a little bit faster and provide a little bit more value. It was like a Hail Mary play at the end there, and they just weren't able to contest it. That's going to be FMB with a nice 1-0 victory.
Yeah, that was really tragic to watch. The last-second desperation swaps just to try to get to the point as quickly as possible, because their only chance was to just push it all the way to the end so that they would go on to round 3 and 4 on that map. And speaking of maps, that is the first map being over in favor of Team FNB. We will be going into the next one shortly after some highlights and after a 5-minute break. See you then.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가 얼마든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
And we have returned from our short little 5-minute break with a really interesting game between Team F and B and Good Boy. Currently, F and B is up 1-0 after a very close first map. I mean, that was really beautiful stuff to see, and we just saw some really unfortunate moments from Good Boy there, like the last-minute Iron Fist swap, which just did not work out in their favor, as they tried to desperately come back to the point at the very last second. Elvin, what were your highlights of the last map right there?
I mean, although B-Fire ended up losing that map, just the amount of value that they got with those Eye of Agamotto's could have potentially won them the whole thing. So I would imagine they're going to pull out the Strange again for this map number 2. They got picks after picks after picks, but unfortunately for them, FNB, they just had way too much time in the clock. They were able to win the first and second point at a very convincing manner. I don't even think they lost a team fight throughout the whole time. So although it looked like Good Boy was holding them off in the third point, there was just way too much time and way too many team fights for them to win, eventually resulting in a portal play that was a very big highlight that essentially FNB ended up winning off that portal.
Yeah, it was a really, really clutch portal, and FNB has been making really great use of those throughout the entire map so far. And I'm really excited to see what they're able to pull off in this next map here, because again, that was a very close first map that we had right there. So I'm really excited to see how the rest of the series goes, because today has been filled with nothing but 3-0s. So this looks like maybe the most likely game we've had thus far to not be a 3-0 for once, which really, really excites me. As we go into the pick and ban phase, Good Boy, honestly, really smart, immediately banning the Hulk. They do not want to play against that Hulk ever again. I mean, Captain Chester was just too much for them to handle on that hero. So they are target banning him, which honestly I respect heavily as Team FNB goes on and bans Luna, which is honestly very normal, very standard.
Yeah, and they're going to decide to save the Atom as well. I mean, we saw it time and time again how many revives the Atom ended up getting. It was, I think, Nia. I think almost every time rest at least 2 people, and it looked like they were going to lose the team fight. But every time we saw that Adam Warlock rest, they won. They managed to turn it around. So to no surprise, they are going to be saving that. And they're probably going to use a Mantis in conjunction with that as well, like the last map. Now, more interesting to say, it's going to be Good Boy that's going to be saving Hela. So we're probably going to be seeing the mirror matchup going in from both teams, which is something that we didn't get to see last map. Last map, though, I think it was Hawk that didn't get banned, but nobody ended up choosing it. So maybe both teams don't really have that Hawk player that can just run the map around. And instead, we're going to have a Star-Lord ban from Good Boy. These are looking like just target bans coming in after the first map. They definitely don't want to deal with the Hulk. They don't want to deal with the Star-Lord. But very surprising to see FNB banning the Rocket Raccoon. I don't even think Good Boy pulled out the Rocket Raccoon, unless if my memory is failing me here. So it's kind of interesting to see them banning that.
They did not pull out the Rocket Raccoon last map, and it also surprises me greatly, because I'm not sure if Good Boy was even planning on utilizing either Rocket Raccoon or the team up between Punisher and Winter Soldier. So the fact that they target banned Rocket Raccoon is really interesting, and I would love to know the reason as to why, because Rocket Raccoon, I mean, we've been seeing a surprising amount of him throughout the tournament thus far, but not enough to warrant banning him for the most part. I mean, this is maybe the first time I've seen a Rocket Raccoon ban, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, not a very likely ban, as Sentinel is going to be going back on the Hela. I stand corrected. I thought the Hela was banned last map, but that is not true. I think Hela did go through. So now, something that's interesting to see. For a second, I thought V-Fire was going to go DPS, but he's going back into Strange, which I'm very happy about because they got a lot of value. Looks like both teams are going to go double shield Hela composition. It's looking like they have almost the same characters, and they're going to be sticking to the Cloak and Dagger as well. Now, the Psylocke coming in from Laos, they're not allowed to use Starglow this time around. So pulling out the Psylocke instead. And it's looking like Good Boy is going to be using a portal to try to get map positioning here, but an opposing portal as well. And all of a sudden, we have a bloodbath. We got a 6v6. Everyone is everyone's faces, and Fab is going to get the better end of that. Is going to get the first pick on Shuni, and Yanya over here trying to get some DPS damage as well. But the revive is going to come in from Shuni with that power up ability, which is what you want to see. But they're going to be straight secluded from the rest of the team. FNB is looking in favor to win this first point, and they most likely will. Now, I want to see them maintain this high ground position and kind of just keep Good Boy in place.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a while to cap because Kira didn't really want to give up that high ground position. Unfortunately, they did have to jump down in order to make any capture progress to begin with, but they do end up capping the point after a very decisive first fight win. And Team I'm High is just doing a wonderful job just keeping Laos in check. I mean, that is really good stuff. And they might even get the Atom as well. Perhaps they even line up a third because of the team up between oh my god, that is absolutely that is really beautiful to see right there. Oh, I'm High just doing a fantastic job getting all of the picks that they need, and V-Fire cleaning up at the very end too, and Good Boy flips the point around.
Yeah, they flipped that point around, and you're right. High just got way too much value. They literally just walked back to point and got 2 to 3 picks off the bat. That's going to allow Good Boy to now get the high ground positioning. And this is kind of what I wanted to see FNB do in the last point. But unfortunately, they couldn't, right? Because they had to capture the point. So now Good Boy is doing what they should be, but they gotta be careful because Fab is gonna be using an Eye of Agamotto. They were actually able to get 2. V-Fire is gonna be taken down. Noah's gonna be taken down as well. There's gonna be 3 people from Good Boy being taken down, and the revive, that's not gonna be the best revive. I think that was Nyanya's FMB that ended up using the revive, so kind of a misplay there. Not gonna be the end of the world though. I mean, they still had the point, but it is very unfortunate to see those mistakes.
Yeah, I think Nyanya was just playing it super safe by trying to res a singular person there, which might have been worth if the fight was a little bit more close, but it turned out to be very much in their favor. So I see the vision. Unfortunately, didn't pan out as well as they were hoping, as Team Good Boy just seems to be cleaning this fight up really effectively. V-Fire KOing Laos out of Invis, and the point is still Good Boys. I mean, they're doing a fantastic job at holding this. Again, I mean, these are some really crucial KOs they're getting here as V-Fire sets up for a really big Eye of Agamotto above the doorway here.
This might be a humongous Eye of Agamotto, and High is going to be able to get the better end of that. And look at V-Fire. They're still not ending. They were actually able to get so many people with that Eye. We even able to get 3 picks off of that as well. And I was going to say, it's like when Good Boy won the first fight, FNB came back and then they won. And then all of a sudden, Good Boy comes back and they win the fight. And then FNB won the next one. And now all of a sudden, we finally have a breakthrough where Good Boy wins 2 fights in a row. But the portal play is coming, and it's going to be right in front of the whole composition. Are they going to be able to get any value off of that? Is this going to be a hello? Oh, and then Eye of Agamotto being able to get 2. That's exactly who you want to pick off. That's going to be both strategies from FNB down already.
And I'm High going high in the sky, successfully picking off FNB strategist this time, flipping the script, making sure that there are basically no strategists on the field besides 1. And Good Boy is looking to cinch the first point of this map right here, doing a really amazing job capturing the point back from FNB and holding to great success. I mean, that was really, really clean on both ends. I mean, Good Boy just doing a fantastic job right there, if I do say so myself.
I mean, he was looking very strong. I mean, Fab using the portal, and then Eye of Agamotto being able to pick up both strategies, and somehow, somewhere, they still ended up losing the fight. I mean, I can't believe what I just saw. It can go literally either way. And let's talk about the ultimate charge here. There's 3 people in each team that has their ultimates already, but it's going to be Good Boy that's potentially going to have 2 strategist ults for this next fight, because the Cloak and Dagger already has it at 75%, whereas Nyanya, they have it at 84. So I stand corrected. Actually, both strategists are going to have both ults, but it's going to be a little bit harder for Nyanya to get that value with the res. They really need to hold it this time. That's one of the reasons why they lost that first round. Immediately after accidentally using their ultimate, they quite literally lost the fight a couple seconds after, and they didn't have that res. So hopefully this time around, they don't fat finger on that. But there's something that they do have, and that is V-Fire's portal. Remember that Fab already used theirs, so they cannot get map control out of the way. So it's going to be Good Boy that's going to be playing very aggressive here, and they're basically playing the map like they already have the point.
No, yeah, I mean, Team Good Boy is just really well set up with a really big portal from V-Fire just to start off the fight, as they get almost all of their ultimates. V-Fire 1% away from getting his Eye of Agamotto, as Good Boy preemptively pops a little respawn beacon in the middle of the point there, which I'm really curious as to how that's going to work out, as V-Fire gets a really big Eye of Agamotto, but no one's really able to clean up after it. And they do successfully capture the objective, but both teams are still very alive, very present on the field as they kind of fight to hopefully maybe recapture the point or just see where this fight leads. because at the moment it can be anyone's game as Laos is just tearing up Shuni, and both of the DPS are just forcing them into so many uncomfortable positions, not giving them any space to breathe.
Yeah, Sentinel's doing an amazing job of hitting these shots in conjunction with the Eye of Agamotto. The Fab is going to be able to hit. It was an amazing Eye of Agamotto. They did get 3 picks, but the fight was already won. I don't know if it was really needed. Now they're not going to have it for the second fight. And V-Fire is getting dangerously close to theirs as well. The good boy can easily come back and do their Eye of Agamotto next. But, I mean, maybe it was good to stagger them. It is going to save them a couple of seconds. I mean, they're already at 20%, but good boy. They're already back, and they're walking it down. They're trying to get enough value here to just walk it down, and they're going to use that bubble to potentially be able to do just that. But Fab doing an amazing job of providing so much damage here.
Yeah, I mean, Fab, there is no pressure on you, but if you don't block this Eye of Agamotto, your entire team is going to get Dr. Strange's dark energy released all over you, and this fight will be on you. So there's no pressure. You just have to block the ultimate for everybody, or else you guys are going to lose this fight. And here, V-Fire goes in, and he does actually get his ult successfully blocked by Fab here, which is really, really big. And Nyanya gets the self-res off. V-Fire just pushing into their backline, doing everything that he can. And while the Eye of Agamotto was blocked, it is simply not enough. And Good Boy recaptures the objective, which is honestly really, really big for them. As if they want to tie this series up, they're going to have to win this round right here.
Yeah, Laos using the Dance of the Butterfly onto the whole enemy line of Good Boy. Unfortunately for them, I mean, when they're all grouped up, that Dance of the Butterfly is going to be very hard to get any picks. So Good Boy doing an amazing job of sticking together throughout that ultimate. I don't even think they had to use anything to survive there. But just like that, we're going to see Fab being able to use their portal and being able to stop the Hela ultimate as well. So they're getting a lot of value, but he didn't have that much shield. So Hela is still raining down on the enemy. And the Eye of Agamotto again being used, being able to get a couple of people. No is going to be able to try to 1v1 this Psylocke. And they're actually going to be able to do that as well. So much value coming in from the Mantis. And it's going to be Good Boy winning the fight again. It's just back to back. Both teams going fully at it.
I mean, no, with a couple extremely well-placed shots on the enemy's Psylocke. That was absolutely beautiful to watch. And listen, Laos was looking at that Mantis like easy prey. But unfortunately, the Mantis can fight back really, really effectively and just two-tapped her. I mean, how are you supposed to expect that coming as a Psylocke player yourself? You just need to, like, there's nothing you can do about that.
But Kira is going to be using that Cloak and Dagger ult, so that's going to provide a lot of space for the team. They're going to be pretty much invincible for the next few seconds, and it's going to be both Magnetos in the map getting a pick on either team's DPS. But the Adam Warlock rest might potentially save the day here, as Shuni might actually be able to rest some people. He was able to rest Laos there as well. Now, they gotta be careful. The Psylocke ult, Dance of the Butterfly, wasn't able to get too much because the Soul Mine was there as well. Now, V-Fire's gonna be able to get a pick on Laos, and it's looking like Good Boy might potentially be able to win this. Has their Eye of Agamotto as well, going up in the air, looking for a setup here. They're not live. They're gonna do it. They're gonna be able to get 2. They need to get these picks, and it's gonna be High that's gonna be able to get Nanya there, but Fab is gonna be there with the quick response as well. It's going to be very, very hard because both teams are reviving each other left and right. V-Fire, though, might potentially be able to get another pick on Cloak and Dagger. And it's looking like anyone's game right now. But Good Boy is getting a lot more picks. And the Magneto doing an amazing job. Psylocke being forced to go invisible. And because they're invisible, they're not able to contest. And just like that, they're going to be able to take the map.
And there the round is 1-1 as a Good Boy. I mean, they weren't able to quite touch the objective there, but both of the tanks were getting so many clutch picks at the very end there. That was absolutely absurd to watch. I've never seen the kill feed just be lit up by exclusively the tanks to that degree. Both of them were just having such a strong presence on the point and making sure to keep everyone on the enemy team in check. They were not letting them go down without a fight. And here we go, 1-1 onto this second map here. And whoever listen, if Good Boy takes this map, they're tied up for the series. If Good Boy loses, they're going to be one map away from losing the entire series. and that's not exactly a great position to be put in. But I mean, listen, Good Boy has to bring this map home for V-Fire at the very least. This guy has been doing so much the entire game, doing his absolute bestest to carry, and he's just really one of the best ranges I've seen in this tournament thus far. He's doing an incredible job, doing everything his team needs just for that.
It was interesting to see that FNB decided to use a portal, but they didn't portal for high ground. They ended up portaling onto the point. That's going to provide a Good Boy to get a little bit of an advantage here because, I mean, we all know going on high ground is definitely most of the time better than being on the low ground. And that's going to provide Magneto to get a pick on the Meteor, but they don't have any shields to block this. Hello. So Laos is going to prioritize that and be able to pick out V-Fire. And Sentinel's going to get so much value off of that. All of a sudden, FNB, even though they portaled on the low ground, they were still able to get much more value with their ultimate abilities.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really clean first point fight win for a third point fight win for FNB. I mean, that was really nice. Even though Good Boy did start off with a few picks, FNB was able to, you know, regain their senses and just calm down, keep everything collected, and they were able to bring that first fight back, which is honestly really big, as Captain Chester is ready to summon a giant metal meteor over Good Boys' heads and get, hopefully, what's going to be a gigantic Magneto ult if he doesn't get picked off immediately.
Yeah, they need to try their best to stay alive. And again, I mean, we keep seeing this Eyes of Agamotto every single time we see an Eye of Agamotto from V-Fire. They're getting at least 2 people, and they're going to be able to get so many picks off of that. And High is going to be able to get one on Fab as well. No getting picked off, but they were actually able to revive themselves. And we're starting to see the value that the Mantis Adam Warlock get. Even though they get picked, they just come right back up. And Good Boy, once again, is going to be able to win that fight. This match has been tremendously amazing to see. Every time FMB wins a fight, Good Boy comes back and responds, and then they win the next fight. And then all of a sudden, FMB comes back and wins the fight as well, which is kind of what I'm expecting to see here. I don't know how, or I don't even know how this is going to happen, but I can already tell you somehow, some way, FMB is probably going to win that because I feel like it's written in stone now. And written in stone, it's going to be Fab with this Eye of Agamotto. He's going to be able to use it. He's going to be able to get a pick. No, they're not actually. It's going to be their teammate that's going to be able to get taken down, and Lao's doing a good job of shutting down Turny. I think Turny wanted to use their ult there as well. They actually did use their ult, but they got no value off of it. They're going to be at 0%, and Fab is going to be able to get some picks, but it's just there by themselves. And all of a sudden, I thought FMB was going to win that, but it's going to be Good Boy that gets the better end of it. Another halfway to victory.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are just doing such a good job making this close, and they're just winning fights back and forth. It's been extremely rare on this map in particular that any team has an incredible percentage lead on the objective than the other. And I mean, this fight, both teams are going into the fight with about even ult economies here, as V-Fire looks to set up a gigantic Eye of Agamotto, only catching Sentinel here, and if they're able to pick him off, which they are not, Sentinel does pop the Hella ult and starts raining a Hellfire from above, unfortunately getting knocked down too early to be able to actually get a pick here, but it does seem like FNB is set to win this fight as they knock down the enemy's Magneto here.
Kira did an amazing job popping that cloak and dagger to keep Sentinel alive from that Eye of Agamotto, essentially allowing Sentinel to stay alive to the point where they use their ultimate, turning the fight completely around. They might have not gotten enough value off the ult, but strictly right after that, they were able to get a pick, which resulted in them winning the point. And now all of a sudden, they're at 80%. There's not that many fights being left, as Captain is going to be using that Meteor, and it's going to be able to hit so many people, and that's going to allow Fab to be able to use the ultimate as well. It's looking very good for FNB, as they're going to be at 90%, and they just got an ace. Now, if they push up, this might be it.
Captain Chester, you can't just be doing the enemy team like that. Oh my goodness, that was beautiful. And now Fab is looking to set up a portal for the... Oh my goodness. It looks like the enemy team was able to make their own portal before Fab was able to complete his, as they all jump through it. and it looks like they're going to pick off the good boys Magneto right here. And this fight is looking pretty in favor of FNB right now, at least until I'm High pops the hella ult right here. Fab doing everything in his power to block it from getting any KOs. But this does seem to be quite a bit in Good Boy's favor, as Nyanya has a really big revival, rezzing the entire team. But it doesn't seem to matter as Good Boy has control over the objective. There's only like 6% left on the point, and FNB is not going to be able to make it back in time to recontest.
I just saw the most unfortunate thing ever from Lao. They accidentally took the portal to maintain their life, and as soon as they were going to take it back, I closed on them, so they were late to the team fight. FNB was fighting a 5v6 there, which pretty much resulted in Good Boy taking that map. And I mean, I don't want to say that's the reason they lost, but it kind of looks that way. Good Boy somehow, some way being able to crawl themselves back with that amazing portal play, being able to use all of their abilities in conjunction, and to no surprise, V-Fire is going to be getting that MVP. I mean, this guy has gotten so much value off the Strange. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Fab ends up banning it. Although, I mean, Fab does have an amazing Strange as well. I don't think they're getting as much value as V-Fire is.
Yeah, V-Fire is just absolutely nuts on this range. He was carrying last map, which unfortunately they lost, and he carried that map too, which thankfully they won, which, I mean, thank goodness. It would be really terrible to see V-Fire lose a map while performing that well. And with that being said, we're going to be taking a short little 5-minute break after watching some highlights of the round that we just watched before we resume this 1-to-1 series with Good Boy and Team FNB. See you after just a little break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Welcome back, rivals. We're in the midst of our very first even matchup between FMB and Good Boy. Both teams managing to take a map. But Ruben, this is where things get interesting. I mean, I can't even tell you who has the advantage here for map 3. What do you think?
I mean, both teams seem to be really evenly matched here. But the problem that I am seeing is that Team FNB, in my opinion, they might be the slightly better team. I'm a little unsure, but it seems like Good Boy is just getting kind of deadlifted by VFire. VFire is doing everything in his power to get his team to win. He is by far and away their star player. And FNB just seems to be a little bit more well-rounded. I am kind of maybe expecting a Strange ban here because VFire has just been doing so much work on the Strange so consistently, even on the map that his team lost. So I feel like if Team FNB were to address VFire as more of an issue, perhaps they can run home with the series. Because again, this is a best of 5. Whichever team gets 3 map wins wins by default. There's some other circumstances that could happen that could make a team win without 3 map wins, but assuming that it's going to be 3 map wins in order to win the best of 5, I feel like FNB might have this in the bag, but we'll have to see going to this next map what the picks and bans are, and I'm really curious as to seeing what they will be.
Yeah, FMB definitely needs to prioritize and target ban that Strange. I know Fab also has a really good Strange. They've gotten so much value off the Eye of Agamotto's, but it's just not enough. I mean, if they don't address, VFires, it's just going to be over for them. And I really do think they need to prioritize that. I mean, one thing that you can always do is ban the star player from the opposing team. So if I don't see a strange ban, I'm going to assume that Good Boy is going to be taking map number 3. It's going to be interesting to see, as we're going to be seeing it right now. Actually, are we going to be able to see the strange ban? No, FNB is actually going to prioritize that. Luna and Good Boy is going to be banning the Hulk. Now, if I'm Good Boy, I am keeping the strange. I have to make sure that my star player has the strange, but maybe they're risking it. Maybe they're assuming that Fab is they're not going to swallow their pride. They know that Fab can also run a strange. They're taking a risk here. They're saying, you know what? We don't need to save it because we know they're also going to play strange. It's going to be another mirror matchup. And maybe this time around, Fab is going to be the one that takes the better end of things. As instead, Good Boy is going to be saving the Hela, which is something that Hai did manage to do. Hai did get a lot of picks off the Hela, so it does make sense to save it. But I mean, Sentinel as well, they got a lot of value off the Hela as well. So it looks like a more even matchup on that side of DPS things. As again, Fab, they're going to be saving the Adam Warlock, but banning the Mantis in conjunction. I mean, usually you want to keep both around, but I mean, it makes sense. We saw Noel literally get, I think he won 2 1v1s against both DPS players on that Mantis. So taking that away from Noel makes a lot of sense. And then a Star-Lord ban from Good Boy as well, making sure they don't get that team up ability with the Atom.
Yeah, it's really interesting that Team F&B chose to protect the Atom and then immediately afterwards ban the Mantis, because like you said, yes, Null on the Mantis is a formidable force. And also about the lack of a Strange ban, Fab is also a really, really good Strange, like we mentioned previously. And maybe Team F&B is just confident enough in Fab and everybody else to diff the enemy team that they don't need to ban Strange, because they're hoping that Fab and everyone else will just be enough to be able to counter Good Boy as a whole, since it seems like V-Fire is their ace. And F&B, they're all... the level of play amongst all of the teammates seems to be just a little bit higher, but I could be eating my words if Team F&B loses this map right here, which I'm hoping for another close map like the last one, because that was really interesting and fun to watch.
Yeah, and hopefully we do get to see this Rocket Raccoon matchup with the Winter Soldier and the Punisher, because we've been time and time again, we've seen these Winter Soldiers just go absolutely insane. So hopefully Laos can provide the same level of gameplay as Fab is going to be using their portal first, and they're going to be going for the high ground, and it's going to be right in front of Good Boy. I don't even think Good Boy actually expected this, but they're going to use the Loki immunity in response. So Dome is going to provide a lot of value for Good Boy. That's going to potentially save them their lives, but Fab getting so much damage, and this one person that has been secluded from Good Boy, and they got to be very careful. They could potentially get a sneaky pick. I think it was I that was able to do that. I said we're able to get one on Captain, but Nyanya is going to get that rest off right away. But Hai putting in work, getting 1, 2, and 3 picks, potentially being able to get 3. As Novi's going to get one on Sentinel as well. Although Good Boy had no idea the portal was going to be in front of them, they ended up winning this fight.
Yeah, it's also really unfortunate for F&B that they protected the Atom, banned the Mantis, and then Good Boy banned the Star-Lord. So they decided it's not even worth it to run the Atom without the Star-Lord or Mantis. So they're just sticking to the Rocket Raccoon for the team up with the Winter Soldier. And I hope it works out for them, because I really, really love seeing Winter Soldier go again. It's my absolute favorite part about casting this game. Just watching him use his ultimate again and again and again. And I really hope we're treated to some of that by the hands of Laos here.
And Kira's going to be the first one using that support ult on the Cloak and Dagger. And Good Boy doing a good job of just maintaining theirs for the meantime, as we're going to see another Eye of Agamotto in conjunction with that Psylocke being able to get a pick. And here comes the Winter Soldier being able to use their ultimate on multiple people, but it doesn't look like they got any value yet. But Final Judgment being used, being able to pick one off on Nova, shooting in response with the Meteor and the Dance of the Butterfly as well. It's going to be Good Boy that's going to win this fight, and they're going to get an ace. They're going to have 60% on the point already.
Laos does get a lot of people in the range of his ultimate on the Winter Soldier there, but unfortunately it was not enough to do anything about Shuni and Good Boy's Psylocke to just wipe everybody else with just those 2 ultimates alone right there, which is honestly really impressive, really good work from Good Boy. And it's so much so that Laos ended up swapping over to the Psylocke from the Winter Soldier, and they swap off the Rocket Raccoon to the Atom Warlock, and they just get another pick right here. As Good Boy understands that, hey, we are at 90% right now. We just need to get all these stagger picks as soon as possible to absolutely negate any chance of Team F&B touching the point at all costs.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's going to be Good Boy that's going to win this map. Unfortunately for F&B, Fab ended up using their portal in the very first play. So they're not going to get it back in time because they lost every single team fight. Maybe if they would have won the last fight, they would have had a potential portal, but they weren't able to do that. And I don't even think they're going to have it for this first play as well. And Good Boy should know this. So they could use V-Fire's portal to get to the point even quicker to maintain this momentum.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they may not have their portal and team... the problem is that Team Good Boy doesn't have any ults going into this first fight here, so this is anyone's game as F&B does have 3 to their own name. Fab has been doing a fabulous job on the Doctor Strange here, getting really consistently large eyes of Agamotto. And Captain Chester, I mean, do we even need to say anything about this guy? This guy's been a star the entire series, doing miraculous things on every single Vanguard he's been playing. And Kira with the Cloak and Dagger ult, I mean, there's nothing they're not going to be able to do this round for the first fight, especially as V-Fire sets up a portal on the offense here to go onto the enemy team side of the map as F&B sets up on the high ground.
Yeah, it did look like Fab actually had their portal in time. Unfortunately, they probably didn't have it for the last round. And once again, this is the second time where we see a team go for the low ground. They didn't want to contest the high ground. They just kind of give it up. And that might have been the correct play. But oh my, the Cloak and Dagger Kira ult, unfortunately, not providing any value. That's going to be up 0% now. Good Boy being able to shut it down in the middle of the ult. That's going to be an amazing play. As Snow once again with an amazing pick. This is looking like Good Boy is going to win this fight as V-Fire is going absolutely crazy here, being able to get picks after picks. And again, I mean, it's not looking good for Fab. If they lose this map, I need them to ban this Strange because they just need to respect it, and that's just what it comes down to. As we have V-Fire still playing super aggressive, trying to make sure that Fab has no room to play here. They know they're staggered. They know they can win this fight, which is why they're literally playing in their spawn. But everyone in Team Fab should be back, so it's time for them to go back and walk backwards.
Honestly, that is so huge that Team F&B was able to force out, that Team Good Boy was able to force out Team F&B's Rocket Raccoon ultimate so early. They had to pop the Rocket Raccoon ult just to get Good Boy out of their spawn, which is honestly incredible for them. And Good Boy's honestly looking so much cleaner this map and last map than they were previously, which is really raising my confidence in them and everyone outside of just V-Fire on that team. They are all doing a spectacular job. I mean, I'm high just getting these really consistent picks on the Hela, asserting a little bit of a Hela differential right there over Sentinel, and they have really picked up their game ever since that first map there.
Exactly. The Psylocke is also providing a lot of value. We saw that dance of the butterfly on both Vanguards and actually being able to pick one. That's actually forcing F&B to switch up their whole composition. All of a sudden, they don't have the Punisher, Winter Soldier, Rocket Raccoon. They're going for the Psylocke instead and the Hela. So we're going to have a complete mirror matchup. Every single player playing the same characters. So it's going to come down to who is the better Hela, who is the better Loki, etc., etc. And so far, it's looking like High is the better Hela, as they're going to be able to get one pick. But that's not going to stop Fab from pushing up, as they are going to be able to do a dance of the butterfly, not getting any value there. Instead, it's going to be Shooty that's going to be able to get one. Maybe two, as Snow is going to be able to transform to the Hela and get the enemy Loki as well. This is looking like Good Boy is going to be able to win this fight, and then most likely will. That should be another map victory for Good Boy.
Team F&B is looking a bit worse for wear. I mean, with their performance on the very first map, you would think that these guys are just the dominant team by far, but they're kind of crumbling into pieces against Good Boy here. Good Boy is doing a spectacular job recovering from that initial map that we witnessed, and not only is V-Fire doing really well, who of course gets the MVP again, but we also saw I'm High shine really brightly there, getting off so many consistent picks and picking off the enemy Hela so frequently. I mean, look at that stat line. 21-0 is absurd, especially for a series that looked so close to begin with.
No, that stat line was insane. I think Good Boy only got eliminated 4 times in that whole series. I mean, that's not what you want to see if you're rooting for Team Fab. But as we're saying that, we're going to be going into the highlights, followed by a quick 5-minute break for map number 4.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. The moon haunts you!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
And we have returned with the closest match of today thus far, with a 2-1 game, Good Boy being up 2 and F&B being with 1 point. This is a best of 5, so whoever wins this next map, if Good Boy wins this next map, then they take the series home. If F&B wins this next map, then we have a tied series on our hands, which is going to be really exciting to watch. And I have been craving a close game all day because we have been robbed with all of these 3-0s just happening so frequently all day. This is the first time one of the teams has not had 0 points to their name. So I'm really excited to see how the rest of this match goes as we start off with the picks and bans. Good Boy immediately banning the Hulk, F&B immediately banning the Luna Snow. I wonder what else they're going to pull out of their pockets right here.
I am not a big fan of how FMB is playing this pick and ban phase. There's a clear player on Good Boy that's just popping off every single time, and they're choosing to just let them play their best character. They are going to save this Star-Lord this time around, though, so that's going to allow them to potentially do the Adam Mantis Star-Lord combo, which they desperately wanted to do. But Good Boy actually ended up outsmarting FMB. They ended up banning the Star-Lord, and that kind of just stopped FMB from going their composition, which kind of forced him to go into the Punisher, Rocket Raccoon, Winter Soldier. And as we saw, it just didn't work out. They tried to do the mirror match with the Hela, but it just wasn't enough. At that point, they just ended up just losing the round. And Good Boy again, trying to maintain that value out the pick and ban phase, banning the Adam Warlock, making sure that they don't get that team up ability. And I'm very much liking the way that Good Boy is picking and banning. A lot of people like to say that the map gets decided in the pick and ban phase. And for me, it's looking like Good Boy has already won.
Yeah, I mean, Good Boy with the ban on Adam Warlock as soon as they see the Star-Lord protect is honestly really smart, because Nyanya has been doing an incredible job on the Adam this entire series and been getting those really valuable reses and just passively giving one or two of his teammates the ability to revive themselves whenever they get KO'd early in a fight. I mean, it's been a really high value pick this entire series, the Adam Warlock, and the fact that they are banning the Adam Warlock now is really, really great for Good Boy here. So they're looking pretty good going into this map on the defense right here. You know, we are spectating the GOAT of this series, V-Fire, as they come back, and set up their defenses with the Strange and Groot tank line, which I'm really excited to watch, as they also have a Namor and a Hela. And I mean, I'm high on the Hela, has been doing absolute work thus far.
Oh, 100%. So them being able to get the Hela again is definitely going to be in Good Boy's favor, because Sentinel, I mean, they're pulling off a lot of picks as well. But unfortunately, they're not getting the same amount of value that High is getting. But V-Fire in the frontline presence here, I don't know where Shuni is, but they're nowhere to be found right now. There they are, right behind V-Fire, and they got to be careful because Fab is actually pushing this very hard, and they're getting a lot of space already as Fab is trying to push this little left corner here, this little statue, and they managed to not get much, but they're getting a lot of value here, a lot of space.
Yeah, I mean, Shuni is doing a really great job on the group. We've mostly seen them on the Magneto throughout the series, but it's also really nice to see them switch it up and show that they are a flexible player who is capable of playing a lot of different Vanguards at a really high level, as he walls off the enemy strategist from being able to access their team. And Fab is cornering I'm High into that room by themselves. leaving them no escape, and Sentinel is just standing in main, doing whatever he pleases. I mean, this guy has not been someone to scoff at throughout the season. Fab goes in with a really big Eye of Agamotto, getting 4 people and successfully wiping out quite a few of them. And that looks like it's going to be a successful first point capture for F&B right here.
Unless if there's going to be a portal coming into play from V-Fire. They also have the Eye of Agamotto. Are they going to be able to get any value? They're able to get at least 1, maybe 2. But it hasn't translated to anything else. They don't have any support ults as well. Or at least not the Cloak and Dagger one. The Sentinel is going to be able to get 2. And look at Laos getting a piece of that as well. All of a sudden, it looked like FMB might have been taken down by that portal. But they were actually able to secure it as well. I do want to mention that one of the main reasons why FNB won that very first fight is because Kira was able to use the Cloak and Dagger ult first. I believe Good Boy's Cloak and Dagger, they were still like at around 90%. So Kira managed to use her ultimate offensively while Good Boy, they were forced to use it defensively, which kind of allowed Fab to seclude High in the room, which is why they were able to get the first pick. So if Kira can do this again, which this should be because they have been winning every fight, this next fight here should be in the favor of FNB.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that could go wrong for Team FNB is Shuni gets a really gigantic Brute ultimate here that ends up wiping out all of them, but that doesn't seem to be the case as Kira, like you said, it's the really clutch Cloak and Dagger ultimate. But right before Laos goes for a Star-Lord ult getting picked out of the sky, and it seems like Good Boy is going to be having a successful hold here. Fab with a really big Eye of Agamotto, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, and he's actually going to probably end up getting picked off, and that Eye of Agamotto is going to be for nothing as they get forced back through main. And a Good Boy just cleans them all up. That is a really unfortunate set of ult usages there, because F&B blew mostly everything that fight for nothing, basically, as they didn't make any progress from it.
Yeah, it was very unlucky for Laos. After using that Star-Lord ult, they actually got eliminated by a singular squid from the Neymar on Good Boy's side. I mean, being taken down by a squid, by that sentry turret, it's gotta hurt. And that's kind of resulted them in just them getting whittled down. Look at V-Fire with the amazing Eye of Agamotto being able to get up at least 3 to 4 people. And that's going to translate for a victory again. And we keep mentioning V-Fire, but that's because they keep getting so much value off the Eye of Agamottos. We're starting to see why this player is one of the best strangers that we've seen in this tournament thus far.
Yeah, V-Fire has been putting his team on his back this entire series, but the only difference now is that his team is also really starting to shine right now, with High consistently being a force to be reckoned with on the Hela, and with the support line doing absolutely fantastically, and the Namor, oh my goodness, the octopus that he's setting up are just doing such an immaculate job. Keeping Laos in check right now, really bothering him, not letting him do nearly as much as he wants.
And Fab is going to initiate this fight with a portal. Are they going to be able to get any value, though? That's going to be a Cloak and Dagger ult used, and it's going to be looking like Neymar is going to get the better end of that so far. It's going to be in Good Boy's favor as they're up 1 person. No revives coming into play as there's no Adam Warlocks this time around. And Noah is going to be using this Loki. Has their ultimate as well, but they're going to be saving it. And I mean, it makes a lot of sense because they have already won this fight. That's going to be another successful hold. And it's looking like the Magneto is going to get secluded and getting taken care of as well. So now Fab, even though they won the very first point very convincingly, now it's looking very rough for them. They had around 3 minutes and now there's only 1 minute left. So Good Boy, all they got to do is win 1 big team fight, potentially 2, and they should be able to run away with just losing 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, Good Boy is looking really well postured for a continued hold on the second point right here. They're doing an incredible job, and Laos pops the Star-Lord ult, but I'm not sure if it's going to be able to get much because Null sets up all these regeneration domains, and like I anticipated, not much ends up happening with that ultimate besides the fact that Null used their regeneration domains. I mean, that's literally it. They force them back a little bit, and Sentinel walks up and just gets pick after pick after pick. And you know what? Maybe Laos forcing out those resources came in really big and allowed Sentinel to do all the work that they're up to right now in this moment. as they push it towards the end of the second point, with Good Boys certainly having enough time to recontest.
The V-Fire is going to come back with a portal. And again, I mean, these portal plays have been amazing from both sides thus far. And it's looking like, although they portal in the back, they still haven't been able to contest. So although they're winning the team fight, they have to touch the point. That's exactly what Neymar's going to do. And the headline's going to get so much value off this ultimate as well. Then all of a sudden, although it looked like Good Boy was going to lose that fight, they ended up portaling and they were able to successfully hold. This is insane. I mean, 100 meters. Into the second point, they were so close, Ruben. They were inches away from being able to get that extra time for the third point, but they just weren't able to.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking a little rough for FNB right here because they're going to have to pull off a rather impressive hold. Thankfully, Good Boy didn't hold them on first point, which is nice at the very least. But, I mean, being held at second isn't exactly ideal here either if you're FNB. So, I mean, they're going to have to really pull out some heroics right here in order to be able to bring this map home and tie up the series.
Exactly. And once again, FNB, they're trying their best to adapt. So they're going to be switching up the composition yet again. For a second, I thought they were going to go Neymar and match the Neymar, but never mind. They're going to be sticking to the Star-Lord. So I stand corrected there. And maybe potentially Good Boy might be switching off the comp. I mean, if I'm them, I wouldn't. What they're doing is completely working. I would go back to the Neymar. Maybe they're just trolling a little bit, trying to keep us casters just in suspense here. But if they do go for the Jeff, which I highly doubt, I believe they're probably just doing something that we saw previously. They're putting down the bubbles so they get that movement speed. Although you don't really get that much value in this specific game mode, like you do in Domination, where in Domination is you definitely want to get to the point first, right? But for this one, the point is going to be right in front of you. But they are going to be switching back to the Cloak and Dagger and the Neymar, like we suspected. So I'm very happy about that because they're not switching that off. And again, look at how much value V-Fire is getting. Fab they're forced to kind of push back a little bit here. As Shuni's taking a very interesting position here with Groot, going for the high ground instead. I mean, Groot's basic attacks, they don't go very far. So I think on that high ground, they weren't really getting too much value off of that. So they did decide to drop down, and now is getting more as V-Fire is going to be able to get the first pick already. And that's going to be on Sentinel, the Hella player, one of the star players from Fab as well. And Neymar's going to get another pick. That's going to be on Captain Chester this time. Captain Chester not deciding to go for the Hulk this time around, sticking with the Magneto, and it's just not working out. Look how aggressive Good Boy is playing. The round just started, and they already have pushed him back into the spawn.
Yeah, Good Boy is not only pushing FNB off of the first point, but they're already, the way that Good Boy is positioned, they are set up to have already been capturing the objective at the very end of the map for this series. So, I mean, they're just pushed up so far, and FNB is not really able to do anything about it. Using the Cloak and Dagger ult to engage, and here we see Shuni sneaking around in the backline. What is he up to? He goes for a big Groot ult from behind to set up the Namor ult. Oh my god! Shuni and Good Boy's Namor pull off the perfect team-coordinated play. Nobody would expect the Groot sneaking around in a hallway behind the entire team just to set up a Groot Namor combo. Oh my goodness, that was beautiful.
And that might be the reason why Good Boy takes this home. They have 4 minutes and 20 seconds left, and they're only a couple meters away from taking this home, as V-Fire is going to show complete aggression, being able to take down Sentinel again. And Sentinel switching off to the Magic this time around. Thankfully, Captain is able to shut down high, though, so that's going to be 1 DPS for each team being traded off. And it's not looking good for Shuni right now. They're being secluded, and Fab is going to be able to take that home. But V-Fire, they're able to get 2 picks. Well, all of that is happening. They're setting themselves up for victory here, and they're going to be able to use the Eye of Agamotto. The Magneto literally had their shield out, and they still weren't able to stop that. And now they're going to be using the portal to kind of just stop Fab from contesting here. And this might be it. I think Good Boy is going to be able to take this home with that portal. That should be GG's.
Yeah, V-Fire with a bit of a genius play, walking through the Magneto shield in order to make sure that he actually gets him with the Eye of Agamotto, and V-Fire pulling off a wicked portal play. and just denying FNB from being able to do anything as he pushes up into them. Fab coming back from spawn, though, really successfully cleaning up the fight as Good Boy finally gets stopped in their tracks and they are forced to regroup. They do have 3 minutes on their time bank, though, so this is looking pretty good for them. But FNB is capable of holding this as they do have a few ults coming into this next fight. And it looks like they swapped Sentinel off of the Hela, gave it to Laos, and they put him on Magic. So I really am interested to see what Sentinel is able to accomplish on the Magic right here, because we have not seen his Magic gameplay yet.
Yeah, and they do have the Dark Shroud available to them, so maybe they can get a lot of value. And I stand corrected. I was mentioning how V-Fire used a portal to seclude Fab, but unfortunately, when he was using his portal, I think he saw everybody on Fab actually coming back, so they weren't able to get enough time to actually seclude him. He actually ended up helping Fab to get him back into the point, which resulted in them losing the fight, which is not what you want to see, and it's very uncommon for V-Fire to do a misplay like that. Talking about misplays, talking about amazing plays, it's going to be once again Neymar being able to hit another beautiful ult, being able to pick up too, and this... Although last time I said this might be it, I think this time it's really looking very strong for Good Boy.
And I mean, Shuni is just setting up so many walls in the singular doorway to make sure that no one is able to break through in time as Good Boy gets the point 1 meter away from completing the entire series. The Namor just doing absolute work, picking off 3, getting 3 KOs in the very last moment right there. As that is a series victory for Good Boy, 3-1 over FNB, the closest series we've had today, and even then, Good Boy putting on an extremely dominant performance, especially on those last 3 maps right there, really coming in clutch, really coming back from their lackluster first map, and V-Fire just continuing to shine like the star he is amongst this team. I'm excited to see more from them because, I mean, V-Fire is just so good, and I'm high just putting on a wicked performance on the Hela as well. That was a beautiful match to behold.
Yeah, although V-Fire got that MVP, I personally think it was Neymar that should have gotten that MVP. I mean, Shuni as well, being able to set up those Groot ults in conjunction with the Neymar ult, it won them about 2 fights, which is exactly what you want to see from that team up, because with Neymar, it's a very strong CC ability to use that ultimate, but it's kind of hard to actually hit it when you have no setup, right? When you have so many characters that can just literally just walk out, you literally have like 1 second of response before you get hit by that well. So you could potentially just run away from it. But how are you going to run away when you're rooted by a Grudo? So that was an beautiful, exact gameplay that you want to see. If there's multiple people that can get MVPs, it would be Groot and the Neymar. But just like that, we're going to be going into a highlight and then a quick break. And I might have lied to you about that break. We're actually back because unfortunately that was the last series that we get to witness. Just like that, we went from 16 to 8 teams. We saw so many beautiful plays. I mean, the last 2 maps were in the very first series, we saw KXJH being just inches away from securing the first point, but unfortunately for them, they came out short. We also saw some amazing portal plays coming in from Neko on the last map, where in the first series, last map, they used their portals a little bit more strategic. The first one on defense, they ended up countering the enemy Strange, but then on offense, they actually ended up using the portals, saving it, so they got a pick, and then they were able to get high ground, essentially being able to get the 3-0 victory after that. And then all of a sudden, we saw the next series. We saw BB1 dominate with Strange, forcing Luxury Watch to ban it for map 2 and 3, which kind of allowed November 24th to power through with Psylocke. And then, I mean, again, right after that, we saw Kanga Esports with the strangest compositions, Ruben.
Yeah, I mean, today we had 5 matches, 4 of them being decisive 3-0 victories with Team Invincible, BB1, Kanga Esports, and Marvel Rivals Pros moving on, which is honestly really impressive, really good stuff from all those teams. And we end off on a really nice, the closest match we had today with Good Boy winning 3-1 over FNB. So honestly, a really good day of games, really good stuff from everybody. We certainly had some matches on our hands, and tomorrow we will be coming back to you with hopefully some closer games overall, because we as spectators, obviously, we want to see the highest quality games, the closest games possible. So that was a really wonderful day of games from absolutely everybody. I'm really happy that we ended on a close match, though. That was really, really nice from Good Boy. They did an absolutely spectacular job with V-Fire. I mean, truly doing amazing. That is the hardest I have seen a Doctor Strange carry their team in this tournament thus far. And it was really nice to see his team step up and really start popping off in those later maps there after losing that first map in rather decisive fashion at the hands of FNB.
Definitely the star player of that team. And look at today's results. There's a couple of people, unfortunately, we didn't get to cast, but a lot of them were 3-0 victories. We saw a lot of teams that we didn't get to see today, but hopefully we'll be able to cast them later on today or tomorrow for some of you. But that's going to be it for us. We do have an EU schedule coming up as well. We're going to have an EU broadcast. So that broadcast is going to go the same thing as today, where they're going to be the top 16 teams, best of 5s, going to top 8. But we cannot end the stream without showing you some amazing new skins that are actually available right now. We have the Squirrel Girl Cheerful Dragoness and the Moon Knight Lunar General. And I am so happy, Ruben, that we actually got to see one of the teams. I forgot who it was. It might have been, maybe you can remind me, Ruben, but we did get to see some Squirrel Girl.
It was Marvel
gameplay.
Rivals Pros.
Marvel Rivals Pro. Thank you so much, Ruben. They literally got 2 back-to-back pentas. Like, they literally got a penta, the team came back, regroup, and they got another penta again, showing us the Squirrel Girl could actually be meta. Single-handedly might be the reason if a Squirrel Girl ever gets banned, it's literally because of them, right? So if you ever want to pick up a new character, this is going to be it, as we have that beautiful skin along with it.
Yeah, if Squirrel Girl ever gets banned in your games, you can thank from Team Marvel Rivals Pros, because that is a trailblazer of the meta right there. Absolutely beautiful work from him. I am looking forward to hopefully seeing some more Squirrel Girl gameplay from him. And also, do make sure to pick up those skins, because, I mean, they are way too beautiful to pass up. Moon Knight and Squirrel Girl, they deserve a lot more love, because they're just such cool character designs, and they're such fun characters to play as well.
Exactly. I mean, if you love Marvel Rivals, remember that this is a free-to-play game. So supporting the game by buying those skins is going to provide the devs to continue to host these events, to continue to update the game that we all love and want to play. But again, that's going to be it for us. My name is Elvin, joined by the amazing Ruben Sargasm, and we hope to see you again soon.